Ricky, can you get that cone there and put it back on outside 4 for me? Thank you. Welcome to E-Town Gambler. We got another round out here on the road course. We're about to get started. We're at 235 qualifying class as our drivers are already back on the grid, locked and loaded, ready to take their first rips, impress the judges here, and try to land as high as they can into a stacked bracket. After we get done with that 235 class, we're going to jump into our unlimited run what you brung. Every tire under the sun's out there on the track, a ton of horsepower, and a great group of guys competing it out for the entire pot in the unlimited driving class. But first, we have that 235 qualifying about to get underway here. With that being said, this is the call to the pits. All 235 qualifying drivers, please report to the grid. You're needed in surgery. If this is your first time attending one of these gamblers, we have 6 outside zones with a single inside clip laid out here on the road course out here in New Jersey. Those big outside zones you see painted out on the asphalt is the only requirement our lead drivers have to put down. We're going to have our chase drivers trying to mimic that lead driver as best they can, while also showing off for our judges to make sure they can grab a win. Our first driver already into the bark box, Adam Daniels, piloting that E36 convertible LS engine underneath the hood. He's going to put down his first lap, try to accumulate as many points as he possibly can, but he has to impress our panel of judges here.
Adam Daniels is no stranger to the Gambler. He's been with us multiple times before, qualifying first even. All right, and away we go. Adam Daniels throwing it in there right past the 3-2-1 of the cones.
Adam Daniels a bit shy on that outside zone number 1 in mid-track there, but he see if he can clean it up going through outside 2. A little bit of a hesitation going down the hill into outside 3. Daniels now where he needs to be as he rotates past that inside clip. Gets that BMW nice locked and loaded for Sarah's zone right there on the outside. Pulls out way early trying to set himself up for that hairpin, the people's corner. Daniels riding that outside line in the zone. We'd like to see him a tad deeper going through there, but it looks like he's having a ball, definitely having a ball out there here at Raceway Park. He's going to finish off his first qualifying with a little dirt.
I know he was talking about having some car issues earlier. I'm going to flip. I know he was talking about having some car issues earlier at the drivers' meeting, so I don't know if he's battling some of those, but not what we're used to seeing out of Adam Daniels.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not something we normally see out of Daniels. Hopefully he can clean that up in his next qualifying lap, as it looks like he's going to try to parade back into the pits to get that thing fixed up. And it looks like Daniels is going to take a 0 from our judges for that straighten. An unfortunate turn of event for Adam. He's going to take that goose egg into his second qualifying lap. Our next driver sitting on the line, locked and ready, is Mike Sampson. Mike Sampson piloting that black E30 BMW, ready to take his first qualifying lick. Waiting for that repurposed drag tree in the back half of our road course to illuminate, to allow Mike to take his first qualifying run. And it looks like we have a green. And here we go. Let's see how Mike fares going down into that last initiation, all the way down to that big dump into outside zone number 1. Sampson initiates well before that last initiation point, getting himself into outside zone number 1, locking himself in that E30. Looking great. Pull off maybe a tad early, getting himself set up for outside 2. That tire smoke looks like they're starting to put some heat in now as he works his way down the hill into outside 3. Sampson doing a great job controlling that through the bumps and wiggles through that first inside clip, the only inside clip. Back to that outside 4, making Sarah very happy as he rotates up to the people's corner, outside 5, keeps it out of the dirt, in the box, doing a great job from Sampson. Rotates over that reference point and back up, keeping the taillights in the back of it. A little late going in the outside 6, but a solid lap out of Sampson for his first qualifying lap.
Not a bad first qualifying run at all, Mike, and I know he got a little bit into that last outer zone.
I guess the mics aren't agreeing with Sarah today. It must be your metal plate. Your metal plate's getting a little reverb. Roto's taking his first qualifying lap, piloting that FRS, maybe a BRZ, we don't know. Either way, looking real tough out there on the start line, waiting for that repurposed drag tree to illuminate. And a 75.3, a 75.3 for Mike Sampson.
Up next, taking his first qualifying.
Roto taking exit stage right, a little deep, trying to clean it back up as he gets back onto the asphalt. Gets back into outside zone number 1. Car seemed a little dogged, but it looks like he's making it work as he gets through outside zone number 2. Comes down, checks off outside zone number 3. Let's see if he can rotate it nice and clean through that inside clip as he does. Back out to outside 4, really riding that outside limits of a track here of the road course. Roto rotates, keeps it just barely on the asphalt here, but doing a great job. Definitely leaving a little bit of points on the board. Let's see if he can get over the finish line nice and clean and finish it off and at least get himself placed into the brackets here in the 235 class.
That may not be a scoreable run, so we're going to have to wait and defer to our judges and see what they say about that.
Unfortunately, due to his errors there, he's going to take a 0 as his first qualifying lap. Our judges has awarded him a 0 for his first qualifying lap.
Up next is Jimmy Rayvert on the line. No stranger to gambler competition here. We've seen him at the first round last time at the stadium. He's going to take his first qualifying run here. Jimmy tossing it in well before that first cone of the 3-2-1 cones. Doing a nice job coming up outer zone number 1. Kind of leaving that zone way too early. A small correction there as well as he comes around to outer zone number 2. Doing a nice job coming down the hill, grabbing the edge of outer zone number 3 and across to that one and only inner clip. Perfect job on that inner clip as he sets himself up for outer zone number 4. Couple of clutch kicks will get him in that zone as he slows down and sets himself up for outer zone number 5. It was looking good, but a swing and a miss, and that will be a 0 for his first qualifying run.
Definitely an unfortunate turn of events for Jimmy and his S13 as he parks right in front of our judges booth. I'm pretty sure he can hear me here. And it looks like it's back up and running. An unfortunate turn, a machine for Jimmy. He'll have to clean it up in his second qualifying lap. Hopefully he can go back to the pits and dial in whatever gremlin is ending his run.
I believe he may have had some mechanical gremlins at our last Gambler as well, which is unfortunate because he's usually a contender here at the Gambler.
Well, make some noise for Jimmy as he parks stage front.
It was shaping up to be a sweet run before outer zone 5 got him. We can heckle him a little bit from here.
We can. He is beyond the other side of the caged fence, so I feel comfortable that we could talk a little smack.
But you shouldn't touch or shake the cage because it scares the drivers.
That's true. If he does climb over that cage, that fence, run.
Right. Don't stick your fingers through. You know, you don't want any bite incidents.
All right, we're going to get Jimmy locked up, back off of the track. We'll get back here to the 235 qualifying in just a moment. Hang tight. This would be a great time to stop over at Sneaky Pete's for refreshment and or a bathroom break. And we'll get right back to the action as soon as we drag him out of the way. While we're getting Jimmy yanked off the track here on the road course here at Englishtown, big shout out to Raceway Park and all their event sponsors for helping make this event happen and allowing our drivers and you wonderful people to join us here today. Thank you guys for coming out in some beautiful weather here in New Jersey. The sun is hidden away. It is gorgeous outside. We have a great breeze going. The bar is open. We're ready to have a good time today as Jimmy looks like he got that thing back up and running. He's still going to get yanked out of the way, and we'll get back to our 2:35 qualifying as we have Stephen Weiss sitting, waiting for his first qualifying lap right behind that repurposed drag tree. All right, here we go. Steve got the green light for his first qualifying lap here in the 2:35 Gambler class. Let's see how Steve can chuck it into outside zone number one with a quick early initiation. Gets into that box. Bit shy on the outside of that outside zone number one as he rotates down to outside two. Doing a good job as Steve rotates back into outside three. Keeping that S13 nice and solid through the bumps and whoops in that inside clip. Rotates back out to Sarah's corner. Outside four. Steve doing a good job keeping Sarah majorly happy as he rotates into people's corner. Steve definitely getting in and out of all of our zones here, but a great lap out of Steve regardless here for his first qualifying lap of the 2:35 Gambler class. Our next driver up on the line, Luke Danner, piloting that GS300. Looking here to get as many points as he possibly can in our judges' eyes to place him as high as he possibly can into our 235 bracket. If you guys are just joining us, this is the E-Town Gambler. This is the 235. This is the first round of the qualifying laps. If you here in the stands are curious, I've been here the whole time. Why are you telling me this? We are live on the internet, both Facebook and YouTube. If you guys want to see the drone shots or even the instant replays, make sure you guys log in onto Raceway Parks, either Facebook or YouTube. Throw them a like and subscribe. Big shouts. Get in the chat.
Go ahead and share that link as well. Make sure everyone let them know we're out here at the Gambler today in some competition. And speaking of competition, we do have a score for Stephen Weiss. He goes away with a 66.3. I know the judges were discussing a little bit more smooth on the throttle. Would have got him a few more points out here.
All right, looks like Luke has his okay, waiting for the green light for his first qualifying lap, piloting that white GS300 here on the road course. And here we go.
Luke has a ton of laps on this track as well, tossing it in there right at that one of the 3-2-1 cones, coming up the hill, grabbing the edge of outer zone number one, doing a great job staying in that zone, transitioning around to outer zone number two. Nicely done there as well as he picks up some speed coming down the hill to grab outer three. Transitioning across, not a ton of angle as he crosses that inner clip, but he comes around to outer zone number four. That's detention. I placed that cone there personally. But he managed to save it, bring it back a little bit as he comes around to outer zone number five. Transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank turn, nice and high on the bank as he is known for, and across the line.
Little wall tap to finish her off. A great lap out of Danny.
Really nicely done. It doesn't look like he went too many tires off there in outer four, but that will be a pretty decent deduction.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for Luke's scores from the judges. They're doing the big math over here. Our
Looking
next
around.
driver sitting on the line, Michael Knapp.
Michael Napkin himself, the creator of the Gambler, the godfather of the Gambler, if you will. We love him. We love to see him. And he drives, too. So that's extra points in my book, extra credit.
I know Mike's been putting some effort into his S13 to get it back out here in the 235 class here at the Gambler. Knapp is locked and loaded, waiting for that green light to take his first qualifying lap. Luke Danner's going to get a 74.3, a 74.3 for Luke in his first qualifying lap.
Potentially the most amount of laps turned at this track. So let's see if he can put on a clinic here for us. Show us what it looks like when you run a perfect qualifying run at this track. Tossing it in right in the middle of those cones, staying nice and wide into outer zone number 1. Doing a great job staying in that zone there, looking super settled as he transitions out to grab outer zone number 2. Keeping that momentum smooth down the hill to grab outer 3 and transitioning across. Again, not a ton of angle on that inner clip, but he sets himself up nicely for outer 4. Takes that cone with him.
Ooh, he's stealing.
He's stealing, Mike, as he gets into outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Give it up for Mr. Knapp, transitioning around that reference point and up into that last turn, outer zone number 6.
Yeah, boy.
That's what I'm talking about. He left the cone up there, Mike.
That's style.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know if we freaked everyone out in the driver's meeting about outer zone number 4, but that was like 2 of the same error. Outer zone number 4 is in kind of a weird spot, but the drivers need to just pay attention and get into it.
If you've never driven the road course here at Englishtown, there is some bumps out there. There's definitely elevation change that does not translate well into video. You have to drive in and experience, and these guys are sending it into outside 4, hoping the car sticks and lands. We're seeing a few bobbles here and there, but Mike Knapp putting down a heater of a qualifying lap. We'll see how the judges judge it, see how much big math they can do.
I wonder if they're going to give extra points for that cone snatch.
Well, he's just out there rolling his fenders.
And we can take this opportunity to give it up for our track workers, the guys who have to reset those cones, all of our grid workers. Thank you guys so much. We could not put this event on without you.
Daniel Ruscio locked and ready for his first qualifying lap as we wait for the scores of Mike Knapp's first qualifying. And an 82 for Mike Knapp.
That is currently your highest qualifier, but keep in mind we're only a handful of drivers into the 235 class, and they do get 2 qualifying runs.
Don't take that away from him. Number 1 qualifier, Mike Knapp. Here comes Danny Ruscio sending in for his Q1 as he gets set super early, avoids outside 1, but starting to look like he's walking himself back in now. Ruscio rotates back up to outside zone number 2 and sends that BMW down the hill to outside 3. A little bit of a bobble there as he sets himself back up. Gets through that inside clip, the trunk opening up on that BMW. Extra air dam braking to set himself up for outside 4. Ruscio rotates in the People's Corner, outside 5. Getting nice locked and loaded into the box as he goes over the reference point and back up to the Raceway Park bank. A big shove to get himself into the zone, just clicking on the outside edge, but across the finish line makes some noise for Danny Ruscio in his E36 BMW in that 235 class qualifier.
Really nicely done. Definitely an aggressive run. A few errors here and there that might have cost him some points, but a decent first qualifying run, and it looks like he will put some points on the board.
Don't fret. Our drivers that have already been awarded zeros here in their first qualifying lap, they get another opportunity, another lap to showcase what they're capable of. They're not out yet. We're going to have to go through the rest of our list, a stacked list of 235 class drivers, and then they'll get a second try. While we're waiting for Ruscio's score, Louis Lons sitting on the line with his Corvette in the better livery, ready to take on his first qualifying lap here at another round of the Gambler. And Daniel Ruscio with a 66.6. 66.6.
This next driver is Lewis Lance in that Corvette with the flappy fender, tossing it in there way, way too deep.
Honestly, a little impressive. He got both bumpers off.
We can't be mad at that, I guess. Just leave him there, I suppose. Well, you know what? That wall is not to be trifled with, that tire wall. So points on him for keeping it out of that wall, keeping the car somewhat together. What's a few bumpers lost among friends?
Well, I mean, they're not lost. We found them. They're over there. They'll be in the bin with all the other hats and the mittens and stuff.
Typically, you want to keep your bumpers out of the lost and found, but hey, this might be a great time to mention the wind is picking up, and you should make sure that all of your tents are secured down. We don't want to have to chase tents through the pits. A lot of you are gambling with your tents right now.
All right, so unfortunately, Lewis is going to take a 0 in that first qualifying lap. Hopefully, he can get that thing cleaned up and back onto track for his second qualifier. Next up, the legend himself, Tim Wilson,
the
Frito.
First person to hand me money for the last man standing pot. He's looking extremely confident.
Frito will always bet on himself.
Yeah, and he brings out that BMW and just whips the ever-living crap out of it every single round. So give it up to him.
I think our judges are set and ready for Frito to take his first qualifying lap. As I say that, the green light illuminates, and here we go.
Tim, known for being aggressive, flicks his car in before we can even see him here, entering well before that first cone, getting into outer zone number 1, and doing a nice job keeping his tire right about midline on that zone as he transfers around to outer zone number 2, just grabbing that zone, coming down the hill, keeping that momentum up into outer 3, transitioning across that cone, nicely done. See if he can set himself up for outer zone number 4. Take notes, everybody. That is how it's done. Transitioning into outer zone number 5, getting pretty wild there. 2 tires off into outer 5, taking a cone with him as he comes across that reference point, tagging that limiter, coming up into the bank. Yeah.
Frito, the legend himself, putting down a heater of a qualifying lap, getting those Valinos dipped into that outside edge of the dirt through outside 5, but nonetheless, a ton of points, hopefully awarded, but I don't get to do that. Sarah doesn't get to do that. We have to lean on our panel of judges to award Frito with his first qualifying lap, but I got high standards for that. I think he might take our number 1 qualifier out, Mike Knapp.
That's a hard one. So we did discuss in the drivers' meeting about 2 tires off versus 3 tires off. So our judges are definitely going to have to take a look at outer zone number 5, and we'll see how heavily they weigh that.
And just shy of that number 1 qualifying spot, an 80.66, Tim Frito Wilson, and gets an 80.66 in his first qualifying lap.
And our next driver is already taking his first qualifying run. We have Trevor Kernuka exiting outer zone number 1 just a little bit too early there, but he does a nice job getting into outer 2. Coming down the hill to grab outer zone number 3 in that S13 as he comes around, doing a nice job on that inner clip as well. Maybe not quite as quick as we see some other drivers here. Setting himself up for outer zone number 4, just barely kissing the edge of that as he transitions around a little bit too slowly into outer number 5. Again, just kissing the edge of that zone, coming across that reference point and up into the bank turn. It's a safe qualifying run, Mike.
He's definitely went through the checklist here. We'll see how his laps count in the judges' eyes here just momentarily. While our next driver warming up his tires back there in the bark box, Trevor Root piloting that LSA-powered E36 BMW. Root's ready to take his first qualifying lap on the back half of the road course. You can see him locked and ready, waiting for those lights to illuminate as we wait for Trevor's score of his first qualifying lap. And a 63 for Trevor, a 63. We'll put him into the bracket. We'll see if he can make some more improvements in his second qualifying lap. But up now we have Root ready to take his Q1.
I wish everyone could see you wearing a Premio sausage apron, Mike.
It's the way sausage should be.
Are they paying you American dollars yet for that?
They pay me in sausage. Real Italian sausage, real Italian taste.
All right, Trevor Root, the lights are out. Our hometown boy here tossing it in right at that first cone of the 3-2-1 cones, coming around to outer zone number 1, doing a nice job getting his rear tire all the way to the edge of that zone. Hey, when he's on, he's on. Grabbing outer zone number 2, a little left foot brake there as he comes down the hill to grab outer zone number 3, exactly where this car should be. Doing a nice job getting inner clip number 1, the one and only, coming around to outer zone number 4. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Transitioning around nice and smooth to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. This guy looks absolutely dialed as he comes across that reference point, throwing it up into the bank. Nice and high. Guys, give it up for Trevor Root.
Root planting himself into the bracket here with a great qualifying run. We'll have to see how our judges are going to weigh this. He needs to take out our number 1 qualifier, which I still believe is Mike Knapp.
It is Mike Knapp. And now Trevor Root did demote himself to Trevor Twigg last weekend at Formula Drift New Jersey. But we're going to see if he can be re-promoted back to Trevor Root.
I am Root. Normally out there on grid helping corral our drivers out and about. Kyle Supko is ready, locked, loaded for his first qualifying lap here on the road course of another round of the Gambler. Let's see if we got the score in for Root's first qualifying lap as I look angrily at our judges panel. And we have a new number 1 qualifier, Trevor Root.
He's got a 90.3. He is our P1, and Kyle Supko goes and takes his first qualifying run there, tossing the car in. Kyle's got a ton of laps on this track as well. I believe this is his first competition. Exiting outer zone number 1 just a little bit early there as he comes around to outer zone number 2. He's looking like he's got it back on track, grabbing outer zone number 3 and coming around to that inner clip. Let's see what he does with outer zone number 4, coming in nice and wide, firing off to put his car in that zone. Nicely done there as he comes around to the People's Corner. Everyone can see you. Don't make any mistakes. And he does not as they come around to that reference point and transitioning up into that final bank turn of outer zone number 6. Again, just leaving it a little bit early, but it's still a decent qualifying run.
Kyle making those Valinos work for him. You can see that red Valino decal on the side of some of these cars. Valino graciously putting a contingency in. If you've been running those Valino tires and display that red sticker and you end up on top of the box, they're going to give you some new circles to take home. Definitely a big shout to Valino for helping support the E-Town Gambler as well as all of our event sponsors. As our next driver getting ready, playing double duty this weekend, Connor O'Sullivan. Both competing in our 235 class and our unlimited, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, his name's on the bottom of the list too. So he's playing both classes this weekend. Let's see how he fares with a 235 tire on the back of his car and his first qualifying lap. And Kyle get a 74.3, a 74.3 for Kyle Supko.
Connor O'Sullivan on the line to take his first qualifying run. He is one of 2 drivers, I believe, today that's competing in both of these classes. Tossing in that S14 nice and early with a ton of angle. He was on the top of the box in Pro Spec last weekend as well, so he's been on a tear. doing a great job on outer zone number 1 as he transitions to grab just the edge of outer zone number 2, coming down the hill with a ton of speed, putting it in the end of outer zone number 3 and transitioning across that inner clip as he comes around to outer zone number 4. I'm watching you. All right, nice job there from Connor O'Sully. Coming around to the people's corner, slowing up just a little bit to grab that zone. We can hear that V8 screaming as he transitions across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. Give it up, Connor O'Sullivan.
Deposited the rear bumper right over the finish line there. A solid lap for his first qualifying. O'Sullivan. Definitely looking forward to the rest of his qualifying, both in 235 and the Unlimited. Well, good luck to that. Okay. Neil McCardle waiting for his first qualifying lap here, sitting back there, that Corolla ready for his Q1. Now, you young bucks don't know about these Corollas, but they get down, you know? And if they don't get down, they get up. And an 81 for Connor O'Sullivan, an 81. All right, looks like Neil got the okay from the judges' tent as the lights illuminate Neil piloting that AE86 Corolla, the coupe. Shooting down here. Just be patient, he's coming. And here we go, before that last initiation point. Gets it on the outside of the track. And I'm telling you, you got to watch out for them Corollas. Loose cannons, loose cannons. It's all right, he's going to take the exit stage right. Unfortunate turn of events for Neil's first qualifying lap. This is another warning. The wind seems to be picking up. If your tents are not anchored in the pits, please do not make them projectiles.
Up next on the line is Colin Cressett, another driver that is at pretty much every single competition here. Super aggressive. I know he wants a podium real bad, so let's see if he can put down a qualifying run that's going to set himself up nicely for it.
Yeah, that's right, Sarah. And to be completely frank, Colin is deserving of a box. That dude drives hard every single time. Little errors always taking him out of the battle.
Absolutely. And I think he's always been just outside of the podium as well, like 4th, 5th, 6th. He's a contender for sure. And I missaid what his car was, what his engine was. So it's a single turbo. He wants everyone to know that. All right, here's his first qualifying run here. Tossing it in there to outer zone number 1. Doing a great job getting all the way to the edge of the track, maybe even dipping a tire. Again, a ton of aggression as he comes to grab outer zone number 2, all the way in that zone as well. Picking up speed down the hill, going even wide on outer zone number 3. Really nicely done on that inner clip as well as he transitions around to outer zone number 4. Colin, detention. All right, here he comes around to the people's corner of outer zone number 5. Doing a great job on that corner as well as he comes around across the reference point and throwing it up into the bank turn nice and high there. Maybe could have had a little bit more angle, but really nicely done.
Yeah, Colin doing a solid job through his first qualifying lap here on the road course of the Gambler. We'll have to wait for our judges' final verdict as they were reviewing this same instant replay footage you guys can see online. If you guys aren't already both at home and here in person, jump on Raceway Park's YouTube and Facebook, get signed in, and see the sick drone footage from our guys over here just to our left. Yeah, you guys are great. And the rest of y'all can see what our judges are looking at to see where they're coming up with all these numbers.
Nobody is more locked in than our drone pilots. They're absolutely locked in. Look at them. And we couldn't do it without them either.
This would be a good time to run a prank on that guy. He can't see what's going on.
Michael.
What, you just send a feather up his leg or something like that? Just...
No, you weirdo. Just stick to sausage, okay?
And here we go, Chris Knapp snapping in with that 135 BMW, getting saucy out through outside zone number 1. Really stomping on that BMW, get it out to outside zone number 2 as he comes down the hill to outside 3, getting the back end of that 1 series all the way where he needs to go. Rotates past that inside clip, avoiding our cones. Let's see if he can dial it in for outside 4 as he does. Quick rotation up to outside 5, the people's corner. Chris Knapp doing exactly what our judges need to see. You guys can see that Valino tire sticker on the quarter panels. He shoves it up next to that Raceway Park sign to finish off super solid. And across the finish line for Chris Knapp in his first qualifying lap.
And before we look at the replay, we do have a score for Colin Cressett. Colin Cressett with a 77.6. Nicely done there. Decent amount of points on the board, and he does have a second qualifying run as well. Chris Knapp, of course, we're watching his replay now, putting down an absolute heater, maybe a few mistakes here and there. The judges are going to take a look and let us know a score for his run as well.
Our next driver already up on the line, locked and loaded, is Nate Chen, piloting that FD RX-7. Nate, no stranger to the Gambler Series, already stood on top of a podium, looking to get another good result here, but first he needs to get past the qualifying with our judges. Well, let's see how Nate Chen fares with his first qualifying lap here on the road course of another round of the Gambler.
Taking his first qualifying run here is Nate Chen in that RX-7. He looks really good in this chassis typically. Getting into outer zone number 1 just a little bit late there as he comes around to grab outer zone number 2. Doing a nice job on 2, bringing a ton of speed, going a little bit wide, coming down for 3, but does a nice job on there as well. Transitioning, taking that cone with him as he sets himself up for outer zone number 4. Doing a nice job getting all the way in that zone, looking fluid as he sets himself up for the people's corner of outer zone number 5. Pouring smoke as he comes around to that initiation point, across the reference point on the track, and then up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. A nice first qualifying run by Nate Chen.
Nate getting a little front tire smoke going up into that bank with a big shove to get him into that last outside zone number 6. We'll see how our judges fare after they do the math, relay it over, and we average out our 3 judges' scores. A solid qualifying lap out of Chen, irregardless. Chris Knapp with a 75.3. Chris Knapp with a 75.3 for his first qualifying lap. Our next driver sitting on the grid waiting for take his first qualifying lap is Jake Lipton, piloting that C5 Corvette, patiently waiting for the green light. All right, looks like it's official with an 80.3 for Nate Chen and 80.3 for Nate Chen. That brings us to our next driver already patiently waiting is Jake Lipton, piloting that C5 Corvette. And as I speak, he shoots down for that initiation well before that last initiation cone. Gets in himself into outside zone number 1 as he's little left foot brake to keep himself in the zone as he shoots out to outside zone number 2. Lipton doing a good job as he shoves back down the hill for outside 3. Keeping that C5 Corvette nice and planted through the whoops, bumps, and inside center section here at the road course. A big shove in the outside 4, a little deep, getting that rear axle past the track limits as he goes up into outside 5. Keeps it on the asphalt this time as Lipton rotates that C5 Corvette past that reference point, back up to the bank here at Raceway Park, and hopefully keeps the taillights out of the wall as he does as Lipton finishes off nice and strong.
Really nicely done there. He did go a little bit wide in outer zone number 4, but super smooth in outer zone number 5, which I know the judges were wanting to look for. We can see his replay here. He left a few points on the board, a few errors here and there. Not quite as deep in outer 1 as we'd like him, but other than that, I thought he looked pretty dialed.
Definitely a great first qualifying lap out of Lipton. What a tongue twister. We're just waiting for our judges to give our final numbers in. We'll see how Jake fares. Our next driver sitting on the line, Kevin Rosowski, piloting that BMW E30, waiting to take his Q1. And Lipton with a 77.6, a 77.6 for Jake Lipton.
Up next, we have Kevin Rosowski, another guy who is always in competition here. Super aggressive, tossing it in right at that first cone of the 3-2-1 cones. Going a little bit wide on entry, but he does manage to pull it together to grab all the way to the edge of outer zone number 1. Coming around to outer 2, just absolutely, he was picking up speed, but slows down a little bit for outer zone number 3. Positioning himself nicely on that inner clip and transitioning out all the way to outer zone number 4. Nicely done in outer 4. Great job in outer 5 as well, slowing down just a little bit to get all the way in that zone. Doing a great job filling that zone completely as he transitions across that reference point and up into the wall. That bank turn of outer zone number 6. Give it up for him.
Rosowski getting it done here in his first qualifying lap. Kevin doing a great job, as Sarah just said. Kevin, always throwing it down out here at the Gamblers. Looking forward to see how our judges are going to score his first qualifying lap. Our next driver standing all the way back on the other side of the road course, Pepperoni Parrish, waiting to take his first qualifying lap. And an 82.6 for Kevin Rosowski, an 82.6. Definitely placing himself in the high side of our scores, but we still have a second qualifying lap to run through as we patiently wait for Jake Parrish's first qualifying lap.
Jake Parrish sitting on the line. Pepperoni Parrish to all of you guys. He's known for this and pit biking around pretty much everywhere. Love him. Here we go. Let's see what he's got there in that SR20 powered S13. Tossing it in, looking super smooth as he comes around to outer zone number 1. Doing a decent job staying settled in that zone, maybe leaving it just a hair early to grab outer zone number 2. Jake coming down the hill to grab outer 3, picking up speed there. Not a ton of angle going into that zone, but looking dialed as he passes that inner clip and transitions to outer zone number 4. I'm going to need to see a little bit more aggression out of him there, but he does manage to grab that zone, tossing it in there. Too wide.
I saw it. That cone. He was talking smack. He hit him. He deserved it.
That was just for you guys. That is going to be a 0 for Jake Parrish on his first run, but luckily
he finishes off super strong, rides it out Mario Kart, and stays in the throttle. Pepperoni Parrish, everybody, make some noise.
Can somebody get him like a 4-leaf clover or like, I don't know. He needs a little bit of luck, man. Unreal.
Our next driver on the line, Tyler Hallman, waiting to take his first qualifying lap. Hallman got the green light, and here we go for his first qualifying lap here in a 235 class at the E-Town Gambler. Let's see how Hallman fares as he initiates well before that last initiation cone. Gets that Mustang planted back out into outside zone number 1. Hallman rotates back out to outside 2, doing a good job. A lot of momentum coming down the hill as he sets himself up for outside 3. Hallman needs to keeps himself composed over the bumps, across that inside clip, and out into outside 4. Slight touch with the rear axle to the cone as he clicks through outside 4 and rotates back into the people's corner. Just barely staying on the asphalt there with that New Edge Mustang as he runs down to the reference point, back up to the bank here at Raceway Park. And it looks like he's going to finish off nice and solid, nice and strong out of Hallman for his first qualifying lap.
We can check out the replay here as the judges calculate the scores. He did have a little bit of a hiccup on entry and a correction in outer zone number 1, but in my opinion, other than that, looked pretty dialed. I think he's leaving a few points on the board here. Obviously, no issue with outer 3 or that inner clip. I think he did a really great job on outer 4 as well. Obviously, that is my area of expertise. You know, a few areas of correction, but other than that, I think he did a really decent first qualifying run. But of course, it's not up to me and Mike, so let's see what the judges have to say.
I just watched Jake get out of his car to assess damage and gave it a little shoulder shrug, and I think he's good. Jake, are you good? I didn't see a thumbs up, but I think he's good. An 82 for Tyler Hallman, an 82 for Tyler and his Mustang.
Taking his first qualifying run now is Alex Lepore, tossing it in there, our other Mustang. Just a little bit too wide, but he manages to get it back together for that first outer zone. Doing a nice job transitioning to that second outer zone. Just a little touch in there as he comes down the hill, grabbing barely the edge of outer 3. See if he can get it back together for outer 4. Coming nice and wide, but again, just grabbing just the edge of that. We'd like to see him a little bit deeper here as he comes around to outer zone number 5. Nicely done as he finishes off with the People's Corner and transitions over that reference point. He misses that just a little bit. And again, just a skosh low on the bank. Overall, a decent line, but just not quite as aggressive as we'd really like him to see. A lot of times, Mike, the entry sets the tone for the rest of the run. And with that error, it could have gone really bad, but I think he was able to pull it back together pretty well.
Yeah, our guys out here and girls are competing out, trying to get their qualifying done. With a driver behind there, it's definitely not how we would like that first entry to go or that outside zone, but he cleans it up, and this is qualifying. So we'll see how many points he accumulated with our judges here. But it looks like, unfortunately, it's going to be no points. Because of his entry, our judges has clarified that as a 0. Unfortunate turn of events for Alex, but he'll have another chance in his second qualifying lap.
The judges were pretty clear in the drivers' meeting that 3 tires off is a 0, and they seem to be sticking to that. But other than that, again, a decent run. We'll see what he's got for his second qualifying run. This is Dmitry Brutsky in here, huh? Dmitry piloting an S14. I was not ready to see this. Showing us what he's got in outer zone number 2.
And a shutdown out of Dmitry. But that doesn't mean he's going to stop.
Is this a chassis we've ever seen him drive before, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, he waved to me in grid, and I didn't realize it was him at first. But it looks like Dimitri's comfortable enough. As Bruski finishes off his lap here, an unfortunate turn of events, a little bit of an error going through outside zone 2 down to outside 3. Definitely not what we need to see in our lead laps. That's probably going to result in a 0 from our judges, and it's official. It is going to be a 0 from Dmitry as we move on to our next 235 class driver, piloting that Fox Body Mustang, Chelsea Denofa.
If we know Dmitry, he'll probably get it together for that second qualifying run. He's definitely a contender, so we'll see what he's got for
I
us.
think when that front fender came off, he lost so much downforce that he got scared, and then he just shut it down. He's going to get that thing zip-tied back on. He'll be great.
Stranger things have happened, Mike. Here goes Chelsea Denofa tossing it in there way early. As expected, a ton of aggression from him. Getting nice and wide, looking absolutely planted in outer zone number 1. Exiting outer 1 to go grab outer zone number 2, just grabbing the edge of that zone, picking up speed down the hill all the way in outer 3. Nicely done as he transitions across that inner clip and around to outer zone number 4. I'm watching. Does a nice job grabbing about a midline through that zone and transitioning to outer zone number 5, the People's Corner, with his tire all the way on the edge of the track. Really nicely done there, looking fluid as he transitions across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Give it up for Chelsea Denofa.
Denofa with that ego boost screaming through our road course here at the E-Town Gambler. We'll have to see how Chelsea weighs out with our judges. And that will be the last of our first qualifying runs of the 235 class as we flip it all the way back. And our next driver, our first driver out, Adam Daniels, locked and loaded, ready to take his next qualifying lap. If you guys aren't paying attention, this is your warning in the pits. 235, your second qualifying lap is underway. I repeat, the second qualifying of the 235 class is underway. If you guys are joining us online, thank you for joining us both on Facebook and YouTube. This is the 235 qualifying. We're about to run these guys back one more time and then get into our unlimited drivers. We have 25 competing 235 class drivers here today. Looking forward to the battle bracket for these guys, but first we have to finish that second lick through of qualifying, and Adam Daniels waiting as we have an 89.66 for Chelsea Denofa, an 89.6. And here we go, Adam Daniels taking his Q2. First of our second qualifying laps here at the E-Town Gambler here on the road course as Daniels looks well more composed. A little bit of a bobble there. Unfortunately, it looks like those mechanical issues are going to shut him down again.
Unfortunately, that was a big goose egg. Oh, my God.
Yeah, an unfortunate turn of events for Adam Daniels. No stranger to the Gambler Series. Unfortunately, not going to fly.
Adam
Daniels with 2 zeros. That's what Sarah was trying to say. He's got 2 circles.
Thanks, Mike. I wouldn't have put it in so many words.
Don't worry, Sarah. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Test, test. Steve, I got nothing.
Check, check. Check, check. Can anyone hear us?
Hello, hello. Test, test. Test,
check,
test.
check, check.
Test, test. Test, test. Hello? Test, test.
Check, 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 check. Can you guys hear me?
Test, test. Oh, test, test. Got nothing. Test, test. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. Little technical difficulties there as Mike Sampson taking his second qualifying lap. If you guys are just tuning in, you just missed Adam Daniels' second qualifying lap. He got another 0, unfortunately, due to mechanical errors as Sampson finishing up his second qualifying lap. Let's run it back up to the judges' tower to see how he fares.
We're going to check out the replay here. Doing a great job. Super aggressive entry. Doing a decent job with outer zone number 1. Could have been just a little bit deeper if we want a perfect zone, but still looking really fluid, really fast as he comes down to grab outer zone number 3. He transitions across that inner clip and out to outer zone number 4, making me proud. I love a nice fluid run through 4, showing the car control, setting himself up for outer zone number 5. I don't know, Mike. This is looking to be a really high-scored run. He is sitting on a 75.33. It's got to be higher than that. I'm going to put money on it since we are at the Gambler.
I got $1. Waiting on those scores from Mike Sampson. An 89.33 out of Mike Sampson, an 89.33. All right, here we go. Rhoda taking that second qualifying lap here. Trying to get that FRS dialed in the outside zone number 1. It looks like he's just shy of the outside. Trying his best to get into outside 2. It looks like he's going to set himself up well for outside 3. Needs to rotate through the bumps and the swoops through that inside clip. Does a good job as he rotates that FRS out into outside 4. A bit shy from the box. Sarah's not going to like that as he rotates up into people's corner around the hairpin here. Keeping that rear axle in the box is all the judges want to see as he rotates, which looks like a BRZ. I can see the badge from here. And it looks like he's going to finish without any contact, no pepperoni perishing. He looks like he's doing okay.
He is sitting on a 0 for his first run. Unfortunately, there was a ton of errors in that run as well, missing outer zone number 4. Straight to detention from me.
Points are points.
Points are points. However, I will say the most clutch kicks, I think, in a single run thus far. So that's got to count for something, right?
And Rhoda with a 66.6, getting enough points to put him into the bracket. Rhoda with a 66.6. An unfortunate turn of events. We're getting word that Jimmy Revert not able to make it back to the line after that mechanical failure in Q1. Definitely not like how we want to see Jimmy goes out. Jimmy's always been a heater here at the Gambler Series, but an unfortunate turn, and sometimes that's racing.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to make it out for competition as well. He is sitting on 2 zeros. So we have Steven Weiss up next, entering, tossing it in there, looking super confident as he comes up to outer zone number 1, feathering that throttle in that zone. Our judges were looking for a little more throttle commitment from him after that first run. Looks like we have a little bit more, picking up some speed as he comes down to outer zone number 3, getting across that inner clip there to outer zone number 4. Let's see what he's got here as he comes around to that zone, just around to the edge as he comes into outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Nicely done there as he comes around that zone, transitioning across the reference point and up into the bank turn. I'd say he grabbed some more points for sure with that nice high line.
A little butt boop to finish it off nice and strong for his second qualifying lap. Steve doing a good job out here. We'll see how he fares in the judges' eyes. Already with enough points to get him placed into the bracket with a 66.3, but definitely a ton of points left on the board. Let's see if he can snag a few of them from our tough panel of judges here at the Gambler. And Steve with a 77.6 to 77.6, finding a few more points on the board to get him a little higher into our battle bracket. Yeah, I'm really glad y'all are listening to me that well. All right, here we go. Danner taking his second qualifying lap.
Luke Danner coming around to outer zone number 1. Looking pretty smooth, but a few adjustments in outer zone number 1 as he comes around to outer zone number 2. Looks like he's getting it back together as he comes down the hill to grab outer 3. Transitioning across that inner clip, a little bit more angle than we saw the first time around. Come on, let's go. Outer zone number 4. Slows down just a little bit for that zone, exits it a little bit early, but he looks settled as he comes into outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. coming across the track to grab that reference point and transitioning up into the bank. Nice and high as we expect from him. And our fans of the Smokin' Cowboys are cheering him on as he comes across that line.
Luke doing a solid job in that GS300, that big booty car, taking out our cones on the backside while he's keeping that axle on the asphalt. Already sitting on a 74.33, looking for a few more points out of his second qualifying lap here at the 235 Gambler class.
If anyone is wondering why the scores are decimal points, we take the direct average of the 3 scores from our 3 judges, and sometimes those decimal points help us decide a tiebreaker. It comes down sometimes to a few fractions of a point here at the Gambler. It's a pretty tight competition.
Just do better, and you get less decimals.
Wow, Mike, thanks. What incredible insight.
You know, I'm just here to do the hard work. Our next driver waiting for the lights to illuminate. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Michael Knapp, piloting his S13, waiting for his second qualifying lap. And a 76.3 for Danner, a 76.3. Mike Knapp taking his second qualifying lap here as he burns back the backside of the road course. Initiates well before that last initiation point. Getting up into the box of outside zone number 1, keeping that S13 planted where it needs to be. Knapp doing a good job as he rotates through 2, down the hill, setting himself up for outside 3. Knapp taking out both sides, both clips to the backside of that outside zone as he rotates into outside 4, keeping Sarah happy as he rotates back into People's Corner. Got to keep the tires on the asphalt as he does. Makes a noise for Mike Knapp as he goes over that reference point, back up here to the Raceway Park Bank, outside zone number 6, keeps it out of the rubbles and off the wall and across the finish line. Makes a noise for Mike Knapp in his second qualifying lap.
Something controversial here, Mike. Although I am a big fan of the V8, I think that is my favorite sounding car that's not a V8. I don't know if I'll get beat up for that.
Did you take your meds today?
No. We're off the reservation,
all right, well,
dude.
Moving on.
All right, let's check out some of his replay here. He's absolutely moving through this course, the fluidity that the judges are looking for, doing a nice job, maybe leaving a few points on the board for not being as deep in every single zone, but honestly, I think we're splitting hairs here. He's already sitting on a pretty nice score.
With an 82 in his last lap, he looks like he's going to hopefully make some small improvements, but we have to wait for our judges' official score. Waiting while we wait, Daniel Ruscio on the other side of the track, ready to take that green light for his second qualifying run. And Knapp does find a few more points with an 84.33 and 84.33. And Ruscio gets that green light illuminated for his second qualifying lap, piloting that BMW E36 as he shoots down the backside of the road course here at the E-Town Gambler. This is the 235 class as Ruscio gets himself clicked into outside zone number 1. Doing a good job keeping the backside of that E36 where it needs to be as he rotates back over to outside zone number 3. A ton of momentum coming down the hill. Let's see if he, a big shove away from outside zone number 3. Gets that inside clip. Let's see if his trunk can help him out, put him where he needs to go into outside 4. And a bit shy, a little too much sauce. Let that thing float out. Danny Ruscio keeping it out of the dirt, though, on the asphalt on the backside of the... That car wants to move sideways real good, real good.
I believe they call that side bite, Mike.
Okay. Ruscio taking his second qualifying lap here at the Gambler. Let's see if he can put some more points on the board, get him a little higher up into our battle bracket. And he got one more point, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel Ruscio with a 66.6. Oh, I'm sorry, 67.6 from his previous 66.
There's a lot of decimals on this spreadsheet that we're looking at right now. Up next on the line, we have Lewis Lands for his second qualifying run. He has no bumpers, but at least we are still on the track here as he's coming up outer zone number 1. Transitioning across the track to outer zone number 2. We practically can't see him through the smoke here. Pulling a little bit of angle out as he goes into 3, but does a nice job on that inner clip. Setting himself up for outer zone number 4. I am watching, buddy. He does a pretty decent job in outer 4, pouring smoke as he transitions through the... Nice and wide, transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. That was nicely done. A great save from his first run.
Lewis setting himself up with that Corvette to get some points out of our judges. Definitely going to leave a little bit on the board. A little bit of wobble, setting himself into his zones, but nonetheless, going through the checklist for our judges, we'll have to see where they weigh him and place him into our battle bracket. This is our second round of qualifying here for our 235 driver class. If you guys are unaware what the 235 class means, these guys are restricted to a 235 millimeter tire. We also have only a select amount of brands and models that are available to our drivers, so this is as close as a spec class as we could possibly get. But if that's not your sauce, wait just a little bit longer. We have the unlimited class, the high roller class, and that is a run what you brung. Whatever flies out there, as long as you get to the top of the box, winner takes all. And Lewis with a 75, definitely needed those points to get him into the battles here, but he gets it done with a 75.
Up next, we have the loose cannon himself, Tim Frito Wilson. He is sitting on an 80.66, pretty high up there. Let's see if he can grab a few more points on the board. Hawking it in there super early, as we expect from him. All the throttle commitment coming up to outer zone number 1. Looking absolutely settled, getting all the way to the edge of outer 1. Really nicely done there. Floating it into outer zone number 2. Doing a decent job as he comes down the hill. Just grabbing the edge of outer 3, setting himself up for that inner clip. Nicely done on that inner clip, and here's where I start judging you. Nice and wide, and all the way in outer zone number 4. Great job, Tim. When he comes around to the people's corner, you gotta stand out the window. He's waving at you guys. That's all for our fans there in the people's corner as he transitions across that reference point and up into the bank turn. This man is confident. Give it up for Tim Frito Wilson.
Arm out the window, chilling. That's why he's a legend. If you don't know about Frito, now you do. If you guys are just joining us on the internet, welcome to the 235. This is the E-Town Gambler. This is the 235 second lap of qualifying going down right now, and we're about to get into our unlimited drivers right after. You guys have tuned in at the right time. The action is just getting started here over on the road course. If you guys are joining us here live and in person, don't forget to tip your bartenders, stop in the Sneaky Pete's, grab a refreshing drink, wander around, say hello to your favorite driver, and check out their machine. But we'll get right back to the action as Trevor's down here to take his second qualifying lap.
Trevor Chernuka tossing it in there to outer zone number 1. A little bit of a conservative entry. Doesn't quite get into outer 1 as early as we would like him to get. Oh, got hair in my mouth. All right, doing a great job coming down from outer 2 to outer 3. Again, just grabbing the very edge of that zone, transitioning not quite as much angle as we'd like to see on that inner clip. But he does manage to get all the way out to outer zone number 4. That is what I'm talking about. Nicely done there, Trevor. Coming around to the people's corner, all the way in that zone. Nicely done as well. Give it up for Trevor as he transitions across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. Again, just a little bit low on that bank. We'd like him higher, ideally. But a nice run by Trevor. He's definitely going to get some points for that one.
Yeah, Trevor sitting with a 63, looking to make some improvements here to set him higher up into the bracket. But nonetheless, as Sarah stated, he's got the points. We'll just have to see how the judges' math works out. And Frito with an 89. Frito with an 89 on his second qualifying. And Trevor walks away with a 72, a 72.
He does better his score. Got a few more points there, 72. Definitely going to set himself up well for competition. Trevor Root on the line and setting himself up for that entry there for his second qualifying run. Tossing it in there into that first outer zone, getting all the way to the edge of that zone as he comes around. Pouring smoke, so we cannot see him grab outer zone number 2, but luckily the drone does. Coming around to that third outer zone, grabbing the inner clip and setting himself up for outer zone number 4. Doing a nice job there on outer 4, absolutely moving as he comes around. Make sure he doesn't slow up too much for the people's corner of outer zone number 4. The crowd is cheering as he transitions across that reference point and up into the bank of outer zone number 6. Nice and high. Give it up for Trevor Root, guys. I think he even left some body panels in the bank there.
Trevor Tree. Root doing a solid job in his second qualifying lap here at the E-Town Gambler. This is the 235 class. If you guys are just tuning in, you didn't miss anything yet. We're still in our qualifying. We still have our high roller class right after that. Trevor Root with an 88. He's going to hang on to his first qualifying score of a 90.3. Our next driver up on the line, normally out there corralling our drivers up, Kyle Supko, piloting his S14, ready to take his second qualifying lap here with that Valino sticker presented right there on the rear quarter panel or window. Either way, Kyle flicks himself into outside zone number 1. Just shy of outside zone number 1, keeping that S14 away from where the judges want to see it as he sets himself up for outside 2. And a shutdown exit stage left. An unfortunate turn of events for Supko and his S14.
We hope his car is doing all right, but props to him for getting off the course. You can tell it's a true grid worker when he exits quickly and clears the track. So thank you there. I hope his car is doing all right and we can see him out in competition. He is going to hang on to that 74.33 as his first qualifying score.
One of our drivers playing double duty in both classes this weekend, Connor O'Sullivan, just got the green light to take his second qualifying lap here. Already sitting with an 81 in Q1, looking to get a few more points, bleed him out of our judges here as he's playing danger with the outside of our track through outside zone number 1 as he rotates back up to outside 2. O'Sullivan doing a good job as he comes down the hill. A little bit of a wobble, reset for outside 3 as he gets curled back around for that inside clip. That S14 working his way through, checks into outside, rotates back up to the people's corner. O'Sullivan doing a good job. Out of the dirt, over the reference point, and back up to the bank wall here at Raceway Park. Stomping on the limiter across the finish line. Big shout to Connor O'Sullivan, already sitting with a 81, looking to make some improvements.
We can check it out here, him going just a little bit wide on outer zone number 1. Not a common error for him. Normally he looks pretty dialed. Again, Mike said he is sitting on that 81, so he's definitely going to get into competition and probably fairly high, but we'll see if the judges award him any more points for the second run.
And O'Sullivan finds a few more points with an 84.33. An 84.33 for Connor. Neil ready to get redemption on his second qualifying lap. Let's see how the Corolla fares on his second lick through of the road course here at the 235 Gambler class. Neil already further than his first qualifying lap, gets himself set up to outside zone number 1. A bit of shallow angle, setting himself up to get that power band set for outside 2 and down the hill for outside 3, making that Corolla work for as he rotates through that inside clip. That thing screaming as he dumps into outside 4. And a definite improvement over his first qualifying lap as Neil keeping it on the asphalt, going through the people's corner with some confidence here. Sitting on the limiter over the reference point, back up to the bank wall. Let's see if he can finish off nice and strong, get some points on the board, make some boys for Neil in that Corolla, getting it done here in that 235 class.
Hey, if nothing else, he's exciting the crowd here. We want to see that 86 just throwing down. So nicely done there. We'll wait for our judges to see what kind of score he's got on that run.
Colin Cressette, tires are warmed up, waiting for the lights to illuminate to allow his second qualifying run. We've already spoken very highly of Colin, always a contender here at the Gambler. Right now in the 235 class, that means he's been restricted down to a 235 millimeter tire in the rear of the car. Let's see how he fares on his second qualifying lap. And Neil gets some points on the board with a 75.3, a 75.3 for Neil.
All right, Colin Cressette taking his second qualifying run here, looking very aggressive as he comes around to outer zone number 1. He puts it right in that zone all the way to the edge. That is how you run that zone. Also nicely done in outer zone number 2. Not quite as deep, but he comes down the hill there to grab outer zone number 3, transitioning across that inner clip and to outer zone number 4. I am judging you. And he does a nice job on that zone as well, transitioning to the people's corner of outer zone number 5. Nicely done all the way to the edge of the track, tipping one tire as he lets that VQ scream across that reference point and up to the bank turn. Nice and high on the wall as we expect from him. Man, that's got to be a few more points. He is sitting on a 77.66 for his first qualifying run.
For you guys at home watching the replay, you're watching Colin pilot that G35 here through outside zone number 1 as he rotates back through outside 2. Colin did a fantastic job here in qualifying, looking to make the improvements, but we'll have to wait for our judges' math to conclude to see where he'll fall for his final score. And an 84.66 and 84.66 for Colin. And here we go, Chris Knapp piloting that 1 Series BMW. Knapp starting to put the power down now as he initiates well before that last initiation point. Gets into outside zone number 1. A bit shy at first, but he's really starting to lean in now as he completes outside zone number 1 and rotates down to outside 2. A little bit of a bobble there as he resets the BMW for outside 3. Going over the bump here in that inside clip. Rotates back out to the outside here for Sarah's outside zone 4. Knapp doing a good job, rotates nice and clean. Up into outside 5, the people's corner. Getting that BMW to sing. Down over the reference point and back up here to the Raceway Park bank as Chris Knapp's going to finish off nice and strong. Make some noise for the boy as he crosses over the finish line. We'll have to see how our judges weigh that. But Knapp already sitting on a 75.33. A 75.33. He's looking to make some improvements. We'll have to wait for our judges' math to conclude.
The judges are just checking out that error by Knapp. Other than that error out of outside zone number 2, it was a pretty flawless run. So they're going to take a look at that and go ahead and score that. But the second half of this run is, I almost have no notes. So he's probably going to lose a few points, but I'm gonna let the judges let them know that.
All right, finding a few more points on the board. Chris Knapp with a 78. Chris Knapp with a 78. Our next driver leaving the line as I speak, Nate Chen piloting that FD RX-7. Chen initiates well before that last initiation point. Needs to drive that RX-7 into outside zone number 1 as he does. A little blink on the screen there. Just make sure you're paying attention as Nate Chen dumps himself into outside 2. Getting super wide line as he sets himself for outside 3. Getting that Mazda rotated past that inside clip. And back out to Sarah's corner, outside 4. Chen doing a good job. A couple more boxes left on the checklist as he stomps back on the throttle to get that car out to the outside 5. Screaming over the reference point, back up to the bank. Let's see how he fares in out 6, keeping it off of the wall. And across the finish line makes noise for Nate Chen and his FDRX7. We'll have to wait for our judges' final score for his second lap, but he's already sitting with an 80.3, looking to find a couple more points. We'll see how he fares. Our next driver sitting on the line, Jacob Lipton. Jake piloting that C5 Corvette.
Jake Lipton might be getting iced because the judges are enjoying a slice of pizza while they score Nate Chen's run. I thought Nate Chen, his run looked pretty dialed, maybe went a little bit wide in 2 and just a small hesitation getting into the people's corner of outer zone number 5. Other than that, I thought he had a pretty solid run, so let's see if he can pick up some more points and better his 80.33 of that first qualifying run.
All right, our judges are inputting their scores. Our next driver sitting on the line, Jake, patiently waiting for that green light to illuminate so he can take his second qualifying lap here of the 235 Gambler class. And as I say that, the green light comes on and Lipton is away.
Nate Chen grabs an 85.33 as we can check out Lipton's entry here, tossing it in nice and aggressive to get to outer zone number 1. Looks really smooth as he enters that zone. Nicely done there. Pouring smoke as he gets into outer zone number 2. Our drone catches him coming down the hill to get into just the edge of outer zone number 3. Does a nice job on our one and only inner clip here at the road course of the Gambler. Does a nice job on outer zone number 2. We can see that duct tape on his bumper from here as he comes around the people's corner, dipping a tire. Little adjustment there, transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank of outer zone number 6. Maybe even, he's catching the wall there. He got a little bit of wall as a consolation prize.
Yeah, out here on the road course, any colored smoke other than white is the danger zone. And the guy's getting up into the rubber on the bank wall. Definitely a dangerous spot to be, but he survives to get another lap around here on the road course. Lipton doing a solid job, a little avoidance here and there, but he'll put some points on the board for our judges. Our next driver sitting on the line, Kevin Rosowski in that red E30 BMW, patiently waiting for his second qualifying lap. Lipton with an 80.33, an 80.33 for Jake's second lap. As I say that, Kevin Rosowski shoots out from behind the lights and initiates down into outside zone number 1. Rosowski doing a good job getting into outside zone number 1, keeping that rear axle on the backside of the box as he gets that BMW set up for outside zone number 2. A good shove down the hill, plenty of momentum. His angle is set as he gets through outside zone number 3, curls back into that inside clip, takes out that inside clipping point. A good shove into outside 4, just tagging the outside. Rotates back into the people's corner. Rosowski keeping it out of the dirt, keeping it on the asphalt, making some noise for everybody as he goes past the grandstands here on the road course at Raceway Park, back up to the banner, and shuts her down but keeps it out of the wall. Rosowski keeping it dangerous, keeping it exciting.
Unfortunately, that is going to do it for his run. That's going to be a 0 on the second run, so he's going to keep that 82.66 of his first qualifying run.
Speaking of keeping it spicy, Pepperoni Parrish keeping the throttle down as soon as he met the bank wall. Basically got out, shrugged at it, said, car good. He went back out there, and now it's the time for his second qualifying lap. Jake Paris patiently waiting for his second qualifying lap and a little bit of redemption.
If he could just not I think he would be good.
I say he do.
We know he will do.
Yeah. All right, Pepperoni Parish coming down for his second qualifying lap. Make sure you remove your hats for the American flag flying from his headlight. As Pepperoni Parish keeping it interesting already through outside zone number 1. Rotates back down to outside 2. Hopefully he makes it all the way back to the bank wall. Jake Parrish doing a great job through outside 2 and 3. Great job through that inside clip. Sets himself up for outside 4. Let me remove my hat as he goes through the people's corner. He's got to keep that S13 out of the turn. He does not. Entertaining nonetheless. And here we go, redemption time for Pepperoni Parish as he throws it into outside 6. Much better. Much better improvements.
The people are stoked to see it. They're loving that American flag and the multicolored S13 of Jake Pepperoni Parish. He went 2 tires off in outer zone 1 and also in outer zone 5 of the people's corner. So I think the judges are definitely going to dock some points there. But other than that, no major errors that would cause it to have a 0, at least in my opinion, Mike. So he should get some points on the board and get into our competition later today.
All our drivers obviously want to put down a 100-point qualifying run, but sometimes just points on the board gets your weekend started. And some of these guys just need to finish a lap to get into the battle bracket. And Pepperoni Parish with a 72.6. A 72.6. Jake cleans it up and gets into our top 32 here in the 235s. Tyler Hallman taking his second qualifying lap here, piloting that Mustang as he shoves himself back from the backside of the road course. Initiates well before that last initiation cone. Just shy of the box at first, but gets in super deep of outside 1, pulls out a little wavy as he gets through that zone, but sets himself up for outside 2. A good outside 2 as he gets all the way down the hill to outside 3. Hallman definitely cleaning it up now as the lap progresses. That inside clip off of the checklist, rotates back into outside 4, Sarah's corner. Looks like Sarah will be pleased. Hallman, a little bit of a wiggle there going to outside 5, but he cleans it up quickly. Snaps that Mustang back out, down toward the reference point, back up to the bank. Keep it out of the danger rubble. And it looks like he's going to survive that second qualifying lap. Hallman already with some points on the board, I believe.
An 82. I'm not sure if that run is going to be better than his initial run of an 82, but we'll have to defer to the judges on that one. Either way, he's set up pretty nicely for this competition, and he should be in within the top drivers with a score like that. So.
Our next driver sitting on the line, Alex Lepore, waiting to take his second qualifying lap. And a 77 for Hallman. He's going to hang on to his first qualifying score of an 82. Nonetheless, always a pleasure to see Hallman drive here. But we're going to move on to our next driver. Alex Lepore initiates well before that last initiation point. Gets himself into outside zone number 1. Doing a good job as he gets that rear axle on the backside of outside 1. Alex rotates over. Outside 2 next on the list. Doing a good job. Survives all the way down the hill to outside 3. Needs to rotate that Mustang back into that inside clip. Doing a good job through the whoops and swoops as he works his way into Sarah's corner, outside 4. That Mustang looks settled. A little bit of a bobble, a settling, if you will, into outside 5, but nonetheless getting back on the power here. Alex rotates back up to that final outside 6 to the Raceway Park side, all the way up on the bank wall. Survives another lap here of the 235 class of the Gambler.
I believe that'll be some points on the board there because he is sitting on a 0. So we're going to defer to the judges, see what they have to say. Overall, I think that was a much cleaner run than his first time. No major errors that I could see. Did a nice job with outer 1. Just kissing the edge of outer 2, so he may be leaving some points on the board there. Other than that, doing a nice job in outer zone number 3. Doing that clip how we want to see. A nice job in outer 4, if I remember correctly. Again, could have been just a little bit deeper, a little more aggressive, but still looking smooth coming into outer 5 of the people's corner. And then finishing it off strong, coming across that reference point, pouring smoke as he tosses it up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. He's looking much more confident than his first run, in my opinion, Mike.
We'll have to weigh in with the judges' final scores. Our other driver already set up for his second qualifying lap. Another driver looking for some redemption here, Dmitry Bruski, piloting that S14, patiently waiting for his second qualifying lap here of the 235 class. We have these last two drivers left of the 235 class. With that being said, we need our high rollers to start working their way out to the grid for their qualifying laps. And a 78.66 for Alex Lepore, a 78.66. And here we go, Dmitry Bruski taking his second qualifying lap.
Dmitry in that S14 tossed it in there right about the 2 of the 3-2-1 cone, doing a great job getting to outer zone number 1. His throttle commitment is unquestionable. This is where he messed up last time, but he looks to have it under control, maybe just getting the edge of outer 2, definitely leaving some points on the board there, transitioning through outer 3, getting that inner clip, making it way further than his first run. Nicely done on outer zone number 4, getting nice and wide, leaving that zone to set himself up for outer zone number 5. We cannot question his throttle commitment here, staying all the way through outer zone number 5, transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. Nicely done there, and that'll definitely be some points on the board.
Dmitry Bruski doing a great job in his second qualifying lap here. The second to last driver of our 235 class. We have one driver remaining to take his second qualifying run. We're waiting on the scores for Dmitry Bruski, hopefully putting some points on to get him into the bracket. But our next driver, our final driver, the 235 class, Chelsea Denofa, piloting that Fox body Mustang on the backside of the road course, patiently waiting for the green light to illuminate. And an 88 for Dmitry Bruski, an 88 for Dmitry Bruski.
Speaking of 88, we have Chelsea Denofa on the line there in his practice car, that EcoBoost Mustang. Tossing it in there nice and early, ton of aggression as he comes into outer zone number 1. We can hear that blow-up valve all the way from here. Love that build. Coming out of outer zone number 1, grabbing a decent job on outer zone number 2. A little e-brake grab to get him into outer 3.
Bless you.
What?
No, I'm just blessing him. Bless you.
He's sneezing all the way through the track, getting not quite as deep as I'd like to see in the beginning of outer 4, but manages to save it as he tosses it in there, looking fluid through outer zone number 5, transitioning across the track through that reference point, both rear tires through that. Nicely done as he tosses it up into the bank turn, outer zone number 6. Give it up for Chelsea Denofa.
Bless you. I think Chelsea's got allergies or something. Chelsea putting down another heater of a qualifying lap. We'll have to see how our judges are going to weigh it out, but that is the final 235 qualifying lap for this round of the Gambler. Make some noise for all those 235 class drivers as they have threw down, got some points on the board, and we're going to get them bracketed up. Well, they'll battle it out to see who will end up on the top of the box for the big checks. But don't go too far. This would be a great time for a quick bathroom break and a re-up in your drinks over at Sneaky Pete's Bar. But we are going to jump right into our unlimited, the high roller qualifying class in just a moment. So don't go too far. For you guys at home, blow up the chat, and we'll be back to the action here momentarily. And Chelsea Denofa with an 88.3 is going to hang on to his first qualifying score, an 89.66. We're going to do a quick 5-minute break just for our judges and our grid workers so they can get re-upped for another round of qualifying, but don't go too far as our high roller class, that unlimited run what you brung tires, are out for their qualifying laps in just a moment. Some heaters, some rocket ships of machines about to throw it down out here on track, so stay tuned. And thank you for joining us here at Raceway Park for another round of The Gambler.
All right, guys, if you went away to grab a snack or a drink, make sure you make your way back to the stands. We're going to start our unlimited high roller class in just a moment. We're going to send our first driver into the burnout box. We have Jordan Becker, who should be heading into the burnout box first to warm up his tires and kick off our high roller class. You're going to be hearing me on the microphone quite a bit because I believe my best friend Mike Perez is going to be running this one. I want to know if he's going to keep the Premio sausage apron on, and he's signaling that he is. So they must be really working out a deal with him for that one. But again, make your way back to the stands. The unlimited high roller qualifying will begin shortly. Thank you guys so much for joining us here at Raceway Park for the Gambler. We have a road course Gambler going on today. We're about to kick off our high roller division. First driver on the line is Jordan Becker. Take a quick second to explain this course for those of you who have not been watching the 235 Gambler class. We have 6 outer zones, 1 inner clip. We're going to watch Jordan demonstrate how this course should be run. These drivers are putting down 2 qualifying runs. Each one will be scored, and they take the better of both of these scores. From there, they'll be put into a bracket, and they're competing later on today, so all the action into one day just for you guys and also you guys watching at home. All right, our drone is in the air. We do have a drone pilot here to give you guys at home and everyone watching a great vantage point of these runs. The drone does not miss anything, so the judges are able to watch the replay, dissect how these drivers are putting down these runs, and score them appropriately. It comes in handy, especially during tandem competition later on today, so stay tuned for that. If you guys are watching in person, make sure you share the live stream link with all of your friends. Tell them to tune in. Make sure they feel nice and jealous for not turning out. If you're here in person, make sure you visit the grease trucks, get a snack. Sneaky Pete's is open. Grab a beverage, sit down, and enjoy the show that will begin momentarily. Now, these drivers do have to navigate this course of 6 outer zones and 1 inner clip. If you're watching at home, you're checking out Jordan in the burnout box right now, but he will have to navigate this course. There are 3 entry points. We need our drivers to be sideways by that 3rd initiation cone of the 3, 2, 1 cones, but they're welcome to enter as far as they want, as long as they're sideways by that cone. They come into a nice long first outer zone, up to a quick second outer zone before they head down the hill. There's another third outer zone at the bottom of the hill, then an inner clip, and then a fourth outer zone. This one is very difficult, so I like to keep an eye on that. Of course, they finish off with the People's Corner and then the bank turn. So here we go, Jordan Becker tossing in for his first qualifying run, entering nice and early, but we got a huge correction. He looks to have gripped up as he heads into outer zone number 2. I believe that may be a 0, but it looks like he's gonna finish off this run, chalk it up to a practice run, if you will. Doing a decent job getting it back together as he comes through that center section. I'm watching you on outer 4 there, buddy. Just knocks over the cone, misses most of outer 4. Nicely done on outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. As he transitions up into the bank, you gotta be really careful with that bank. We want our drivers high, but to stay out of the wall. He looks to be just like very, very gripped up there. I assume that's why the error happened on entry. We're watching the replay here. And it looks like it will be a 0 from our judges across the board, so that will not be a scored run, but luckily Jordan does have a second run in order to earn those points. But we'll go ahead to our second driver in competition here, Connor O'Sullivan, running both our Gambler and High Roller classes. You're allowed to do this, you just have to change tires in between, because for our Gambler class, we have a 235 tire rule, and the Unlimited class, the High Roller class, it's run what you brung. Connor O'Sullivan taking his first qualifying run, tossing it in there nice and early. That aggression that we know him for as he comes around outer zone number 1. Just a small correction there, maybe leaving that zone just a skosh early, just grabbing the edge of outer zone number 2, coming down the hill, gets into outer zone 3 nice and deep as he comes across that inner clip, just touching that clip as he comes around. Nicely done on outer zone number 4. He's moving as he sets himself up for outer zone number 5, coming around all the way with his tire at the edge of that zone. That is what we want to see out of our drivers through the People's Corner as he crosses that reference point and tosses it up into the bank turn. We can barely see him through all this smoke. The crowd is loving it. Give it up for Connor O'Sullivan on his first qualifying run. Bear with us here as our judges are checking out this replay. The same thing that you guys are seeing at home. They're calculating Connor O'Sullivan's first qualifying run in the high roller class. Keep in mind, he was just on a completely different set of tires with no practice in between. So he had a few bobbles here and there. I know the judges are going to take that into consideration. But the good news is he has a second qualifying run to go ahead and clean up some of those zones. I'm sure this one's going to be a highly scored run as well. And Connor O'Sullivan is going to get an 85.33 and 85.33 on his first qualifying run. Next up, we have Dirk Stratton, no stranger here to competition. He brought out his pro car for the occasion, tossing in that Corvette nice and early, firing off on the throttle to get to outer zone number 1. He looks absolutely settled as his car screams up the hill, exiting 1 to grab outer zone number 2, running about a midline down the hill. Just grabbing the edge of outer 3, pouring on the angle to grab that inner clip. Coming around to outer zone number 4, staying nice and wide, which is going to set himself up really nicely for that zone. And we were looking for a nice fluid run through outer zone number 5. Doing a great job on that there as he transitions across that reference point and up into the wall of that bank turn. Pouring on the smoke, pouring on the angle, across the line. Give it up, everybody, for Dirk Stratton. We can see a little bit of left foot brake out of Stratton as he comes into outer zone number 1 on the replay here. Really nicely done, looking settled in 1 as well as 2. We're looking for a really fluid run out of these drivers, especially on our big tire guys, our high roller class. He looks settled, he looks fluid. I think this is going to be a pretty high scored run, but I'm not a judge, so I'm going to defer and I'll let you know when we have a score. And we have an 83.66 for Dirk Stratton on his first qualifying run. That's an 83.66. Up next, we have Christian Nelson in that 350Z. Coming around, entering nice and early there on that 3-2-1 cone. Feathering the throttle, getting nice and wide, maybe even dropping a tire in outer zone number 1 as he snaps the transition for outer zone number 2. Our drone's flying in a bunch of wind behind him. Does a nice job on outer zone number 3, just barely touching that inner clip. Getting nice and wide. Nicely done on outer zone number 4. Let's see him transition around to the people's corner. Getting a little clutch kick. As he comes around the people's corner, transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. Wow, nicely done by Christian Nelson. Let's watch his replay here as our judges calculate the score. I will let you know when we have a score for Christian Nelson's first qualifying run. And we have an 82 even for Christian Nelson on his first qualifying run, an 82 even. I think the judges were docking just a few points there for dropping a tire and just being a little bit late to get into the zones. Other than that, a pretty decent run for his first qualifying run. Up next on the line, we have Reese Marin, the judge himself, normally up here in the booth with us. He decided to take that car for a spin this time. Entering pretty nicely, but a little bit late to get into outer zone number 1. He's settled in the zone now as he transitions through outer zone number 2. Does a nice job there as he comes down the hill, just grabbing the edge of outer zone number 3. Transitioning across that inner clip and around to outer zone number 4. A little bit late to get into that zone, but nicely done there, looking smooth as these transitions all the way to the edge of outer zone number 5. Really feathering that throttle through the people's corner, across that reference point, and up into the bank turn. Not a terrible run, but I have seen a lot more commitment from Reese. I think he might be doing a conservative first run. I hope he shows us a little bit more on his second qualifying run, but I'm going to defer to the judges who are going to watch this replay here, dissect that run, the same one you are seeing right now, and we'll let you know when we have a score for Reese Marin's first run. And we have a 77.33 for Reese Marin, a 77.33. Up next on the line in red is Brian Hoplamazian, the immortal mulch baron himself, B-Hop. Let's see what he's got for us in that Golden-powered MA Motorsports S13. Brian Hop tossing it in there. Very aggressive and nice and wide to grab outer zone number 1. He's absolutely screaming up that hill. Grabbing outer zone number 2, coming down the hill, grabbing even more speed to grab 3. Nicely done here through that center section, booping that cone out of the way, firing it off as he gets into outer 4 all the way to the edge. Man, Hop is dialed today. Slowing it down just a little bit to get outer zone number 5 of the people's corner. Maybe a small error there as he comes across the reference point and hucks it up into the bank turn. Nicely done by Brian Hop. Man, when he's on, he is on. Our judges are going to check out this replay here from Brian Hop. honestly, if I'm looking, only error I saw him do this entire run was just a little hiccup in the people's corner of outer 5. But other than that, the near flawless run. I'm wondering what our judges have to say if we possibly have our number 1 qualifier at this point. Hang tight. And we have a score for Brian Hopp's first qualifying run. Currently, first place qualifier with a 91.66. Give it up for Brian Hopp, a 91.66 on his first qualifying run. Currently on the line right now, why you're hearing me talk so much is because my co-host is in that Supra, Mike Perez. He talks the talk. Let's see if he can walk the walk out here in our unlimited class at E-Town the Gambler. And we can bully him if he doesn't do good. I think we're allowed. Because he bullies everyone else, you know? Here he goes, Mike Perez in that Supra. He's got a V8 under the hood, so another reason to be controversial. Tossing it in there for that first outer zone. Little adjustments to get in that outer zone properly, but looks pretty settled as he exits the zone to grab outer zone number 2. Coming down the hill, he's picking up speed to grab outer zone number 3. Just kisses that zone as he comes across that inner clip and transitioning out to outer zone number 4. Get in that zone, Michael. Oh. All right, a detention. Coming around to the people's corner, outer zone number 5. Putting the car just in the edge of that zone, pouring smoke, foot in the throttle as he transitions across that reference point and up into the wall. Michael! That is not an off-road vehicle, good sir. Unfortunately, that is going to be a goose egg. Little error up in the bank is going to give him a 0, but he does have another qualifying run. So we'll stay tuned there. He's going to head back to the line. Now we have our final driver for the Unlimited Series, Chelsea DeNofa, running that EcoBoost Mustang. I think he was a late sign-up, so I'm not sure he's taking advantage of the unlimited tire rule. Maybe one of his crew guys can let me know. Either way, let's see what he's got here in that EcoBoost Mustang. We're going to hang tight just a second. Our grid workers are looking under the hood of Chelsea's machine. Hope everything is all right out there and we can still get a qualifying run out of him. But we will go ahead and wait to see if that car is fit for competition. Now, our drivers do have a competition 5-minute timeout they are allowed to utilize. So we're going to wait and see if he's going to call Comp 5. So we got word down from grid. Chelsea is going to take a 0 on his first qualifying run. Again, they do have 2, so it is a strategy, so he does not have to use that comp timeout. We have our next driver who already took his first qualifying run. Jordan Becker is on the line. He's already warmed his tires to take his second qualifying run in just a moment. Jordan Becker leaving the line. If we remember, he did have a 0 on his first qualifying run. He's looking to grab a few more points here as he comes up the hill. Just grabbing the edge of outer zone number 1, transitioning around to outer 2. Right where he needs to be, but just touching the edges of the zones. He does get into outer zone number 3 as he comes around to grab that inner clip. Transitioning around to outer zone number 4. Does he get there? He does, leaving it just a little bit early to try to set himself up for outer zone number 5. Coming around again at the edge of that zone as he crosses the reference point and transitions up into the bank turn. Just a little bit lower than we'd like to see, but he does complete that run as he crosses the line. He did have a little bit of an error on entry. We're going to watch the replay there to see if our judges can dissect that and make sense of that entry before they score him. So let's watch this replay here and check out his second qualifying run. All right, and that will be a scored run for Jordan Becker. He gets a 67 even for Jordan Becker, and he is in the competition later. Our next driver taking his second qualifying run, Connor O'Sullivan, one of our drivers doing double duty between gambler and high roller classes. Tossing it in there, firing off that throttle to get to outer zone number 1. Nice and deep in that zone, pouring smoke as he goes to grab outer zone number 2. Getting into that zone as well, coming down the hill for our third outer zone. Right about a midline through that zone, looking very smooth and settled, punting that inner clip. This may be a little bit too far inside on that, but does a nice job getting into outer zone number 4. A little blip of the throttle as he sets himself up for the people's corner. He's got his tire on the edge of that zone, transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank turn. Connor O'Sullivan riding the wall, guys. Give it up. And it's an 84 even for Connor O'Sullivan, an 84 even, so he's going to keep that 85.33. I know the judges were deliberating a little bit on that first outer zone, but he is going to keep that 85.33. With that said, Dirk Stratton tossing it in for his second qualifying run. Nice big entry getting into outer zone number 1 all the way to the edge of the track. Small adjustment there as he leaves that zone to grab outer zone number 2. Nice and deep in 2. Coming down that track about a midline through outer zone number 3. Transitioning around that inner clip and into outer zone number 4. Doing a nice job there getting around 4. Not quite as deep as we'd want to see him, but he's flipping the throttle to set himself up for the People's Corner. Coming around outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, across the reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. Nice and high, guys. Give it up for Dirk Stratton. All right, guys, just a quick announcement for everyone watching and everyone hanging out in the stands. We are running just a little bit behind, so we're going to push back our drivers' meeting from 3:30 to 4 o'clock. We just want to make sure we can finish running these high roller qualifying runs, get our brackets set, and be prepared for that drivers' meeting. So the drivers' meeting will now be at 4 o'clock, and the schedule will be 30 minutes after what was posted. Thank you guys so much. And we have a 91.33 for Dirk Stratton, a 91.33. Up next on the line is Christian Nelson to take his second qualifying run, currently sitting on an 82. All right, Christian Nelson with his second qualifying run, tossing it in there, taking some cones out with him, getting nice and wide on entry. Very aggressive as he gets all the way to the edge of outer zone number 1. Flipping that throttle to grab outer 2. Also deep there as he's coming down the hill all the way to the edge of outer 3. Taking out all the cones as he goes. He's not going to leave a single cone standing here as he comes around outer zone number 4. Nicely done coming around outer zone number 5 in people's corner. Small hesitation as he gets into that zone, but nicely done as he transitions across that reference point up into the bank turn. Hopefully not too wide. Up top, give it up for Christian Nelson, everybody. And Christian Nelson is going to better his first score with an 88.33 and 88.33. All right, we're about halfway through on qualifying for our high roller unlimited tire class. We're just taking a quick break to change batteries on the drone before we send Reese Marin on his second qualifying run. We only have about 5 more runs until we're done with qualifying and we can get into the fun part, tandem competition. So stick with us here. We have a ton more action today here at Raceway Parks the Gambler. All right, we can also discuss Chelsea DeNofa. Looks like he had a cooling fan die. His crew let us know that they are repairing that and they'll be up and running for his second qualifying run. Taking a gamble on just doing one qualifying run, but hey, it is the Gambler, so hopefully that pays off for him. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and get Reese Marin's second qualifying run. Reese tossing it in there, feathering the throttle as he comes up to outer zone number 1. Doing a nice job getting all the way to the edge of that zone. Nicely done there, looking settled as he comes through outer zone 2. Down the hill to grab outer zone number 3. Nice and deep in that zone as well. I wish he had a little bit more angle on that inner clip, but he does a nice job getting around outer zone number 4, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Transitioning around to the People's Corner, outer zone number 5. He's really pouring the smoke on as he comes around across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. Dropping down just slightly as he comes across the line, but I think that is definitely an improvement over his 77.33 of his first qualifying run. But hey, not a judge, so I'm going to let them calculate and defer and let you know when we have a score. And we have an 85 for Reese Marin on his second qualifying run, an 85, and that does better his first qualifying run. Up next, taking his second qualifier, is our current P1, Brian Hopp, tossing it in super deep, getting nice and wide in outer zone number 1. This car is extremely exciting to watch. He came to win today, guys. An amazing job on outer zone number 2, and absolutely textbook as he comes down 3, grabbing that inner clip with a ton of angle, coming around to outer zone number 4, setting himself up nicely for a midline through 4. A little hesitation as he gets into outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, but he is right on the edge of that zone. Transitioning across that reference point with his rear tires and up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Guys, give it up for Hop. If you can even see him through this smoke. Man, if that might even be a higher score than his 91.66. That's crazy. I'm gonna just watch this again. And Brian Hopp with a 91.33, so he's going to hang on to that first score of a 91.66. Still our P1, our second place qualifier, Dirk Stratton with a 91.33. And we have Mike Perez tossing it in there, getting nice and wide through outer zone number 1, leaving that just a skosh early to get out to outer zone number 2, and he does. Nicely done as he comes down the hill for outer zone number 3. Perfectly in that zone, coming across that inner clip, tossing in for outer 4, getting nice and wide. That's only 2 tires off, guys, but he does miss my favorite zone, so I'm mad at him. Anyway, getting right to the edge of the People's Corner, not quite in that zone as he transitions around across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. This will be a complete and scored run. I don't know. They're looking at me for saying that. There's no way that was 3 tires off. All right, so we're all going to watch this replay together, and we're going to learn as a team. The judges are looking at me like this is not a scored run, so let's see if we can pick it up the second time around. We got outer zone 3. It starts to go a little sideways on that inner clip, and we are absolutely sailing off of outer 4.
That's the only view we got.
I'm going to defer to the judges, and what they say goes. Hang tight for the results of this lap. So we're not mad, we're just disappointed. All right, Mike Perez with a 69 across the board. I think our judges are just a little disappointed with his run, but he does get a scored run. He will be in the competition later, and that means we have one more driver, Chelsea DeNova, also sitting on a goose egg. Let's see if he can put some points on the board here for his second qualifying run. Chelsea DeNova tossing it in there on entry, getting nice and wide for outer zone number 1. We can really hear him pegging off that limiter as he exits outer zone number 1 to grab outer 2. Slowing down just a little bit as he comes down the hill to grab outer zone number 3, setting himself up nicely as he comes across that inner clip and transitioning nice and wide to set himself up well for outer zone number 4, getting in just a little bit late to that zone. But nice job as he exits outer zone number 4 to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, transitioning across that reference point, up into the bank turn, outer zone number 6. Give it up for our final qualifying driver, Chelsea DeNova. Let's hang on for our score here, and that will round out our high roller unlimited tire class qualifying. Stay tuned for tandem competition that will resume shortly, so make sure you go away but not too far. And we'll let you know as soon as we have a score for Chelsea DeNova. And Chelsea DeNova coming away with an 85.33 and 85.33 on his second qualifying run. Again, we're going to take a quick break so we can calculate all of these scores, make our brackets, and we will resume with the drivers' meeting at 4 p.m., after which we'll get into tandem competition. So make sure you stick around, grab some food at the grease trucks, grab a drink. Sneaky Pete's is open, and we will resume shortly at Raceway Parks, the Gambler. All right, Mike, you look a little sweaty, buddy. How you doing?
I got moist out there. I left my tires on from practice, and then I boofed it my first qualifying lap. Tapped my handbrake. Didn't want that. You can see. Yeah, I know. I rode it out, though. I tried to save her. But then the rest of it, I don't know. It's fine. It's good enough. What'd I get?
You got a 69.
Nice.
Are you proud of yourself?
Nah, it's good enough.
Hey, D's get degrees or whatever.
Yeah, good enough for government work. grid right now. It's party time.
So we have our top 32 bracket for the Gambler 235 class posted. Check out the Gambler's Instagram if you'd like to follow along. We are going to skip our bye runs here. We're going to go beginning with our first actual battle. We have Luke Danner and Kevin McCardle qualifying 16th and 17th respectively. In just a moment, they're going to warm up their tires so that they can do battle here in our top 32 at Raceway Parks, the Gambler.
If you guys are here live and in person, joining us in New Jersey, thank you for hanging out with us the entire day while we got these guys qualified. We also have our unlimited Run What You Run, the high roller class, right after this, so don't go anywhere. If you guys are joining us on the Facebook and the live stream on the YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Give a big shout out to whoever you want in the chat and show your support to all our event sponsors for helping make this event happen. A big shout out to Raceway Park for holding this event, and a big shout out to our tracking crew for all hanging out with us today, making sure, look at those media guys out there pointing all those tubes at all the stuff. Yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We're going to get to the party momentarily as we get down with our 235 here on the road course at the E-Town Gambler. If you guys are new to the Gambler series, we also have the Let It Ride tokens. Those chips are available to our drivers, awarded randomly after qualifying. A big shout to Jake Lipton taking home that Drift HQ Let It Ride, as well as Colin Crissette taking home that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride. These guys have the opportunity to either put that money in their pocket before their battle, or if they win, they double their value. If they lose, though, their opponent takes that chip, replaces its value back to original default, and they get a chance to double its value each time they take a bracket win. All the way to the finals, where that value of that token will lock in, and the final contestants have an opportunity to not only take home a box spot with the big checks, but also a couple extra $100 in their pocket for whatever they so desire. Before we get started, we had our number one qualifier. I am Root, Trevor Root, taking that number one spot here in the 235 class. He's going to be awarded a bye run. He'll get himself into the top 16 with a walk and a skip. When we'll jump right into our next battle, where we have Danner versus McCardle. Taking it off, leading into the 235 Gambler class. Both those drivers are waiting to heat up their tires. That A86 Corolla sitting right next to that GS300, ready to throw down. We are just moments away from the party. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for hanging out. Moments away. All right, Danner's in the bark box, warming up his tires as we speak. Neil's patiently waiting right behind him. As soon as you drivers lock into the grid, I believe our track staff is ready to go. We're going to let that repurposed drag tree illuminate. Our drivers are responsible to navigate through a chicane in the lead position. If they knock over a cone, it will justify a restart, where we'll send our drivers back to the starting line. If they do make it through those cones nice and clean, then we have a clean battle, and all they have to do is enter and survive for the rest of the lap. As a chase driver, our chase drivers are allowed to leave the line early in preemptive, trying to get out extra early, maybe close up a gap, maybe a little horsepower. You know, something like a Corvette might run away with. But either way, you're going to get stabbed by outside zone number one.
Mike's just upset because he has a Corvette later on in the unlimited high roller battles. So.
That's not a Corvette. That's a rocket ship. I'm still going to hit him, though. All right, here we go. Danner taking that lead position. Neil to chase. Our first battle here for the 235 Gambler class as Danner initiates well before that last initiation point. Neil trying to close up the proximity as both drivers work their way up the hill. Danner doing a good job in outside zone number 1, keeping that rear axle where the judges want to see it as Neil and his Corolla are trying to clean up. Neil still keeping his pace about 2 or 3 car lengths back behind that big boat of a GS300. Both drivers navigate through that inside clip. Here's Neil's chance to jump into the outside 4. Danner doing a great job getting that car exactly where it needs to go, showcasing why he's a 16th qualifier here in the 235. Neil and his Corolla are starting to put the pressure on now as both drivers work their way through the people's corner. Danner doing a good job down that reference point, and Neil and his pack of bees trying to clean it up over the finish line as Danner finishes off nice and strong.
All right, we can check out the replay here. There is one point I wanted to point out there. It looks like McCardle did straighten on entry chasing Danner. I think the judges might count that against him. Potentially that is a 0 in the chase. These drivers are going to get a chance to switch it up and have McCardle lead and Luke Danner chase him down. We can check out the replay here. Danner running a pretty decent line. He's quick despite how long that car is. Definitely no stranger to competition here at the Gambler or any laps at Raceway Park on the road course. Pretty decent lead run, very few if any errors. So let's see what McCardle has for us in the lead position and have Luke Danner chase him down.
All right, both drivers are locking themselves back behind that repurposed drag tree. Neil now sitting in the lead position, getting chased down by Danner. And here we go, Neil taking that lead in that Corolla, getting chased down by Luke in the GS300. Second half of the first battle of the 235 class here at the Englishtown Gambler. Neil initiates that Corolla. You see if he gets into the box. He's a little shy, but gets in late. In is in as Danner trying to close up that proximity as both drivers work their way in the outside zone number 2. Neil's Corolla looks planted going down the hill as Danner starting to bark at everybody coming out. Both drivers facing the stands now as they work through that inside clip. Danner putting the pressure on as Neil's Corolla trying to land where he needs to be in outside 4. Sarah dissatisfied as Neil leaves a little early. Danner giving him the space he needs to set. And Danner with a hiccup with Neil dipping tires into the dirt. Danner almost making the pass and intruding into the lead cars. I don't know. That's why I yell into the stick. These are going to have to lean on our panel of judges here. Good luck, brothers.
Yeah, okay, hang on. We're going to look at the replay here. Thanks to our amazing drone team, our production team here at the Gambler, we do have a replay. We're looking at a side-by-side here right now. We can watch the entire run. But we're going to pay close attention to after the People's Corner, after outer zone number 5 of the hairpin, and see exactly what went wrong here. Now, the chase driver does need to leave the lead driver room. They can't just crash into them, but at the same time, we want our lead drivers running a nice chaseable lead. So we're going to take a look here and see if anything happened either in the lead or the chase that caused that contact. Obviously, with McCardle going off right there, that's where it all started. But then Luke did not give him room to transition. So it depends if the judges are considering that 2 tires off there on the way out of the hairpin, if they're considering that a heavy deduction or not. But that's why I am glad I'm not a judge, Mike. I just talking to the stick.
Well, 3 tires off is a 0, so he had half of the car on the track. We'll have to see how they weight the fault to see who gets in whose way. But either way, a shout to both drivers, both Danner and Neil, for throwing it down here in the 235 class, but is now in the judges' hands. This is definitely not how you wanted to walk away from a battle, especially with these 3 guys up here trying to figure out what's going on. They're watching that same instant replay you guys are watching at home. If you guys are here live and in person, you can join our live stream, hop in the chat, talk some smack, let these guys know what's up. But you guys can see our exact footage that we're watching, the exact same instant replays implemented here at the Gambler. And we have the official. Luke Danner gets the win. Luke in his GS300 is going to walk himself into the top 16. A big shout to Neil and his Corolla. Unfortunately, the contact is going to end his weekend.
Yeah, just a few errors there, but a great showing by that 86. We're glad he came out. But that's it. It comes down to competition. You have to be perfect to move on. So Danner will move on to the top 16, and we'll move on to our next battle in the top 32.
All right, our next driver is up now after a couple of bye runs licked out of the way. Lepore and Parrish coming down the chute right now. Alex flicks in. Jake trying to put the pressure on now with that SR20 hatch, trying to bark at the Mustang, and just a little too much sauce at a pepperoni as Lepore hopefully finishing off his lap right now. Alex and his Mustang navigating through outside zone number 3, clicks through that inside clip. He needs to land in outside 4, going through the bumps, swoops, and dupes. It looks like Lepore is going to have a solid drive into outside 5. Needs to keep that machine on the asphalt. Lepore down to the reference point, shoots back up to the bank, keeps it out of the wall and across the finish line. An unfortunate turn of events for Jake Parrish. Just giving it a little too much. Just a little too much. You guys at home on the instant replay, you can see Jake just bobbled, should have weaved, hit the bobble a little hard and just fell out, allowing Alex to just finish off his lap. But both drivers are going to have to flip it back to the front. We're going to switch their positions. Jake is now responsible to lead, where Lepore is going to have to chase him down. All right, our driver's back up on the line. Jake Parrish to take that lead position. Alex Lepore. And here we go. Green light's illuminated. Jake shoots out from the chicane. Looks like we have a clean start as both drivers work their way into outside zone number 1. Alex probably taking a little more of a cautious lap as Jake not only not landing in outside 1, but a big mistake can hit lead. But it looks like Jake's here to party as they get to tire off into the dirt as Lepore realizes he needs to clean up that proximity as both drivers coming down the hill. Jake doing a good job through outside zone number 3. Alex trying to put the pressure on, keeping his pace, trying to mimic the transition as Jake is literally just exiting stage left. Alex shuts it down, losing his lead driver. I feel you, Jake. I feel you. It's just, there's some stuff out there.
Sometimes it's just not your day, and it's definitely not Jake's day. He did good. He came out decent in qualifying, but too many errors, too many mistakes. Lepore is going to move on.
You need more cheese. More cheese. Unfortunate turn of event for Parrish, but that's going to knock him out. Alex is going to get that win, walking him into the top 16, where he'll face off against Frito.
Up next on the line is Lipton and Chernuka. Lipton with the Drift HQ Let It Ride token. Did you explain to the people Let It Ride tokens, Mike?
I did, but for you guys that are just joining us on the live stream, or if you're here live and in person and just want to hear me ramble again, those Let It Ride tokens double in value each time a driver wins. If he loses, his opponent is then granted those tokens and has the opportunity to double their value. We'll get back to that as Lipton takes his lead and Tyler to chase.
Lipton tossing it in there well before initiation, doing a great job getting wide, getting out into outer zone number 1, just a little bit late, but Trevor's fallen back a bit in chase. Lipton transitioning all the way through outer zone 2 before Trevor has a chance, and unfortunately, we have another exit.
That road is getting a lot of tires put onto it this event.
Strangely, normally there's inactive, but Lipton's going to finish out his run here. We do need to see him do a clean run before we can officially make a decision, and I will say stranger things have happened. So we will bring these drivers back to the line as long as their machines are able, and we'll run them again, this time with Trevor in the lead and Lipton to give chase.
Yeah, as Lipton took his lead position first with that higher qualifier as our position 12, he was responsible for finishing off that lap. He probably didn't even know that Trevor wasn't even there. Irregardless, we're going to send them back, flip them around, and it's now Trevor's responsibility to put down a lead lap as Lipton flips back around. I think we just changed his position. I think he was in the wrong lane. 1 lane from the left, 2 lanes from the right. As long as he's sitting in the chicane for his lead position, we're just waiting for Lipton to parade himself back up to the grid. Lipton taking the scenic route, making sure that Corvette with all those holes in that front bumper gets nice and cold for a second half of the battle. Trevor already poised, positioned, ready. Lipton locks himself in. Our lights should illuminate. I believe our judges are ready. I believe our track staff are ready. I hope y'all are ready, because here we go. The green light is on. Trevor taking that lead. Lipton a little slow off the line. Looks like he's going to give him a little bit of a gap as both drivers shoot out from behind the hills. Lipton closes it up as both drivers work into that last initiation point. And Trevor, a big understeer and a correction. Lipton taking it out. Trevor parks it back, turns it around, said, I'm out of here. I'm done. I'm going home.
Hey, good on these drivers for avoiding a collision, avoiding any damage to their vehicles. We're going to make it official and give Lipton the win and move on. That would be a double error on Trevor Chernuka's part. So Jacob Lipton, with that Drift HQ token, will move on to the top 16, doubling that token. Now, we will mention that unless the drivers explicitly state, we are going to assume they're going to let it ride and have the opportunity to double that token like Lipton has.
Lipton taking that Drift HQ token with a ×2 into his next battle, looking to double that value once again. But we're going to jump all around from the left side of the bracket to the right. Two more bye runs out of the way between Brewski and Denofa, qualifying both 5th and 2nd. Congratulations, fellas. You guys moved into the top 16. We're going to move on to our next battle, where we should have our drivers warming up our tires as I speak. Steven and Lewis. Yep, there they are. Getting ready to go into the bark box, warm up some tires, put some temperature into the circles, and then we'll get back to the party here at the 235, the Gambler class.
Weiss qualifying 15th is going to lead, and Lance qualifying 18th is going to chase him down. Lance warming up those tires in the burnout box, is going to head to the line and see if he can chase down Weiss.
See you later, Jake. It was a great time.
Jake's taking the SR20 for a walk.
They got to poop every once in a while, you know, if you load them up.
Girl.
Where's he going with my car?
All right, the lights are out, and let's send these drivers. Weiss in the lead position, and Lance smoking tires in the chase off the line. Could have been a mischief. We know Steve loves those. As they come around to outer zone number 1, Steve Weiss is making his way around that zone, exiting just a little bit early, and Lance is chasing him down. Both these drivers not quite as far in outer zone 2 as we'd like, but they get outer zone 3 with no issue. Coming across the center section of the track, setting themselves up for outer zone number 4. Steve just getting the very edge of that track, getting all the way into outer zone number 5. Lance chasing him down as they come around across that reference point and transitioning up to that 6th and final outer zone. Weiss just a little bit low on that bank, and Lance trying to chase him down.
Lewis is out here, which I believe is his Pro Spec car, equipped with a 235 tire in that Corvette, trying to chase down Steve in his S13. Both these drivers doing a solid job in that half of the battle. As you guys can see on the instant replay at home, Steven doing a good job trying to get through the checklist as Lewis is trying to clean up that proximity as they work their way down the hill. Steven doing a good job through outside 3, inside clip checked off the list as both drivers dump into that outside 4. Steven gets in just a bit shy off the box, but he does get in the zone as Lewis is trying to close up that proximity now as both drivers work their way through the people's corner and finish off their lap. Nice and strong. Solid showcase from both of these gentlemen. Let's see them turn it up.
Chris Stevens is talking some smack in the chat. He thinks Jake is going to the liquor store, maybe having a beer to unwind from that display that we just saw.
Well,
but let's bully Chris Stevens for a second for not being here at the Gambler.
Well, there's two things wrong. There's a bar right there. It's called Sneaky Pete's.
True.
And we'll finish off the rest of that conversation after the second half of the battle as Lance takes his lead. Steven the chase. I should say Steven needs to clean up the gap as he does as he jumps in the outside zone number 1. Lon's really putting on the smoke show now, giving an opportunity for Steve to close it up. Both drivers transition to outside 2. Lons gets into the box. Steven following him down the hill now as he's starting to close up that gap as both drivers get through outside 3. Lance rotates in, a bit shy off that inside clip. Steven trying to cut through the smoke, and a big correction out of Steven as Lons clicks himself into outside 4. He needs to land that Corvette into outside 5. Steven already writing his book, trying to get that proximity up, trying to win back the hearts of the judges. Both drivers worked on that reference point and back up. Steven keeping it calm and collective, almost getting in his way as I say it. Either way, no contact. It looks like Lanz is going to have a small advantage here, but we're going to have to keep it legit. We'll have to wait for our judges' final verdict.
Luckily, we do have the drones in the sky, so we have a replay for you guys so we can check them out, and for the judges. My favorite is the side-by-side, which is what we're looking at right now. Lan's doing a great job with the entry in the first half of outer zone number 1. He honestly did a great job, maybe a small correction getting into 2. Steve's right with him there as they come through that center section. Across there, Steve starts to fall back on that inner clip. Lan's coming around to outer zone number 4, just kissing the edge. I'll let it slide this time around, all right? But does a nice job, again, getting right about to the edge or midline through outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Steve falls back again here in the center section, surges forward, possibly even a straighten, and then that's when the issue happens. I guess he just got a little too close and spun out, so we will make it official. Lanz gets the win, and he is going to move on. Lanz gets the win. Even if you guys are here, feel free to join us in the chat. There's quite a bit of discussions going on right now. A little bit of smack talk, never hurt anybody. Lan's letting us hear that Corvette as he goes back into the pits, happy with his win. We're going to shout out Adam Daniels from the team Muskrat. I think he actually left Muskrat, so I don't know why he's shouting in the chat. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
All right, here we go. Our next battle up on the line, Rosowski versus Roto. Rosowski in that BMW taking that lead position. Roto trying to clean it up with that BRZ as both drivers dump into outside zone number 1. Rosowski doing a great job keeping it inside the lines as Roto is just trying to clean out the proximities. They work their way into outside 2. Both drivers fall back into position now going down the hill. Roto falling off of the power band as Rosowski's BMW seems to be walking away from that BRZ. Both drivers dump into outside 4. Roto getting back in the line now, trying to keep that proximity up. But it looks like every time Rosowski leaves that zone, he just starts walking away from that BRZ. Rosowski fans a jumping through the People's Corner, keeping it nice and lit all the way through the reference point, back up to the bank wall as Kevin finishes off nice and solid in that lead with Roto chasing him over the finish line.
Nicely done there by these drivers. Let's check out the replay here as we see Rosowski entering that aggression that we know from him. Doing a nice job, looking really smooth, maybe getting into outer zone 1 just a tad late. And Roto in the chase just hanging a little bit farther back than I'd like him to. Rosowski seeming to just be moving through that center section. Not quite as deep in those zones as we'd like him to be, but he's certainly got the speed, the fluidity through that center section. Great job on outer zone number 4. And it looks like Roto's really working to stick with him as they come through the People's Corner. Again, I'd like to see Rosowski just a little bit deeper if possible, but he does a nice job keeping that fluidity, keeping that speed up into the bank turn. Let's flip these guys around and see what Roto has for us in the lead and let Kevin Rosowski chase him down.
Roto taking the scenic route. We allow our drivers no drifting through tree turn, but we do allow our drivers to utilize the back course for a cool down lap as long as they're not dilly-dallying in the back. If we got to come get you, we're sending you to the Wawa. Either way, it looks like Roto's now backed out through the park box. Rosowski already patiently waiting in the chase position for Roto to take his lead. And here we go, Roto taking his lead, Rosowski to chase. Roto piloting that blue BRZ initiates well before that last initiation point. Rosowski putting the pressure on as both drivers drive up the hill through outside zone number 1. Rosowski sacrificing a little bit of angle trying to keep to the side of that BRZ. Roto looking a lot more confident in that lead position, but Rosowski taking that confidence and running with it. Both drivers transition through that first inside clip, the only inside clip here on the road course at the Gambler, as Rosowski's trying to bark at the side of Roto. Roto giving him a weird drive through outside zone number 4, but sets himself in the People's Corner outside 5 as Rosowski trying to put the pressure on now. That BRZ's singing, but the BMW shortly behind him. Rosowski right on the back bumper as they drive up in the high side of the bank here. Roto doing a good job. Rosowski following him across the finish line.
Yeah, Rosowski keeping up that aggression in the chase position. We love to see it. We love a nice transition on the bumper. Let's go ahead and check out the side-by-side in just a second. We see some comments of where is the bracket. If you guys go to the Gambler Instagram, it is up on the story. You can check out the top 32 bracket for the Gambler 235 series up on the story on Instagram. Here we go. We can see Roto's lead here in outer zone number 1. He leaves outer 1 a little bit early, and Rozalski doing a great job sticking with him in the chase position. An excellent chase out of Rozalski as Roto leads us through the center section. He did a great job there transitioning around to outer zone number 4, staying nice and wide, but again, not quite as deep in that zone as we'd like them to be. And then gets into outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, just a little bit late, allowing Rozalski to really get on his door. There we see that super tight transition over the reference point, up into the bank. Rozalski really puts the pressure on as they cross the line. And we're gonna wait for our judges to decide a winner.
All right, it looks like we do have a winner. Kevin Rozalski takes the win. Big shout to Kevin and his BMW. Speaking of BMWs, it looks like, unfortunately, Kyle Supko mechanically bailing out the car, not up to snuff for his battle, so Chris Knapp taking a bye run. Kyle just had to make it up to the grid, unable to make it up the grid. Chris Knapp showcasing that he was capable, and now taking his bye run into the top 16. Wastegates popping flyer, those Velina tires melting off the back of that 1 Series BMW as Chris Knapp crosses over the finish line, driving himself into the top 16. Our next battle on the line should be Hallman versus Ruscio. Big shout to Alexander, your 23rd birthday, brother. "23, that means the bar is open."
Also, shout out my dad lurking in the chat. Everyone say hi to Bill. Bill Reardon is observing and will be definitely critiquing the performance. But let's get into this next battle. We have we have Hallman and Ruscio. Hallman in the lead, Ruscio chasing him down. Hallman doing a nice job looking settled in that Mustang in the lead, doing a nice job through that center section. Ruscio trying to close the gap there as they come to outer zone number 4. Hallman with a little bit of a slow up getting into that zone, but looking smooth as he exits to set himself up for outer zone 5 of the People's Corner. Hallman really putting it on Ruscio's door as they transition across that reference point and up into the bank turn. Nice job by both of these drivers, finishing right on each other's door and across the line. Nicely done.
Definitely a cool run out of Hallman and Ruscio. Ruscio trying to put the pressure on. If you're watching that instant replay at home, you can see Hallman a little bit of a bobble there going through outside 1, but Ruscio reads it well as he sets himself up for outside 2. A little bit of a gap as both drivers work their way down that hill. Hallman taking out those cones in the backside of 3, but this is where Ruscio makes his move now, trying to bite maybe a tad early, but cleans it out, and he tries to get that proximity back into par through outside zone number 4. Hallman rotates all the way to the People's Corner, and Ruscio here, this is where he starts making some sacrifices and gets right to the backside of Hallman's Mustang as they go through that reference point. Ruscio tries to bark back into position here, but Hallman's on a nice high line through the bank, finishes off super strong, but Ruscio's not shortly behind him.
All right, we're flipping around these drivers. This time we're gonna let Ruscio lead and Hallman chase him down. The lights are out and away we go. Ruscio entering with a ton of aggression, driving himself up to outer zone number 1. But Hallman sticking with him there as they come through outer zone 1. Hallman not quite as deep or close as we'd like him there, but he does try to reel him in as Ruscio goes a little bit wide there in 2 and 3, coming across the track, picking up speed again, setting himself up for outer zone number 4, getting into that zone nicely. I'll give him points for that there as he set himself up for the People's Corner. Ruscio looking settled, allowing Hallman to check up to his door. Hallman kind of cutting the line a little bit to put it on his door, going up into the bank turn and across the line. That was a close one.
It was. Hallman looked like he had a hiccup leaving the people's corner, but Ruscio said, I paid for the entire angle kit. I'm going to use every bit of that degree. Please and thank you. Ruscio dumping into every single zone. You can see it just on outside zone number 1 as Hallman trying to clean it back up as Ruscio came in like a lightning bolt trying to gap away. Hallman and his Mustang starting to clean it up now from the backside of the lap, but Ruscio still dumping and driving that thing into almost every zone out here on the road course. We're going to have to see how that weighs in our judges' eyes. If you guys are still watching that live stream at home, that instant replay, you can see here Ruscio working his way into that people's corner, outside 5. Hallman really starting to bite at the door handles now. Ruscio really stepping in, and I think Hallman just gets lost in the smoke here. A weird transition back up into position, and I'll have the judges weigh that. But regardless, across the finish line, no casualties, not bad.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Even seeing the side-by-side, you guys can check that out on the live stream if you're watching at home. There's a few errors on each of these drivers in the lead and the chase, so obviously not a perfect run, but still pretty decent runs by these guys. This is going to be a tough winner to choose.
This is why I just chew on the stick, and those dudes got to do the math.
You're chewing on yours?
Oh, yeah. They see this little mesh thing? It's like aluminum foil on your fillers.
Unreal. Hey, maybe we'll have our first one more time of the Gambler this weekend.
I mean, I like more driving.
I like more driving.
We'll have to weigh over to our judges. They just got their fingers in their nose. We don't know what's going on yet. We'll fill you guys in as soon as we get some more information. Thank you guys for joining us here in the beautiful weather here in New Jersey for another round of the Gambler. We're out here on the road course. I'm joined by my beautiful co-host, Sarah. I'm yelling into a stick. I'm also driving today.
Yeah, Mike is driving, so you're going to hear me announcing a lot for the unlimited high roller class, especially if Mike goes farther in competition than the first battle.
Yeah, you hear that, Stratton? You're going down, brother.
Mike has Dirk Stratton, a known competitor and former champion here at the Gambler. I mean, anything can happen in drifting. I think we saw that previously in Gamblers and last weekend, so don't count it out, Mike.
Well, we have a stacked list of 235 tire drivers, but we also had a smaller list for our unlimited. We have a bunch of guys out here with 100% rocket ships. They got crazy Valino tires on the back, wide as all, but that doesn't mean you can't come out and have a good time. I'm out here with 400 horsepower and 255s. I got some chicken candies on the back. I could definitely wax over Brian Hopp sitting right next to me. Hey, Brian, how's your qualifying go today?
Oh, I'm on fine.
Yeah, dude, you were on the internet.
Bashful.
That was real. Wow, I really caught him off guard here.
You know, Brian doesn't drive this shy in real life. He drives really aggressive, but if you put a mic in his face, he's all of a sudden...
I was not paying attention.
Oh, I know. You were off in space. He was thinking about how great his qualifying laps were to get into that #1 position.
Let me jump in here because we do have a winner, and it is Hallman. Hallman's going to move on to the top 16. The judges were weighing a few small errors on each driver's part, and they did see Ruscio go 2 tires off in his lead, coming out of outer zone 2 into outer zone 3. And they just felt like he had a few more errors than Hallman. So Hallman will take the win and move on to the top 16.
Yo, Bill's got my back. Bill, save me a beer, brother.
Bill is watching from Wildwood at the beach right now. Yeah.
Rub it in. Hey, everybody, let's pack this up. We're going to Wildwood.
The chat wants to give Brian Hopp some congratulations for finishing first in our high roller class. My bad. Thank you, Chelsea Denofa. Finishing first in qualifying, because the comp is here, and Chelsea's got some wise words. He said, "Look out, buddy."
Look, Chelsea's running double duty, man. He's running 235 and unlimited. Where are you at, Brian? Put the skinnies on. Yeah, you got cars.
All right, we are still in the Gambler, the 235 class, so we will check out some of these drivers in just a little bit, but right now we have Trevor Root and Luke Danner on the line. Trevor Root, your #1 qualifier in his practice car, and he is going to lead, and Danner is going to chase him down.
That LSA supercharged V8 underneath the hood of Trevor Root, and I believe Danner's V8, isn't he? No. He's 1J.
Yeah.
Way cooler Lexus now. All right, here we go.
Dude.
Green light illuminated. Root taking that lead. Denner to chase with that 1J powered GS300. It's an Aristo now. All right, here we go. Both drivers dumping in the outside zone number 1. Root getting where he needs to go quickly as Danner's trying to close up the gap. Both drivers dump into outside 2. Danner taking the scenic route, cutting the line as Root's giving him the real estate now as both drivers work their way to the outside 3. And as I said, that Root put down the power, walking away from Danner's big old GS300. That 1J needs to scream. Is he going to close off that gap as Root planting himself into outside 5? Danner still in the picture. Just we'd like to see a lot more bark out of that GS300 as Root goes over that reference point, back up to that final outside zone 6, keeps the taillights off of the wall, and Danner back into the picture.
Trevor Root very fast in that supercharged V8 powered E36. Danner is not no stranger to competition, though. He's got a ton of laps of this track, but it's safe to say he has a little bit less power. So he had a little bit of trouble keeping up with Trevor Root. However, we are going to flip these drivers around and let Luke Danner lead and Root chase him down. But I think he might be losing a few points in the chase position just for having to cut the line that much in order to keep up.
This is what my lead lap against Stratton's going to look like. That's me. I am Root.
You're okay. Good. Manifest it.
You hear that, Stratton camp? Good luck in your chase.
Hopefully Mike can run his car as well as he runs his mouth.
I can't. We all saw that. I got a 69. It's good enough, though. All right, here we go. The second half. Where you at? Where are they? Oh, there they are. They both took the scenic route.
They're taking advantage of this beautiful course here at Raceway Park and taking the long way around back to the line just to make sure those cars are nice and cool after their full send. We'll get them back to the line, let Luke Danner lead, and Trevor Root chase him down.
All right, Danner now having that responsibility in that lead position from at least the last lap. Looks like he has a slower machine. Root with the rocket ship, that LSA-powered V8 underneath the hood. Let's see how he fares in that chase position as Danner takes the lead. Both drivers shoot out from behind the hill here. Turn 1 of the road course at the E-Town Gambler. Danner gets just shy of the box and start really leaning in now as Root trying to close up that proximity as both drivers work their way into outside 2. Root giving a little bit of space, but takes his dive now as both drivers work their way down the hill. Danner trying to keep it in the box for outside 3. Root managing right behind him, trying to keep that energy up as Root trying to fold exactly where he needs to be as Danner doing a great job through outside 4, making Sarah proud. Both drivers rotate into outside 5. Danner in the box. Root slowly behind him. Root backs off just a hair to give him his transition space right on the back bumper of that GS300. And Danner up into the top side. Root right behind him. Finishes off strong. A little fire kiss from the GS300.
Yeah, Danner, I think he said slow car who. That was a pretty quick run. We saw him just with a ton of aggression right off the bat. Let's check out this replay. Danner doing a nice job. Honestly, I expected Root to be a little bit closer on entry there. Danner is doing a great job in outer zone number
identical.
1. Yeah, these side-by-sides are very close as well. Danner maybe going a little bit wide in 3, allowing Root to get close to him at that point, Mike.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Danner doing everything he can. Trevor looks like he's being a little cautious just based on the tire smoke coming out of the backside of that BMW. We would like to see a lot more aggression out of that chase, but I think he's doing a nice, safe run here. Well, you leave it in the judge's hand at that point, and honestly, I wouldn't put anything in these guys' hands.
Well, we're putting the whole comp in their hands, and we do have a winner. I believe due to his aggressive chase, or his aggressive lead, it's going to go to Root. Root is going to get the win, move on to our top 8. Congratulations to Trevor Root, and a great showing by Luke Danner as well in that GS.
That brings up our next battle up on the line. Connor O'Sully taking that lead position, going up against Mike Knapp. I lied. Mike Knapp is going to take that lead position, qualifying number 8, going up against Connor O'Sully, who qualified 9th.
Yeah, both of these drivers had really good qualifying runs. I will say from my perspective, I think Mike Knapp was extremely fluid, super smooth, was laying down a great run. I think that's why he scored so high, and he was in 8th. Connor O'Sully is in 9th, so he's going to chase him down this run. But again, two very evenly matched drivers here with very different cars.
And here we go, Mike Knapp shooting out from behind the hill. O'Sullivan right behind him as both drivers get it into outside zone number 1. Mike Knapp doing a great job getting that rear axle with a ton of angle through outside 1 as he rotates into outside 2. But O'Sullivan's right there on the backside, falling into the position now as Knapp just clicks into outside 3. He needs to rotate for that inside clip. O'Sullivan gives him a little bit of space to work through the whoops and dupes as he works into outside 4. Knapp a bit shy, but gets in the Sarah's box a little late as he rotates into outside 5. O'Sullivan really putting the pressure on now through the people's corner. Knapp doing a good job down through that reference point and back up. O'Sullivan almost getting bite to the backside, but cleans it up, puts the pressure on as Knapp a little love tap over the finish line.
Woo-wee. That was crazy. Mike Knapp getting into the wall, not once but twice, but manages to keep it in there. Let's check out the replay here. Mike Knapp just with a great entry, very fluid outer zone number 1. That's got to be one of the best ones we've seen today. Connor O'Sullivan utilizes that to get close to him, surges up to his door coming out of 2. I would have liked Mike Knapp to be farther into 3. And of course, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed about outer 4. Like, we want to see these drivers.
He's in there. He got in there.
He gave it a little kiss. I want to see him all the way in
Hey, man, he's old. All right, he got it up.
Give it a full dance. But just going a little bit shallow allowed Connor to get close to him, and he really showcased that, transitioning up into the bank. We can see Mike Knapp hitting the bank twice, but it doesn't seem to phase him. So that's, unless it messes up your line tremendously, they're not going to penalize him.
Yeah, we always love to see you guys stay in it, especially after a few bounces. But here we go, the second half of the run. O'Sullivan taking that lead. Mike Knapp to chase. O'Sullivan dumps it in, giving the time for Mike Knapp to fall into position now. We'll see how both chassis as Knapp putting the pressure on. Match and angle on the exit of outside 1. Falls back in right to the door of O'Sullivan as Mike Knapp getting everybody in the stands nice and hyped. As O'Sullivan doing a great job putting it where it needs to go. Knapp showcasing he can back up, give the space, and trying to clean it back up in the outside 4. O'Sullivan doing a great job in his lead position. He rotates into outside 5. But Mike Knapp right there, a little bobble. He's going to take the sacrifice for the proximity. Let's see how he fares over the reference point as O'Sullivan doing a fantastic job in the lead. And Mike Knapp shuts it down. Mike Knapp shuts it down. O'Sullivan with a heater of a lead, gave him all the real estate. Knapp barked every inch he could.
What an exciting battle, and this is still just the top 16. Unfortunately, a big error on Mike Knapp's part. We can see on the back of his car, as well as the Swedish flag, I believe. He's got some homies watching from Stockholm?
Yeah, Stockholm, Finland.
Okay.
Shout out to Finland boys and girls.
Yeah, so, shout out to them. He was doing great, just absolutely aggressive chase. Connor O'Sullivan is a competitor, so to chase him that aggressively is a huge feat. I'm giving it up to Mr. Knapp, but unfortunately, it looks like that error is going to go to O'Sullivan. Let's make it official, Mike.
Connor O'Sullivan gets the win, taking out the man, the myth, the legend, Mike Knapp himself. You hate to see it, but a hell of a drive from him. Unfortunately, ending his weekend, Connor playing double duty. And as I say that, we jump right into our next battle. We have Tim Frito, speaking of legends, coming out here swinging. Hallman, I believe, giving him the chase. I lied, it's Lepore. It's those blue Mustangs, those Pazzo Drip Boys, I believe. Lepore trying to put the sauce on Frito as Frito and his blue BMW are working his way into outside 4. Frito with that turbo BMW engine screaming underneath the hood. Back of that BMW looking like an airplane from smacking the wall here at Englishtown. But Lepore's right there on the backside. Both these boys out there on some Valino 235 tires, and they shove up in that Raceway Park bank. Frito finishing off nice and strong, and Lepore right behind him.
Yeah, these guys are stoked on that run, as they should be. Let's check out this replay here in just a second. This, again, the competition is heating up. Frito, little left foot brake, ton of aggression, ton of speed getting into outer zone number 1. Little late to get in that zone, which allows Lepore to get close to him there. Same in outer zone number 2. Frito going just a little bit wide there, missing outer zone 3 just slightly, trying to keep the speed up, I would assume, through that center section. Lepore falls back a little bit through the center section, but they both do a nice job getting into outer zone number 4. Lepore trying to reel him in as they come around the people's corner of outer zone number 5. Tim Frito pouring smoke as he comes across that reference point and up into the bank turn. Well, they're not even going to let me finish. Away we go again for the second half of this battle. Lepore throwing it in, and Tim Frito on his door as they come around to outer zone number 1. Lepore filling outer zone number 1 nicely, leaving it a little bit early, but it doesn't phase Frito in the chase position. Coming down that turn into outer zone number 3. Doing a nice job through that center section. Tim Frito, Wilson putting it on his door as they come around to outer zone number 4. Lepore about midline through outer 4, and Tim putting it on his door as we knew he would in the people's corner. This is for the fans. This is for you guys. Transitioning across that center section. Lepore tossing it up into the bank turn, and Frito reeling him in across the line.
Frito out here for blood. Lepore giving him all the real estate to play with. Let's run it back. Let's see that instant replay. And there we go, our side-by-side instant replay. We have Frito on the left side of your screen taking his lead lap, Lepore on the right. Frito doing a great job, but that run you just watched, Lepore giving the real estate for Frito to work, and you can see Frito starting to bark out the exit and the entry of almost every zone. Frito really trying to put his mark on the side of that Mustang as both drivers navigate through our road course here. Lepore doing a great job getting in the 4, giving a little bit of room with an e-brake pull for Frito to really close up that proximity. And here, Frito really showcasing where that aggression comes from with probably hundreds, maybe not thousands of laps here at Englishtown. It is no surprise to me that Frito is barking this hard.
This is another tough battle here, but we're going to defer to the judges. I believe they do have a winner.
And it looks like we do have a winner. Official. It's Tim Frito getting the win. Frito's going to move on into the top 8.
I love watching him drive because he's a perfect example that you don't need a fully built pro car in order to come out here to the Gambler, have a good time, and win battles. His aggression, his amount of laps just dialing in that car, you know, I love to watch it.
Frito is a perfect example of seat time. He keeps that thing running as mechanically suited as he possibly can and gets out here all the time. He is spinning wheels probably more than I have ever seen anybody, especially here. He is comfortable, and it is very, 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 very visible today. Our next battle up in the line, Lipton already sitting with those Drift HQ Let It Ride tokens with a doubled value, going up against Dimitri Bruschi. Bruschi looking to take those tokens away with a win going into the top 8.
We are about halfway through our top 16 already. This competition is moving quick, but guys, we have a ton of action here. After this, we have another whole bracket for our unlimited class, and here we go into our next battle, Lipton and Bruschi. Bruschi tossing it in there. He's got a ton of aggression coming in, a lot of throttle into outer zone number 1. Lipton trying to chase him down in that Corvette, going a little bit wide there as Bruschi comes into outer zone number 2. Lipton a little bit messed up in the chase position as Bruschi comes through the center section. Lipton trying to really reel him in there. Bruschi coming around to outer zone number 4, getting about a midline through that zone, allows Lipton to catch up. Bruschi coming around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, and Lipton has it on his door as they transition across that reference point and up into the bank turn. Lipton taking a little bit lower of a line, trying to get on Bruschi's door as they cross the line. I want to see what happened there in the replay from outer 1 to 2. Just something looked a little weird there.
Yeah, it looks like Lipton and his Corvette got a little bit of a bite back going in there and trying to clean it back up as Dimitri Bruschi's just locked and loaded into outside 1. Lipton just didn't really, he fell off his flow point. He had to figure out where he was going. He understood he needed to clean up that proximity and leave at least something for the judges to judge in his chase position. But unfortunately, a lot of corrections out of Lipton in the back. Dimitri Bruschi sitting in the front, in the lead, finishing off his lap. We'll have to flip these guys around and figure out what the second half of this battle is going to look like. Hopefully Lipton mechanically is all okay.
Absolutely, because we forget there's obviously the driver element of this competition, but these cars have to cooperate and the drivers are really pushing them to their limits. So we do have mechanical failures. It looks like Lipton's car is fine because he is pulling to the line, and Dimitri Bruschi is going to chase him down. So let's see what Lipton's got in the lead position.
All right, and here we go. Lipton taking the lead in that C5 Corvette, getting chased down by Dimitri Bruschi, which I'm pretty sure is like a quick, really quick build for him. But either way, both these guys are dumping into outside 1. Lipton getting into outside zone number 1 as Bruschi cutting the line, trying to fall back into position now, maybe taking a safe round as Lipton dumps in the angle, going from 2 to 3. Dimitri Bruschi a little bit out of the conversation now as both drivers work their way through that center section. Lipton and his Corvette getting into outside zone number 4. Dimitri Bruschi about a car length, tries to clean it up now, going to the People's Corner. Dimitri Bruschi working his way up, and Lipton doing a great lead lap here, putting a car where it needs to go. Let's hopefully he gets in the outside 6 as Dimitri boosts right back to the side. Lipton and his Corvette makes it over the finish line. We'll have to go to the judges to see how that pans out. But once again, you don't want to leave this in the judges' hands. They got clammy hands.
Absolutely. Now, our chat is saying that Frito on Valinos is lethal. I would have to agree, and shout out to Valino Tire, one of our sponsors here at the Gambler. They're out here today. Make sure you visit their booth if you have a moment and talk about how great those tires are.
I think Frito should paint his car red, but don't fix anything.
So no body work, just rattle can, all the panels? Okay.
Yeah. Maybe the roof black, for style.
And we do have a winner for that previous battle. Brutski is going to get the win. Brutski gets the win and moves on. Unfortunately, I think there was just a few too many errors on Lipton's part. Again, hope that car is okay, but Brutski is going to move on to our top 8. And with that said, we're going to move on to the other side of the bracket. We have Denofa and Lance.
Chelsea Denofa sitting in that lead position. Lons getting ready to chase down that Fox body. Lons piloting that Corvette Bolt driver shootout from behind the hill here. Chelsea initiates well before that first initiation point, and Lons is shortly behind him. Lons putting the pressure on that Fox body. Chelsea Denofa giving the real estate as Lons barking. A little bit of weeble and wobbling, but let's see if he can clean it up through outside 2 and down to 3. Chelsea doing what the judges need to see from there. Lons trying to bark. Lons really barking. Make it fluid. Chelsea hanging out, sneezing the whole track. And here's Lons trying to bark back going through the people's corner as Chelsea and his Fox body ripping through those 235 tires as Lons makes a ton of noise, a bunch of aggression behind that Fox body. Let's flip her around and see what happens.
That was an excellent battle, Mike. I want to check out this replay here. We can see Chelsea just a ton of aggression on entry, but Lance doesn't look phased in the chase position at all. I will see Chelsea looks a lot more planted than Lance in the chase position. I know Chelsea's probably got a lower horsepower car, so it might be a little bit more difficult for Lance to chase him down.
It's got a cold, all right? It's just down to horsepower because it has a cold.
But still, Chelsea has all that fluidity. Ton of speed still coming through the center section. Does a nice job getting about a tire in outer zone 4. Looking extremely fluid, switching from 4 to 5, which is what our judges want to see. And that fluidity allows Lance to really put it on his door. Chelsea does pull away through that reference point and up into the bank and is much higher than Lance, but still a decent battle. Let's flip him around and see what Chelsea's got in the chase.
It looks like Lons has plenty of machine to be out here on that 235 tires. Looking forward to him taking his lead, and Chelsea Denofa with that Fox body. See what he can clean up in the chase. Looks like our boys are back from their scenic route around the back course here at Raceway Park. Woof.
All right, the lights are out and away we go. This time Lance is leading, Denofa is chasing. Lance floating it in there with an e-brake pull to get himself out to outer zone number 1. He's looking pretty settled in that zone, and Chelsea Denofa sticking with him just outside the smoke, transitioning on his door through 2, coming down the hill. Lance not quite as deep in 3 as we like, picking up speed coming through that center section. Chelsea through the smoke to get out to outer zone number 4. Again, Lance about as deep in 4 as we saw Chelsea, but Chelsea pulls out of drift. Unfortunately, that is going to do it as Lance comes through that reference point and up onto the bank turn. Chelsea giving us a little bit of a burnout to send him. Listen, it's like he's saying goodbye, but did he forget that he's also in our unlimited class?
That sounded a little more than a cold as it goes over the finish line. An unfortunate turn of events for Chelsea Denofa. You guys can see at home on the live stream, both on YouTube and Facebook, Chelsea Denofa really jumping through to get that proximity back from Lons' Corvette going down the hill here. He was really rubbing and dicing, making it dangerous as both drivers working their way through outside 3 into that inside clip. And this is where it got weird for Chelsea. He threw it in, following the Lions, through outside 4, and it looks like the car just decided to not car anymore.
It do be like that sometimes.
That's racing. It does suck. It is the worst part, but we are our machines, so we'll have to go. I know he'll fix it. He's gonna fix it.
He's got to.
I mean, he's running the high roller. Tanner's gonna fix it.
Tanner, what are you still doing in the stands
Why are you
here,
sitting
buddy?
down, dude? High knees. Get the stepping.
Go do the thing, dude.
I better see you in grid in like 2 seconds flat.
Oh, Papa Tanner looks disappointed.
Yo, Ryan in the chat is right. I do need a soundboard with a bark sound.
I think we have a few sounds that we need on the thing. I want to hear like a banana slip sound. All right, here we go. We have Colin Crissette in the lead, and Rozalski chasing him down. Colin Crissette coming in through outer zone number 1, doing a great job with that zone, and Rozalski just reeling him in there as they come down the hill. Crissette aggressive in the lead, grabbing just part of outer zone number 3. Rozalski trying to chase him down as they come into outer zone number 4. Crissette staying nice and wide to grab that zone, and Rozalski just getting on his door, chopping the line just a little bit to get close to him in that outer zone. Colin Crissette transitioning across that reference point. Rozalski sticking with him and putting it on his door in the bank turn, you guys. Give it up for these drivers.
All right, we're back. A little technical difficulty with my sticks, but I got it handled as Rozalski now in that lead position, getting chased down by Crissette. Kevin shooting out from behind the hill. Colin right behind him. Kevin flicks in. See if he gets into the box. As he does, is Colin trying to close up that gap of proximity. Rozalski doing a good job. Rotates into outside zone number 2, getting into outside zone number 3. Avoids 3. Colin giving him a little space to figure out where Rozalski's going here on our road course as Rozalski gets settled back in for outside 4. Colin Crissette in his G35 a little back behind, maybe giving Kevin a little more confidence as Kevin gets into people's corner. Nice and comfortable. Colin is right behind him. Also comfortable as drivers work their way down that reference point and back up. Colin giving a little space to bark back to the side of that BMW as both drivers go over the finish line.
That is a close battle. I'm looking forward to seeing the side-by-side here as our judges decide a winner. All right, we're checking out the side-by-side here. A few small errors on each of these drivers' part, if I had to guess, but still, we saw a ton of aggression in both the lead and the chase. The crowd would like a one more time. Let's hear it, guys. Do you want it one more time? All right, we need you to cheer if you think Rozalski won. All right, we need you to cheer if you think Crissette won. I don't know, guys. I think that sounds like a one more time by default, but luckily I am not a judge, so we're going to wait to see what our judges have to say. We got a couple croissants in the chat, so I'm going to count those as well.
Colin's got his own emoji. That's pretty cool. Bear with us. We'll get right back to the action just momentarily. Our judges are a little preoccupied. We'll deal with it as quickly as possible, and then we'll get right back to it. We thank you guys for hanging out with us here today at the E-Town Gambler. A big shout out to all our event sponsors, and a big shout to Raceway Park. Also a big shout to the Stockholm, Finland people. All right, so while we have a little bit of a downtime here, I'm being encroached by Tom, who is essentially probably the second nationally ranked SR20 killer. What's your KD right now?
7-2.
Nice. And that's 7 dead, and you brought 2 back, or is that 7 back and 2 gone?
I don't know. 12.
Basically, boys went through a pallet of SR20. Do you have any chance of switching engine platforms anytime soon?
Absolutely not.
And you heard it from the man himself. He's an idiot. And it is official. Crosette gets the win. Colin Crosette gets the win, working his way into the top 8, taking out Kevin Rosowski. And with no hesitation, let's get right back to the party here as Sampson starts leading in Chris Knapp. Sampson with a huge dump of that E30, maybe a bit too much as he avoids the first half of outside 1. But Chris Knapp not shaken, maybe stirred as he works his way into outside zone number 2. Sampson going through the checklist as Knapp taking some sacrifices here, trying to get to the side of that BMW as Mike Sampson rotates into that outside zone number 4, Sarah's corner. A bit shy on the box, but Chris Knapp right there on the side. Jumping right into the people's corner here is Chris Knapp, taking out 1 Series BMW to the side of that E30. Sampson screaming past the stands here and up the bank wall, keeping the taillights in and out as Chris Knapp starting to put the pressure on.
These BMWs are really getting down here. Let's take a look at this replay, and absolutely points to Knapp for really surging up in that bank. Let's check out Sampson here on the entry. Just a little bit late to get into outer zone number 1. Chris Knapp maintaining the same amount of distance as they come down here, cutting the line just a little bit, getting into 2 and 3. Sampson just getting the edge of those zones. He's got a ton of speed coming through that center section, setting himself up for outer zone number 4, and he does get about a tire into that zone. Knapp pouring on the angle and chase as they come around the people's corner here. Sampson looking dialed all the way in that zone. Chris Knapp on just a little bit of a shallower line as they come across our reference point and up into that final outer zone. Sampson just a little low on there, and Chris Knapp using that to get on his door as they come across the line.
All right, here we go. Chris Knapp now taking that lead position as Mike Sampson taking the chase. Chris Knapp piloting that 1 Series BMW, dumping it in well before the last initiation point as he gets out into outside zone number 1. Sampson trying to put the pressure on. This is BMW versus BMW. Sampson, old versus new, as Chris Knapp dumps into outside 2 and down the hill into outside 3. Knapp doing a fantastic job through those first 3 outside zones, but the first and only inside clip. Sampson falling behind as that 1 Series BMW rocket ships into outside 4. Chris Knapp doing a good job, but Sampson shortly behind him, barking at the bark bumper, cutting through the smoke as Sampson putting the proximity in as Chris Knapp doing a fantastic job through the people's corner. Knapp rotates back up for that final outside zone. Sampson shortly behind him, putting the pressure on as both drivers come across the finish line.
That was a close one. This is another hard decision by the judges. Let's get up the side-by-side so we can take a look at both of these lead and chase runs, and our judges can decide a winner.
You guys at home on the live stream, thank you for joining us on the internet. You guys are watching Chris Knapp in that 1 Series BMW take his lead lap on the right side of your screen against Mike Sampson in that E30 BMW. Both these drivers throwing down, making our judges watch these replays. They're doing the math. I'm chewing on this stick. I hope you guys are having a great time. If you are live and in person here in Jersey, thank you guys for coming out and joining us here in the grandstands, hanging out at Sneaky Pete's Bar, watching all these drivers and their teams make sure the machines stay out on track and our drivers making sure they can do everything they can to bring home some damage. And we do have a winner. Chris Knapp gets the win. Chris Knapp in his 1 Series BMW takes out Mike Sampson. All right, and here we go. Nate Chen taking that lead position. There's Hallman. Hallman starting to bark now. A little bit of a hiccup there through outside 1. It looks like Hallman and his Mustang is going to clean it back up as Nate Chen works his way into outside zone number 2. Chen in that FDRX7 driving away from Hallman's Mustang through outside 3. Rotating through that intersection. The only inside clip, Hallman and that Mustang just trying to keep to the side of Nate Chen's FD as he navigates through our road course here at the Gambler. Chen doing a good job, but Hallman starting to write his name on the side. As Chen works his way, Hallman backs off a lot. Backs off a lot. And Chen finishes off his lap over the finish line. All right, our driver is back up on the line. And here we go. Hallman now taking that lead. Nate Chen's RX-7 taking the chase. Hallman holding Nate Chen's hand all the way down to that third to the last initiation point as Hallman gets into outside zone number 1. Nate Chen a little bit shallow on the angle as he's trying to keep that proximity up as Hallman's Mustang is working his way through outside 1, dumps into 2, driving down the hill to outside 3. Chen doing a good job kind of trying to mimic the angle as both drivers work their way through that center section to that first and only inside clip. Hallman dumps in the Sarah's box as Nate Chen works his way through as well. Nate Chen jumps back to that people's corner as Hallman's doing a great job keeping that Mustang exactly where it needs to be as he works his way down to that reference point. Nate Chen's on the back bumper. Both drivers transition back up. Chen doing a good job holding that proximity back, holding that FD as Hallman finishes off his lap across the finish line.
Looking good, guys. And for reference, I believe the hardest part of this track would be outer zone number 4. I think a lot of guys struggle to get in that zone historically. So I hold the most points if you can get into outer zone 4. Do it well, make it look fluid. The elusive outer zone 4. All right, let's watch this side by side here. We have Hallman coming around in his lead position. Nate Chen doing a great job in chase, maybe a little bit closer than Hallman was in his chase. But Hallman doing a great job getting into outer 4. Honestly, this part of the track looks like a mirror image between these two drivers. The judges are going to have some trouble. Maybe Hallman just a little bit closer in chase. And then leaving a little bit too much of a gap in the chase when he comes up to the bank there on Nate Chen. So I don't know. This is going to be a tough one. This is times like these where I do not wish to be a judge.
Couple questions in the chat. Looks like Bix Fab, what's the payout? The 235 class is going to be that big check of $4,000 for the top spot on the box. But those unlimited boys, those high roller, it is winner take all. Literally the entire entry fee for the unlimited class goes to the pot. The more drivers in the unlimited, the more money on the line. Our judges are watching the exact same replays that you guys get to see on the live stream. If you haven't already, make sure you join us on Facebook and YouTube, Raceway Park. You want us to check out all of the drone footage. You guys can see exactly what's going on, a better view from outside 1, 2, and 3. And never mind the fact that you get to see all these great event sponsors scroll through the bottom of your screen. Make sure you show them the love. Let them know the Gambler sent you through. And we have a winner. We have a winner. Nate Chen gets the win. Nate Chen gets the win.
Up next on the line, we have two big FD Pro Spec guys. Connor O'Sullivan, your champ from last weekend. Trevor Root, normally a great shower here at the Gambler, our #1 qualifier today. This should be an interesting battle. Welcome to the top 4 here of the Gambler series, the 235 class. We're almost down to the nitty gritty, Mike.
We are. Dan Savage is in the chat. He asked how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, and the answer is 7.5.
Oh, I was going to say the limit does not exist. It's Infinity Wood.
That's above my grade level of math.
What other factors could cause a Chuck to stop chucking, We could talk about this all day.
You run out of wood.
Kielbasa Kevin in the chat now saying what's up. All right, the lights are on. Away we go. Trevor Root tossing it in there with a ton of angle. Connor O'Sullivan putting it on his door as they come around to outer zone number 1. Trevor Root all the way in the zone. Doing a great job on outer 2 and outer 3 as they come down the line. Not quite as deep in 3 as we'd like, but Connor O'Sullivan's right on his door as they come through that center section, transitioning on his bumper, but there is a small error there. We're definitely gonna have to take a look at that. Trevor Root coming around through the people's corner. Connor O'Sullivan putting it on his door as they transition over that reference point and up into the bank turn, outer zone number 6. Trevor Root is running the wall.
I am Root. I am Root. Trevor Root throwing that a heater of a lead lap. O'Sullivan doing everything he can to keep that proximity up as both drivers dump into outside zone number 1. If you guys are watching that instant replay, Root is planted himself into outside 1, and O'Sullivan realizing that he's actually going to have to work for this. O'Sullivan starting to put the pressure on as Root drives himself down that hill, checking through the checklist that our judges want to see. In this rotation here, this is where Connor starts to really bark at the backside of Root's BMW as both drivers come through, but Sullivan maybe a little too much sauce going on the outside 4, cleans it up as quickly as he possibly can. But Root is dialed in. I'm looking forward to the second half of this battle where O'Sullivan now has the responsibility as the lead car, and Root gets the bike at the back.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange of a situation. There's a lot of factors going through that center section. There's a quick switch back from that inner clip. Also, it requires you to transition twice through the amount of smoke that the lead car is pouring off of. So it could have been an error, could have been a miscalculation in the chase position. But we're going to flip him around, let O'Sullivan lead, and Root chase him down.
All right, let's see if O'Sullivan can work real hard for the 3rd time today. Already having some tough battles to get here, but it looks like he's going to blow it extra early as Trevor Root falls right behind him. Root taking a little bobble there to get back into position. O'Sullivan has locked himself into outside zone number 1. Trevor Root looking nice and poised and controlled as he dumps right back to the other side of the O'Sully's S14. Both drivers doing a great job through outside 2 and 3. Rotates to that inside clip. Trevor Root gives a little bit of space through the whoops as he dumps back into the Sarah's box. They double team the box hard as both drivers rotate out to outside 5. O'Sullivan doing a great job of Root with a little too much bite. O'Sullivan finishing off nice and strong, and now Root back in the game as both drivers work their way up to the final outside 6, and Trevor trying to sign his name, add himself to the O'Sully livery. What a battle.
Dog. That was rough. All right, let's see the side-by-side. These guys are absolute competitors, super aggressive driving. I feel like there was a few tiny errors here and there that the judges are going to have to pick on. Yeah, let's take a look at this side-by-side. Connor O'Sullivan not quite as steady in outer zone 1 as Root was, but Root was a little bit closer in that chase position. O'Sullivan definitely closer through that center section here, and that might have been what messed him up in the chase position. It's hard to say. We do not want to speculate, but let's see what's going on with Trevor Root coming through this center section. Pulls out angle and falls back in the people's corner where we saw O'Sullivan kept that proximity. Sully not really in the right spot there on that switchback, and Trevor Root definitely closer, better in the chase in that final outer zone. So this is a hard one to call for sure. We're gonna lean on the judges.
And we do have a verdict. Trevor Tree gets the win. Root moves on into the final 4, taking out Connor O'Sullivan, but it won't be the last time we see the O'Sully camp as he's also signed up for the High Roller Unlimited. So they're going to go either switch cars, switch tires, switch shocks, whatever they're doing to that thing to make it work for the next set of battles, and we'll see him back out on the High Rollers. But right now, Trevor Root making him put him back in the trailer. If you guys are joining us on the live stream, that's Dimitri Brewski's. I believe that's a quick build. He's got that thing in the bark box, warming up the circles as we speak. We got our drone guys floating around, checking out the entire scape here of the road course. Big shout to those fellows over there in the tent. They can't see me. They got the goggles on. They're locked in, as the children say. You guys joining us on the live stream here for a treat. This is Raceway Park. This is the road course, a massive 6 outside zones, single inside clip. That is 7 judged areas, and these judged zones are massive. There is plenty of real estate here for mistakes, no mistakes, extra mistakes. You guys are watching our drone. We got a couple issues down on the grid. We're going to get them cleaned up and get our drivers back up on the line. While we have you on the stream, thank you guys for joining us here on the internet. Big shout to all of our event sponsors. Make sure you guys show them the love on that bottom right-hand screen. You can see all those companies, those sponsors, those great people that help make this Gambler happen. So make sure you swing on over. Let them know the Gambler sent you through. They got some cool stuff. Definitely want to check them all through. We got Valino Tires out here, live and in person, right behind the grandstands, sitting right short walk from Sneaky Pete's Bar. If you guys are live and in person here, this is a great time to re-up on that drink, maybe a quick bathroom break, and we'll get right back to the action here as quickly as possible. And it looks like our drivers are back in vehicles, so it may be quicker than later. All right, it looks like our drivers are getting lapped belt back up in there. We're going to strap them back into those missiles as we send them in for their battle. Frito going up against Dimitri Brewski. Our eye in the sky, ready to chase these boys down as Frito gets a clean line out of the chicane. Dimitri Brewski to chase. Both drivers initiate well before that last initiation point. Frito driving that BMW out to outside zone number 1 as Dimitri Brewski and his S14 are shortly behind him. Frito with that turbocharged BMW motor underneath the hood, making sure he gets out to outside 2. Dimitri Brewski shortly waiting for him right behind him. Dimitri doing a fantastic job matching the angle of Frito's BMW as they work through this center section, that only inside clip. Dimitri rides to the side of BMW as Frito working his way into outside zone number 4. Dimitri rotates back up almost simultaneously as Frito, as both drivers work their way through the People's Corner here at Raceway Park. Dimitri gives a little room for Frito's BMW to go through that reference box and back up to the bank, where Dimitri makes his presence super known, and Frito hits the wall and then swings back.
I think Frito put a little bit of damage on the back of that car, a little bit more than was already there. Let's check out this replay. A nice, aggressive e-brake pull entry like we've seen from Frito all day. Doing a great job, looking settled, smooth, and all the way in the zone. Exactly what we want to see. Doing a nice job in outer zone 2 as well. Going wide, allowing Dimitri to really get up to his door and chase. Frito does a great job on outer zone 3 as well. Not a ton of angle coming across that inner clip, but does a nice job getting all. That is what I'm talking about, outer zone number 4. Super fluid, all the way in the zone, transitioning into outer zone number 5. If I'm being picky, maybe a little bit deeper there, but he gets away from Dimitri slightly as they come across that reference point, and Dimitri cuts the line in order to get onto his door, puts it on his door. Frito hits the wall a little bit, and that's the run, Mike. Exciting stuff.
Definitely always a joy to watch these gentlemen drive. Both these guys are super aggressive and more than capable of doing anything our judges are asking. If anything, probably too much. Let's see how the second half of the battle goes. Dimitri gets a clean run through the chicane as Frito chasing him down. Dimitri Bruschi piloting that S14, and Frito snaps with him. Has to take a little angle out to get back to the side of that BMW or that S14 as Dimitri Bruschi runs off of outside zone number 1. Frito right on the backside, giving a little space, a little bit of a line error there as he dumps down the hill, but he's falling back into where he needs to be as Frito's starting to really bark at the side of Dimitri Bruschi's S14. Literally, Frito on the back bumper, trying to take out the backside of Dimitri Bruschi as both drivers rotate in. Frito doing a good job trying to stay to the side of Dimitri Bruschi, giving him the real estate to work with. Both drivers dump down to that reference point and back up. Frito, he's trying to make his move now as Bruschi is locked and loaded into that final zone as Frito gives him some similar love over the finish line.
What a great battle, Mike. Super aggressive lead, an extremely aggressive chase on Frito's part. Let's go ahead and watch this side-by-side replay. I mean, that might have been the most aggressive chase we have seen today. Frito starting out with just absolutely glued to Bruschi's door here. Bruschi not quite as deep in 1 as we'd like. A little bit shallow coming down the line, but then he puts the angle on for outer 3, gets all the way into outer 3, and adding that angle really allows Frito to get closer to him, which he stays as they come around to outer zone number 4. Dimitri does a great job on outer 4, again, going nice and wide into the people's corner, allowing Frito to really get close to him. This is my favorite part right here when they transition, and Frito is just on his bumper as they transition up and putting it on his door as they come through the final turn of the bank. Man, this is a tough one. We'll let you know when the judges decide.
And we have a judge's final decision. It looks like Tim Frito is going to get the win. Tim Wilson taking out Dimitri Bruschi, working his way into the final 4. He's going to see battle against Trevor Tree, Mr. Root. All right, we're going to jump to the right side of the bracket. Now we're still in our our last 8 drivers. Lands versus Crosset up on the line. They should be, Colin is poised, ready to warm up his circles. Lan's shortly behind him. We'll get these drivers to get themselves and their machines warmed up on the grid, locked up, and then we'll get right back to the action here at Raceway Park, the Gambler. Thank you guys for joining us here live and in person. If you haven't already, thank you for joining us on the live stream, both Facebook and YouTube. That's at Raceway Park.
And we still have 3 drivers in the last man standing pool. Basically, each driver bets on themselves. They can technically bet on another driver if they want, but the winner takes all. So the last man standing in competition, the driver that goes the furthest takes the whole pot. It's up to $500 for the 235 Gambler class, and we still have Tim Frito Wilson, Chris Knapp, and Trevor Root all in that pot.
That's super cool that there's actually a couple extra $100, and that is a low count for the last man standing. There was a lot of lack of confidence in the drivers' meeting. Guys were not ready to bet on themselves, but these gentlemen were.
They were.
Colin Crissette taking that lead position. Louis Lons. And here we go. Colin locks himself in the outside one, maybe getting a little too far deep as Louis Lons rotates right behind him, getting himself in the outside two. Colin Crissette works his way down the hill here at Raceway Park, gets himself into outside three. Lons really making that Corvette work for him as he dives to the side of Colin's G35. Rotates back through. Lons almost. Colin Crissette getting in now. Lons makes that contact. Colin unfazed. Gets back up, needs to get up to that bank wall, that final outside zone, as Louis trying to keep that aggression high over the finish line.
All right, let's check out this replay here. Colin Crissette tossing it in there, looking fluid as he comes through outer zone number one, getting nice and wide, allowing Lance to get up really close to his door there. Stays all the way through outer zone one, really nice, picks up speed to grab outer two, and then he stays nice and wide to grab outer zone number three. Lance in the chase position going a little bit wide there, giving Colin some room through that center section. Maybe a small error on his part. Colin comes around just to grab the edge of outer zone number four. Maybe some credit, but I'd like to see a little deeper in there, but nicely done on the people's corner. Allows Lance to really catch up and get super close to him as they exit there. And Colin Crissette nice and high on the bank. Lance trying to reel him in as they finish that run.
And here we go. Our driver's back up on the line, waiting for those lights to illuminate. Lons now sitting in that lead position. He's going to get chased down by Colin Crissette in that G35. You can see it right there on the live stream, thanks to our drone boys.
Yeah, thank you to our drone pilots, all of our media, all of our grid workers and track workers. Thank you guys so much for helping us put on this event. We could not do it without you. You are appreciated. Make sure to thank your media.
You should thank everybody.
Yeah.
High vis. You know what? Look to the person to your right and say thank you. Then look to your person to your left and punch him in the face.
What kind
All right, Lons is sitting in the lead position. Colin Crissette to chase.
All right, the lights are out, and away we go. This time, Lance in the lead. Colin Crissette trying to chase him down. Lance picking up a ton of speed. I don't know what's up with Colin in the chase. Maybe just falling back. Could it possibly be a misshift? Either way, he is very far back as this run continues. Lance getting into outer zone number two, pouring smoke as he comes down the hill. Colin has caught up now. Lance getting that back tire into outer zone number three, coming across that center section, grabbing that inner clip, and getting out to outer zone number four. Doing a nice job there. Colin pouring on the angle as he catches up in the chase position. Lance just looking super smooth and dialed in outer zone number five of the people's corner. Switching it back over the reference point and up into the bank turn. Colin surging up to his door, but is it enough, Mike? I'm not sure.
Lons is literally throwing so much tire smoke, I'm pretty sure that's what's peeling off his rear bumper. All right, let's see those instant replays here at Raceway Park. We got Colin Crissette in his lead lap on the left side of your screen, and we have Lons on the right. You can already see Colin with that major deficit through outside zone number one. Colin Crissette basically doing everything he can in his chase position to clean up that error early in his lap. On the left side of your screen, you can see right there Lons almost getting a little too deep going to outside three, which created this gap. He took center punched that inside clip, and he tries to clean it back up, getting into outside zone number four. It's definitely a heated battle here. Both drivers trading paint, trading door handles. We're going to have to lean on the judges to see what actually transpires and who's going to be the victor here. The silence is deafening.
I'm listening to the judges debate over here, and honestly, this is a tough one. We had a few errors. Colin, I'm assuming it was a misshift going into his lead run, unfortunately. That is going to be held against him, but the judges are really taking a look at the rest of these runs just to make sure they didn't miss anything, make sure they give each driver a fair shake. Because again, they did have some pretty great lead runs, some pretty aggressive chases. But Colin, unfortunately, not close at all on entry with that large error, missing a lot of outer zone number one. How much it's going to get held against him, that is up to our judges there. keep in mind the judges are looking at the left side of your screen with Lance in the chase as well. It looks like he had at least 2 tires off, potentially even pulling out of drift in the center section. So they are comparing those 2 errors. Essentially, each driver has an error in the chase position. So the judges are going to have to choose a winner there and see, you know, how much does that weigh putting 2 tires off. All right, we are going to make it official. It's going to go one more time. Lance and Cressette is going to go one more time. The judges felt they both had a significant error in the chase position. They're going to get to run it back. They can change tires if they want, and we'll see them back out here on the grid to run it back again, hopefully clean up those chase runs a little bit and keep it pushing.
Our next battle of our Final Four, Chris Knapp piloting that 1 Series BMW going up against Nate Chen. Chen piloting that FD RX-7. And it looks like our drivers are ready to go as Nate Chen taking that lead position. Chris Knapp set back a little further in that chase. It looks like that gap's really going to bite him as he has to work in the outside zone number 1. Chen a little bit of a wobble, and Chris Knapp with a wash. An unfortunate turn of event as Knapp taking the tight line, trying to close that proximity. It's only 1 zone judged. Now 2 as he just gets in the bark box as both drivers work their way into outside 3. Chris Knapp doing a good job as he tries to clean up those mistakes as Nate Chen put it on a lead lap to give the real estate for Chris Knapp to work in. Just Knapp unfortunately giving a little too much gap off the start. Chen doing a great job in that FDRX7. Knapp, take the pass. Just shut up past him. Chen finishing off nice and strong up high on the bank. Chris Knapp literally just shoving that BMW anywhere Nate Chen could see it. A hell-fought return from Chris Knapp after basically giving almost too much space in the front. On an unfortunate turn of the event, Knapp just taking a little more too much speed, making a little bit too many mistakes, but we'll see how that goes. All right, you guys at home watching that replay, Nate Chen in his RX-7 navigating our course here on the road course very meticulously, getting it done in the eyes of the judges. Chris Knapp doing his due diligence, unfortunately left a little too much on the plate. You can see it in turn 1. Knapp trying to keep that speed, and unfortunately the car gave him a little bit of a wash, definitely cost him some car lengths. He didn't stay out of it, though. He floored it. He got right back into the fight. We'll have to see what the second half of the battle here goes as both drivers are finishing their parade behind the backtrack, taking the scenic route. A little stop at Wawa. Can you guys grab me something?
You're allowed to have a cool-down lap as a treat for finishing your lap nicely.
Is that why I never get a cool-down lap?
Well, you got to stop messing up, Mike.
Look, it's good enough for government work.
We believed in you.
I believed in me. Imagine how I feel.
All right, we're getting these drivers back to the line. This time, Chris Knapp will lead, and Nate Chen will chase him down. The lights are out, and away we go. Chris Knapp making his way through that chicane. He's going to have to make up for those small errors in his chase position, tossing it in there with a ton of aggression all the way out, super wide in outer zone number 1. Nate Chen with slightly less angle coming up to his door there as they transition into outer zone number 2. Chris Knapp looking absolutely fluid and settled as he comes down to grab outer 3. Nate Chen is right there, transitioning off his bumper as they set themselves up for outer zone number 4. Doing a great job. Transitioning over to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Not quite as deep as you'd like to see, but Nate Chen is directly on his door. Across that reference point and up into the bank turn. Nate Chen on Chris Knapp's door. Nice and high. Give it up for these drivers.
And we do have a winner. Nate Chen gets the win. Nate Chen in his FD RX-7 gets the win, taking out Chris Knapp in his 1 Series BMW. A great drive out of Chris Knapp in that borrowed vehicle. I guess it's like half his, right? A little his? Either way, Chris Knapp done in a 235 class. Nate Chen taking the win, walking himself into the Final Four. We're going to have to get our last Final Four battle up on the line. Lons versus Cressette. Lons versus Cressette. You're being paged for surgery.
Mike Knapp would like us to know that that is not Chris Knapp's car, that he was allowed to borrow it, as a treat.
See, I'm just stirring Thanksgiving up.
Well, last time they said that he only borrowed it because it was his birthday, so I'm curious as to why he gets to drive it today.
It's his birthday.
Again.
Yeah.
It's his half-year birthday.
You guys don't get 2 birthdays? You know, like one halfway, I kind of made it, and then the other one, it's like, all right, yeah, you're old. Oh, so all right. So I got Mike Knapp here. He basically said, "You can take that crappy car. I'm driving the real car. I'm driving the S13." Speak of the devil, how is he not sweaty? Oh, he's a little sweaty.
All right, we are just waiting on our 2 one-more-time drivers, Lanz and Cressette, to get back to the line. Just hang tight with us here as we get these drivers back. And if you are one of these drivers, get them tires on. Get back to the grid, please, guys.
All right, we're going to jump to the other side of the bracket. We got Mr. Root going up against Mr. Wilson. Frito himself warming up his tires. Trevor Root ready to come through.
All right, guys, we have our drivers coming back to the line. Wilson and Root. Root is going to lead. Wilson is going to chase him down. 2 E36s in various condition with 2 completely different power plants under the hood. But this should be an interesting battle. And, you know, let's get it underway. We are in the Final Four, so the winner of this battle will be headed to the finals. All right, the lights are out and away we go. Trevor Root in the lead as our #1 qualifier. Tim, Frito, Wilson chasing him down. Trevor Root tossing it in with a ton of angle into outer zone #1, getting super deep. Leaving that zone just a little bit early though, but Wilson is right with him as they come through outer zone #2 and down the hill. Trevor Root through outer zone #3 looking really dialed, but Wilson is on his door, maybe a little bit less angle as they come through the center section into outer zone #4. Wilson is sticking with him, popping through the smoke to the people's corner, putting it on his door as they come around outer zone #5. Wilson's trying to trade paint with that gray 36 as they go across that reference point and up into the bank turn. Trevor Root on the wall. Wow, you guys.
These are the BMW boys. Frito got his hand out the window. He's having a great time, as he should. Trevor Root giving him some real estate to play with here as Frito jumps on the board. Look at that interest rate. He is right there on the door handle as Root rotates all the way through. Those Valino tires smoking off the backside of both of these E36 BMWs. They come down the hill into outside 3. Trevor Root doing a good job to that inside clip. Frito taking a little bit of sacrifice there to keep that proximity to that fast VA car in front of him, but his turbocharged BMW motor doing a great job landing him where he needs to be. Frito doing a great job in that chase, but you can't have that chase without a lead, and Trevor Root throwing down a checklist.
All right, the lights are out, and away we go for the second half of this battle. Wilson leading, Root chasing him down. Wilson tossing it in there nice and early like we're used to seeing, absolutely mashing that throttle as he comes up the hill. super wide in outer zone number 1, possibly 2 tires off there as they come around to outer zone number 2. Trevor Root sticking with them as they come down the hill to grab outer 3. Frito is on one as he comes across that inner clip. Maybe not as much angle as we'd like to see. Allows Trevor Root to really take advantage of that and get on his door through outer zone number 4. Doing a great job there to transition through the people's corner. Tim is on the throttle. Trevor Root's on his door, transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank turn of that final outer zone number 6. Hot dog. How is Trevor running the wall in the chase, man?
Trevor
What a
Root
great
turns
battle.
cars into aerodynamic pieces of art at this point.
Absolutely.
Frito is no stranger as well, as the back of his car has seen just as many licks, but you guys are watching an instant replay here at the Gambler thanks to Raceway Park. On the right side, that lap that just went down, Frito definitely super deep through outside 1. Trevor Root holding his composure as both BMWs dump through outside 2 and down the hill into outside 3. Frito doing a good job getting into the box, rotates, as Sarah said, a little shallow on the angle through that inside clip, allowing Root a lot of wheel speed to dump right back where he needs to be into outside 4. Frito doing a fantastic job through that transition all the way through the people's corner, knocking off through the checklist, but Trevor Root is right there on the backside. On the left side of your screen is not far off from what Frito is giving the sauce, but right here, Root is on the door where Frito backed off just a little bit. Definitely not what you want to leave for the judges here, but this is a heater of a battle between both of these gentlemen. And we have an official verdict. Trevor Root goes into the finals. Trevor Root takes the win, but Frito is not done.
It's not over yet, Mike. They will be battling for 3rd place. We need Frito to hang out. If he does need to change tires, he's allowed to at this point, but he will have to battle the loser of our other side of the bracket for 3rd place, bottom of the box, still in the payout. This battle does matter. So first we're going to run the one more time between Lance and Cressette. That will help us decide our actual final 4 of the bracket, and then we'll keep it moving on the right side.
Colin rolling Bernie's out of the bark box. Alan! Alan!
You know, speaking of the burnout box, I didn't see any rollbacks from Rozalski. I thought that was his signature maneuver. Oh, okay, hold on. He has axle issues.
He's claiming performance issues.
All right, we'll take an IOU for the next ones. All right, the lights are out and away we go. Our one more time battle. Colin Cressette in the lead and Lance chasing him down. Colin tossing it in there way early, as usual, getting out to outer zone number 1. Just a little late on entry there to get in that zone, allowing Lance to really put it on his door. Colin picking up speed through 2, coming down the hill to grab 3. Lance trying to reel him in, not make that same mistake in outer zone 3 that he did last time. Colin is moving through the center section. Let's see if he can get all the way out to outer 4. Ideally, I'd like him deeper there. You know, who's to say? Both these drivers getting into the people's corner. Colin Cressette putting it down, lands on his door. Colin missing that reference point just a little bit, but still manages to get up into that final outer zone, and Lance falling back just slightly as they come across the line.
Okay, so
And while we're watching this replay here, we're going to give a shout out to the group in Sweden that's watching the battle right now. To Kale, Marianne, Helena, Peter, Kajsa, Norman, Michael, Kaisu. Apparently they're going to bed and they'll listen to the replay. But we love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in.
No, they get to stay up late. Snacks and sugar. No bedtime today.
And Mike Knapp did have the Swedish flag on the back of his car for all of the battles representing that group. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. And make sure, hey, it's on YouTube, so watch the replay.
Officially, that means we're international. I need to go update my passport.
And speaking of the chat, we're saying hi to you guys. Someone wants to know, is Chelsea out of the competition? He did get knocked out in top 32 of our gambler class, but Chelsea is also in our high roller class, so stay tuned. He will be running later on in the competition with the big tire boys.
Yeah, Tanner Munson is working very hard back in the pits, making sure that Chelsea is back up, ready to get back out there. But we got the second half of this battle. We're locked in, ready. The lights illuminated, greens are on. Colin Cressett to chase in that G35. Louis Lons in that Corvette. Shooting out from behind the hill here. Raceway Park dumps in well before the last initiation point as both drivers try to find their sauce going into outside zone number 1. Lon's doing a good job, maybe a little bit of wavering there through the outside zone number 1, but Colin keeping his composure as he dives back down the hill as Lon's a little left foot braking there, keeping it around. Colin trying to wobble to keep back behind the Corvette. Both drivers work their way through it, get past that first inside clip, the only inside clip, as Lon's dumps into that third from last outside zone as Colin in his G35 is right there. Lons is a little off of the line as Colin in his G35 trying to do what he can behind that Corvette as both drivers are navigating through the road course here. Lons gets back up and Colin bites to the side. A little bit of a waver there as well, but across the finish line.
All right, let's get up on the replay there so we can see what kind of shenanigans went down from 2 to 3 in the center section of that track, just to make sure there was nothing untoward going on that the judges need to take a second look at. We can see the drivers coming out of 1 into 2. It looks like Lance was a little bit offline there, and it sort of messed up Colin in the chase. Not entirely sure, but we're going to have the judges certainly take a look at that. Other than that incident, the rest of these drivers are looking good. Lamb's not really on the line we want to see him on in the lead, to be honest with you. Doing a nice job there on the reference point and up into the bank turn, but outer zone 4, outer zone 5, and the center section of the track is slightly offline there, so I'm not sure if something was going on with his machine. Outer zone 1 and the entry was pretty decent, so I'm not sure what happened there through that center section, but our judges are going to take a look, and we'll let you know when we have a winner. Talking into the chat again, hello from Ireland. Thank you so much for watching. Wide Angle 07, sweet name. And also people wondering what time the Unlimited competition is going on. It will happen right after this. So right now we are in the final 4. We have about 3 to 4 battles left to run of our Gambler 235 class, and then we will immediately get into the high roller unlimited tire class. So stick with us in the chat. We'll be running them concurrently, and then of course we'll have our podium ceremony afterwards. So stick with us. It'll be a ton more action, but we're moving pretty quickly through competition at this current time.
I'm pretty sure if they log into the chat and they're here, I get the green light to throw stuff at them.
No, we like him in the chat.
Oh, no.
Stir it up.
Prizes and things.
Oh, prizes.
I mean, I'm overhand chucking these
you
things,
have to
but
be more specific because we have like batteries.
you guys want a
us.
D's battery?
They do not
Maybe
want
a
a battery.
a double A? A double A battery? There you go, ready? Right to the teeth. Congratulations, it's already used.
In addition to batteries up here, we have 4 empty water bottles and a pack of 6 milligram Zins. We are flush with prizes up top. Somebody wants a lippy pillow, huh?
Well, our judges are watching that instant replay here provided by Raceway Park and the Gambler. Both of our drivers, both Lons and Cressett, are out here. He's got his own emoji, though, that croissant emoji. If you're in the chat, you would know this. If you guys aren't in the chat, you're really missing out, to be completely honest with you. If you guys even aren't even on the live stream, you're missing out on all these instant replays.
Yeah, we love everyone shouting out in the chat. We have West Coast drivers watching. Pat wants to know what flavor of Zin. It is the Spearmint. Pat, will you be joining us at our next Gambler in exchange for a pack of Spearmint Zin?
Yeah, it's definitely. Are these sirs? Upper decky boys? Upper decky boys. Dang, he got quad lips up.
One of our judges likes to partake in the Zin, as what we have.
Boys up
narrowed
here
it
looking
down
like
to.
he got Botox.
And we do have Brazil in the chat here as well. I think Brazil's in every chat, though. Brazil stays in the live chats. Yeah, I'm not above bribery, so if the one and only Pat Gooden wants to join us for the next Gambler, there's a pack of Spearmint Zins in for you, buddy. And shout out to watching from Japan, watching from Puerto Rico. Thank you so much, guys. We love you tuning in, supporting the Gambler.
Shout out to Idea. Big shout to everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for all tuning in. But it looks like we do have a winner. I'm going to let Sarah deliver the news.
And we do have a winner. It was Lance, and the reasoning behind that. Well, come on, guys. He did run well. Both of these drivers had quite a few errors here in the lead and the chase. The judges felt that Lance just had a slightly fewer amount of errors, so they're going to go ahead and give him the win. Hey, the most important takeaway here is don't leave it in the hands of the judges.
They got clammy hands.
Right,
All right,
they
now
can't
to the
hold
weather.
it.
It is beautiful out here in
They
New
can't
Jersey.
hold it.
And we are ready for the other side of our bracket. We already have Trevor Root sitting in the finals. Frito sitting in that third place position waiting for his battle buddy as Lans and Chen sitting in the other side of the the semifinals, excuse me. And we're looking for a winner. Judges got their pee-pee smacked.
The live stream, Mike. All right, you guys, we have to talk a little bit about what's going on here. Obviously, the chat knows, everyone in the stands know. The judges took forever to deliberate that last battle because it was so close and there was a ton of errors on both parts. We're not going to sit out here and say one driver had a super clean run and another did not. There were errors on both parts. However, given that, they are going to run this battle back one more time. These guys, hey, before we start cheering, we love drifting, we love one more times. Clean up the runs, please. Clean up the runs. Don't leave it in the hands of the judges so that we can award a proper winner here. But give us just one moment so we can run that back and get our drivers back down to the line. Yeah, just to give a little bit more context to everybody in the chat, because the chat is popping off. If you'd like to see what everyone's saying, please pull up the live stream. Everyone is confused. I get it. Basically, that was sloppy runs of drifting, to chop it up to that. We want to see these drivers both running each other straight up, drifting properly, going through the zones. We need fluid, confident drivers, not making errors here. So we're going to put the drivers back on the lines and get them one more time to try to just clean it up. So we have Colin Croissant and Lance back on the line to try to decide a winner here. Hopefully this is the last time we run them and we can go ahead and get into the finals. But we're out here enjoying a nice day of drifting. We're enjoying a ton of battles, and there's more to come. We still have a whole other bracket of the unlimited tire, the high roller drivers. And then we'll keep it going. So hang tight with us while we allow our drivers to change tires and get back to the line.
All right, with a little bit of confusion, we are gathering our drivers. Just give us just a moment. We'll get this cleaned up and back on track. Get back to the action here at the E-Town Gambler. Thank you guys for joining us here live and in person and on the live stream. Remember, chat, keep it PG-13.
All right, we have our drivers in the burnout box, warming up their tires, going back to the line. The drivers, we're explaining what went down. We want our drivers to do a nice, clean run. Let's explain what we're looking for again. We need a nice, aggressive entry, super wide in outer zone number 1. We want our lead driver to look smooth and confident. No extreme changes in momentum. No running away from the chase driver, pulling out angle. There's 6 outer zones, 1 inner clip, plenty of positions on the track to gain points. And we want our chase driver nice and close, mirroring angle, sticking with that lead driver. So let's get them back to the line and run these guys one more time. Hopefully we can get 2 clean runs and easily decide a winner here.
All right, we got some drivers locked up into the grid back here at the E-Town Gambler. Thank you for joining us here on the road course. We have Lons and Cressette locked and loaded. It looks like we're ready to go as Cressette wiggles his way through the chicane. Lons in that Corvette, now up to chase. Both drivers shoot from behind the hill here at Raceway Park as they dive into outside zone number 1. Colin doing a good job getting to the box as Lewis Lons 2 tires off in a spin as Colin gets a little shove but stays in it, stays in those zones as he's going to work through outside zone number 2. Colin has to finish off his lap as Lewis Lons shuts it down behind him. Lewis coming back into the realm now as Colin just has to go through the rest of the checklist for the judge's eyes. A nice fluid drive out of Colin. Hopefully Lons can keep the contact away as he already has 1 fault under his belt. Looks like both our drivers are going to work their way through that reference point and back up to the bank here. Cressette looking nice and settled. Lons back into where he needs to be and across the finish line.
Unfortunately, there was a huge mistake in the chase, just getting a little bit too wild into outer zone number 1. You'll see it right here. Colin Cressette coming up the hill. Lands tossing in a little bit too hard. Honestly, Colin went just a little bit wide there as well. So we'll have our judges take a close look at what's going on the track. And, you know, he was not able to get back. Honestly, that in the chase is a 0 at that point for me. So we'll have our judges take a look there. Colin is able to finish that run, but we do have a second half of this battle. We'll bring Lance up to the line and have Colin Cressette chase him down.
Here we go, green lights on. Lons now taking that lead lap. Colin Cressette in that G35 to chase him down. Lons in that Corvette, shoots out from behind the hill. Already at a deficit in the first half of the battle. Colin Cressette needs to hold his proximity here. Colin needs to hold his drift first as Lons getting through outside zone number 1. Colin get a little bit of patience to keeping out of the smoke line as he makes his move, going down the hill through outside 2, setting himself in the position now into outside 3. Lons in his Corvette working through the swoops, dupes, and loops as he goes through that inside clip. Colin Cressette a little bit of space as he gets settled back behind the outside 4. Colin knows already he's sitting on an advantage, a nice, calm, and collective people's corner as Lons giving him the deal. Lewis finishes off that drive, drives down to that reference point. Colin Cressette in his G35 waiting back, giving him the space he needed, taking in the data points and across the finish line.
Yeah, there's a lot of croissants in the chat right now. There's a lot of croissants in the stands as well. Let's take a look at that replay side by side. Colin Cressette coming in. Lance doing a nice job in the lead position there. Colin cutting the line in order to get close to him there. Pretty decent, doing a great job popping through that smoke in the chase position. Lance doing a great job with outer zone number 3, and Colin Cressette is reeling him back in through that center section there, coming around to outer zone number 4. Colin Cressette in the chase position, staying close, kind of cutting a little bit shallower of a line, but of course they are allowed to do that in order to stay close to the lead driver. Lance coming down through that reference point and up to the final bank turn. Colin Cressette sticking with him. So the judges are going to take a look and see if that error is in the chase position on Lance is enough to cost him this battle. I am not going to say because I'm not a judge.
I just get to chew on the stick. Best
Right.
part.
I think people forget that, man. We just talk about drifting.
I'm
which
just
is
out
sick.
here,
Like
you
the
know?
coolest job ever.
I'm just out here. I get to watch all these boys ruin all their stuff, and then I get to do it later. It's
Yeah, you get
10
to
out of
half
10.
ruin your stuff, honestly.
10 out of 10. We are already sitting with Trevor Root in the finals. I believe we have Frito sitting waiting for his third place battle after the verdict of the other side of the bracket. We're waiting for our judges' final decision, who will see Nate Chen in the semis to get to the verdict to see who will face off against Mr. Root.
This is a great time to mention that the food truck is closed up, but the bar is still open. An excellent combination. A lot of stuff going down here at the Gamblers, so it might be a great time to grab a quick beverage. The judges and announcers are also super thirsty. I don't know, it's unrelated fact of the night. But hey, we're doing some drifting here. The judges are taking a very close look at this battle just to determine what's going on here, pick a winner. As soon as they know, we will let you know. But in the meantime, thanks for hanging out with us today here at Raceway Park. Excellent weather. Thanks for hanging in the chat if you couldn't be here, and we hope to see you out next time. And don't forget, we have a whole nother bracket to run after this for our high roller unlimited tire class, so stick with us.
And our judges have a verdict. Colin Cressette gets the win, taking him into the finals. The finals going up against Nate Chen. Nate Chen, Cressette, we need you out. Trevor Root and Frito still need you out on grid. We're getting into the golden hours here down at E-Town. We got a last bit of battles going down here in our 235 class. We're going to have Cressette versus Chen, Root versus Wilson. Root already took out Wilson. That's how far down into the bracket we are.
Yeah, we had a few one more times that were unexpected, but unexpected stuff happens in drifting all the time. Crazy stuff goes down. So Root is already in the finals, chillin'. He's been doing great all day. We have Cressette, That's why we're calling him Croissant in the chat. The chat would like to know why there's so many croissant emojis. Just a cute little nickname that he got, a regular here at the Gambler. He's going to go up against Nate Chen in that RX-7, and the winner of that battle goes against Trevor Root. The loser of that battle will go against Wilson to determine who's standing in third place at the bottom of the box.
Wilson makes him sound like a volleyball. That is Frito. The man,
We're
the
saying
myth, the legend.
the driver's last name is Tim Frito Wilson, hard charger in probably the stockest car out today. Would you say?
I mean,
Maybe not.
I don't think it's stock. It's spank tuned. So, but heavily spanked BMW.
Yeah, it's been through a lot, but who has? You know, we've all been through a lot, right? Especially on this lovely day.
All right, we're just waiting for our drivers to get back to the backside of the road course here. This is your call, 235 drivers. Get the last bit of circles. Get the fuel in the car. Come on, let's go. These people are patiently waiting to see you guys destroy whatever tire you guys left underneath that machine. And then we got our high roller class where we have another set of gentlemen ready to throw down.
We're allowing our drivers to change tires super quick, and we'll get them back to the line. If you're rooting for Colin Cressette, make sure you toss a croissant emoji in the chat. If you're rooting for Nate Chen, go ahead and toss a car emoji in the chat. We'll go ahead and count them up for you guys. We'll get those drivers down to the line in just a second.
Once again, while we are corralling our drivers over to the grid, make sure you guys join the live stream. Show your appreciation. Jump on there. Show all of those event sponsors some love. Let them know the Gambler sent you through.
Mr. Croissant, please report to grid. Mr. Croissant, we know you are changing your tires, but please do so quickly and hustle back down.
All right, we had a lot of drivers over here. Cressette waiting patiently to get his tires dismounted and remounted. He is getting his circles set up. We're gathering him back onto the track. He has had a long day battling it out with that G35 all the way through our 235 class. We're going to get him back out on the grid where he'll battle it out against Nate Chen to see who will get into the finals. Once again, thank you guys for joining us here today at Raceway Park, and thank you for your patience as we try to corral the rest of our guys to get the party back started. But as soon as we get that through, we have our unlimited high roller class guys ready to party as soon as we're done. So make sure you guys stay tuned, show some love to those event sponsors, maybe grab a snack, quick bathroom break, and we'll get right to the action as soon as our drivers lock themselves up into the grid.
Alrighty, let's get ready, guys. Lock back in. We have the drivers warming up their tires in the burnout box. Again, we're here at the final four. We have Colin Cressette, Nate Chen heading up to the line to do battle. One of the winner of this battle will see Trevor Root in the final, and the loser will see Tim Frito Wilson in the third place battle. The lights are out. Away we go. Nate Chen is going to lead here, coming in nice and wide into outer zone number one. Pretty consistent throttle as he comes through that zone, transitioning around to outer zone number two. Colin Cressette with a ton of speed coming down into outer three, sticking with Nate Chen on his door. Colin Cressette a favorite in this battle, but he's gonna have to stick closer to Nate Chen if he wants to get the win here. Nate Chen coming through outer zone number four, getting into outer five. Colin Cressette cutting the line there to get close to him. Nate Chen coming across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number six. Colin Cressette a little bit low on the bank as they come across the line.
All right, guys, on the replay at home, you're seeing Nate Chen check through that checklist on the back half of the course here. Colin Cressette doing a good job in his G35, trying to match the angle at FDRX7, but Nate is looking fluid through our entire road course. Chen doing a fantastic job getting that car set on the wide line for outside four. Colin just giving a little space, matching his angle, dumps into that people's corner. Chen keeping it on the outside as Colin trying to keep that proximity bit, as he makes sure that he doesn't get in Chen's way. He works it down to that reference point and back up to that last outside zone. Colin doing a great job across the line, keeping his presence zone. We'll see how he have to flip the guys around, let Colin lead and Chen the chase.
All right, let's get our second half of this battle underway. This time, Colin Cressette leading, Nate Chen chasing him down. Colin, everyone's rooting for you. Make them proud, buddy. We're going to need to see an aggressive lead out of him here. Colin coming in extremely wide in outer zone number 1, doing a great job getting all the way to the outside of that zone, transitioning to outer zone number 2. Nate Chen's not letting him get away as he's on his door coming through outer zone number 3, transitioning on Colin's bumper through that center section and around to outer zone number 4. Colin not getting quite as deep in outer 4 as we want to see. Transitioning around to outer zone number 5, Nate Chen is sticking to him like glue as they come around, transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. Nate Chen still with him. It's getting crazy into the finals here, guys. We're going to give our judges a few moments to break this run down so you guys can watch the replay, and we'll let you know when we have a winner.
Colin fist pump in the air as they finish off that lap, knowing that Chen was all up in his door handles right side of your live stream. That instant replay, thanks to Raceway Park here. We have Colin in that G35 doing exactly what he needs to do in that first outside zone, but Nate Chen is literally mimicking him through almost its entirety. Almost down the hill through outside zone 2 and 3. Colin transitions that inside clip, but Chen is shortly behind, barking at the backside of that Infinity as both drivers dump into outside 4. Colin a bit shy off of that box, and Chen's right there following that mistake fluidly all the way through the people's corner. Here you see Chen back off just an ever so slightly to give enough room, but not a lot. He is right there on the backside of that Infinity as Colin finishes off nice and strong over the finish line. This side by side you guys are seeing on the live stream back at home is exactly what our judges are looking at. And it looks like we have an official verdict. Nate Chen takes the win. Chen gets the win. He'll face off against Trevor Root in the finals. Colin is not done yet. Colin has to fight for the bottom of the box. He'll go up against Tim Frito Wilson for that third place position.
We're still checking out some of the replay here. Honestly, I think it came down to Nate's chase. Nate was just on it in the chase position, and when we're this far in competition, a lot of times it comes down to splitting hairs, and you know, there's no arguing that Nate had a really close chase there. So again, congratulations to both of these drivers. We're going to need Colin Cressette, Tim Frito Wilson back to the line for their third place battle. This should be a really exciting one. These guys are well matched, and we'll see who's going to come out on top and be standing in our third place at the bottom of the box later on tonight.
All right, it looks like we got our drivers back onto the grid. Colin Cressette paced a little far back off of Tim Frito.
Hey, did the chat go to sleep? Because no one's in the chat anymore, guys. All of a sudden, it was super spicy in there. You know, we take one little break to change tires. Let's keep that energy, keep the vibes up.
They got a cramp, fingers cramped up.
All right, we have our third place battle on the line. The lights are out. We can see how far back Colin is starting to sort of get the jump on Frito. He knows Frito is quick in that machine. Tossing it in there. These guys are having a whole bunch of limiter for dinner as they come around to outer zone number 1. Frito keeping it wide. Colin Cressette on his door. Frito leaving one just a little bit early. Colin sticking with him as they come down the hill to outer zone number 3. Frito grabbing about a midline through 3, and Colin is sticking with him through that center section as they come around this track, getting super wide. Tim in outer zone 4. That is what we want to see as they come around the people's corner, outer zone number 5. Tim is nice and deep. Colin's on his door. These are the kind of battles that we love here at the Gambler, transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank. Tim's riding the wall. Colin's on his door. This is the finals, guys.
This is that third place battle. This is what we've been waiting for all that time and patience as Frito getting himself into outside zone 1. A little shy at the start, but then getting really deep as he gets through the rest of the zone. But Colin is right there, trying to rip the door handles off of that BMW as Frito dumps it down the hill, goes through the rest of the checklist here. A little shy off of outside 3, but he's definitely in the box. Super tight to that inside clip as Colin gives him a little room to rotate, and then both drivers just absolutely dump themselves into outside 4. Both drivers transition back up to that second to last outside zone as Frito is still on the line. Colin, a little bit of lack of mimicry of angle there, but nonetheless still in the proximity as both drivers drop down to that reference point, back up to the bank, and Frito is locked himself in. Colin mirroring him across the finish line. A solid battle here for third place. All right, it looks like our boys are back, spun around. Colin Cressett now in that lead responsibility position. Tim Frito to chase. Let's see how Colin can fare in that G35, but he's got that BMW from Frito right behind him as they dump themselves in outside 1. Colin gets into the box. Frito barking at the side of him as both drivers work their way through the completion of outside 1 and down to inside 2. Frito doing a good job keeping that proximity, trying to hold it, trying to clean it up now as Colin literally butter through those last 2 zones as he works his way to that inside clip and out to outside 4. Frito trying to keep that proximity high as both drivers are preparing to dump into outside 5, the people's corner. Colin Cressett in that G35 just shy off the box, but Frito is barking right there. Gave him a little, and Frito took a whole bite as both drivers dump into outside 6, and Frito's right there. Bobby's on his feet. Make some noise for Colin Cressett and Tim Frito. This is a third place battle.
Yeah, we're going to need the side-by-side stat, guys. That was an absolute insane battle, insane leads, insane chases on both sides. This is a tough one. We're seeing the side-by-side here. They're both getting into outer zone 1 at slightly different times. I think Frito was absolutely super close as they come down from outer zone 2 to outer zone 3. Colin Cressett on an absolute mission through the center section, pulling away from Frito just a little bit, but takes out that inner clip. That is a judge zone, guys. Doing a great job getting into outer 4. Tim might have been a little bit deeper. Colin Cressett misses outer zone number 5, the people's corner. That, again, is a scored part of the track, so the judges are going to take a look at that as well. We're going to have to get into the nitty-gritty here and really get down to each point on the track. No question that both these guys put down amazing runs, but give our judges a moment, and we'll let you know when we have a winner.
I mean, we could do dollar bets in the, fake dollar bets in the chat.
Wink, wink.
Yeah, don't get me audited or something. We're still patiently waiting to see our finals of our 235 class. Trevor Root going up against Nate Chen. Root piloting that LSA-powered V8 BMW E36, and Nate Chen also a V8 underneath the hood of an FD RX-7.
That is correct. We're just determining our third place battle here. This is versus who's standing on the podium in the bottom spot. This is a tough one, guys. We're going to have to defer to our judges, but what do you guys think? Let's hear some croissants if you think Colin Cressett is going to take this. All right, they're paying attention. All right, let's hear it for Tim Frito Wilson. We think the BMW boy is going to take it. I mean, you guys might be right. Who thinks it's going to go one more time? I think we're ready to see our winner here. So we'll let you know as soon as our judges have an actual verdict. And of course, we still have to run the finals between Trevor Root and Nate Chen and move on to our unlimited class in just a little bit.
Just a reminder, we still have an entire high roller competition bracket to run through. So after we get through our podium here, I'm sorry, we're not even going to announce the winners. We'll do both podiums together. But as soon as we figure out a winner in our 235 class, we're going to jump right into our high rollers.
And our high roller class is 8 drivers, so we're running a top 8 there. We should bop right through that pretty quickly so we can take advantage of both our 235 gambler class and our high roller unlimited tire class on the podium. Big checks all around.
If you guys are new to the Gambler Series, there is a $4,000 big check for the 235 class, but we also have the high roller. The 235 class is restricted to a 235 millimeter tire, where the high roller is a run what you brung. You can bring any machine, any tire, and you come out here, and your entry fee goes directly into the pot. That pot is a winner takes all for the high rollers. The top of the box gets the position. Unlike that 235 class, where there's some safety nets and checks. But that high roller, the more people that show up, the more commas.
This for high rollers. Big risk, big reward.
For you guys on the live stream or even tuning in, if I had to get locked on a screen, I'm pretty stoked that I got locked on a screen with Tim Frito and Colin Cressett. These boys can't catch a break. The official verdict from our judges is we're going to see a one more time battle from Tim Frito and Colin Cressett. It looks like Colin's going to need to put some circles on the back of his boy, so that's unfortunately some timescapes. So give us just a moment to allow these boys to put some circles on their machines. I think we could send the finals at this point.
I think we send the finals at this point.
Let's send the finals.
Get our boys
We're not
up
waiting.
here. You guys want to watch some drifting? Only Kevin wants to watch some drifting. So you got it, guys. You got it up front there. We're going to watch some drifting here. Send those finals. These guys need to hurry up and change tires. Everyone is stoked on some drifting here. So we'll get back to the action in just a moment. Hang tight while we get our drivers to the grid.
Immortal Steel, locked in, no key. All right, we got Trevor Root in the burnout box, warming up his tires as we speak. Nate Chen entering it right now. We're going to get these drivers locked into the grid and send the finals here in the 235 class. Trevor Root going up against Nate Chen.
All right, guys, make sure you lock in. We are about to run our final battle of the Gambler 235 tire class. We're locked in. We're ready to go. This is Trevor Root, your #1 qualifier, up against Nate Chen. Trevor Root qualifying first is going to lead. Nate Chen is going to chase him down. 2 Gambler regulars. Let's go.
All right, here we go. Trevor Root taking that lead position, wiggling through the chicane. Nate Chen and that FD-RX-7 to chase. Chen already putting the pressure on as Root rotates, gets himself into outside zone #1. Nate Chen, a little lack of angle, but keeping that proximity super high as he starts to clean it up now as both drivers working away into outside 2. Root with a huge dump down the hill. Nate Chen trying to close that gap up. A little shy on mimicry angle as Root is laying the circles down, going through that inside clip and rotating back out to Sarah's box. Root doing a good job getting in nice and deep as Nate Chen is right on the side. Trevor Root doing what he can in people's corner, and Nate Chen trying to close that proximity door, but Root planted over that reference point, back up to that bank, high side, taillights on the wall as Nate Chen's RX-7 is shortly behind him. Solid first half of the 235 finals here. Trevor Root leading Nate Chen.
Let's take a look at this replay really quick here, guys. Trevor Root locked into that first outer zone. When he's settled super, super fluid through that zone. Allows Nate Chen to sort of check up, but Nate Chen on a much lower line, much less angle. Trevor Root all the way out to the edge of outer zone number 3, taking out that clip through this intersection. Coming around to outer zone number 4. This is where I'm judging you. He does get in the zone. Great job there. Nate Chen again on a shallower line coming through outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, but he does manage to get on Trevor Root's door there as he comes around. But here we go again, Mike.
All right, here we go. Nate Chen dumping well before that last initiation point, and Trevor Root is slowly behind him. Trevor Root making some sacrifices in the judge's eyes, but he gets it cleaned up before they even get to outside zone number 2. The FDRX7 and Nate Chen working his way down the hill just shy of outside zone number 3, but Trevor Root is right there, making sure his presence is heard. That LSA V8 supercharged BMW barking at the side of Chen as he works his way through outside 4, rotates for the People's Corner, outside 5. Trevor Root is locked up. He is right there, giving the space for the RX-7 to move, and jumps right back into position up on the bank here at Raceway Park, solidifying his presence behind Nate Chen's RX-7.
Now that's a final, guys. These guys are stoked on these runs. An excellent chase, excellent lead. Let's go ahead and watch this replay. We can watch them side by side here. Nate Chen, not quite as deep in outer zone 1 as we can see Trevor Root is here. Trevor Root taking a minute, but getting to Nate Chen's door. Coming down the hill, Nate Chen on a little bit of a shallower line, completely misses outer zone number 3 as Trevor Root comes around through this intersection, trying to catch up to Nate Chen, who is running that shallower line. He does manage to get just to the edge of outer zone number 4 and come around to do a nice job in outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. This is when Trevor Root puts it on his door. Nate Chen taking it away through that reference point and up on to the bank turn. Trevor Root putting it on his door in the chase position. Our judges are going to take a look at both of these runs and let us know when they have a winner.
All right, well, Sarah, good luck. I'm out. I got stuff to do. I'm headed out for our unlimited high roller. I'm going to try my best with my Supra. Good luck, everybody else. See you guys in a little while. I'm going to go get sweaty.
We're about to get a Supra on the line here. Now, if Mike loses, we are expecting him to join us back up here in the booth, but it's going to be my voice from here on out. All right, we do have a decision, but you guys do not get to know what it is. You're going to have to stick with us through the unlimited battles. Join us at the podium at the end. Our top 3 drivers are going to come down and just hang tight here and watch these unlimited battles. And then we will do the podium ceremony at the end. So make sure you stick tight. Go ahead and put your predictions in the chat, but we are not telling you. We're going straight into the high roller, but before we do that, we need to run our 3rd place battle between Colin Croissant and Tim Frito Wilson. Thank you guys for sticking with us. We are just waiting on Colin Croissant to get up there. He did take his competition 5 timeout, so we do have to give him 5 minutes to be able to work on his machine. As soon as that comp 5 is up, they'll be back to the line for the 3rd place battle. But this is not over. We still have to run the unlimited high roller class, so make sure you guys stick around, and we'll run those classes as well as the podium ceremony, where we can let you guys know who finished on top of the box for our 235 Gambler class. All right, we have our drivers warming up their tires in the burnout box. This is your 3rd place battle, the final battle in the 235 bracket, and then we will move on to the unlimited. We already have our unlimited drivers down on the line, ready to go. Thank you for those guys. We have our top 2 drivers back here waiting at the podium. They're going to watch the rest of this competition, and then we'll do our podium ceremony as soon as we are done. But let's go ahead and get right into the action as soon as our drivers are ready. All right, the lights are out, and away we go. Tim Frito Wilson is leading. Colin Grissett is going to chase him down. What? Colin, you made us wait. All right, Colin, we've been played. We've been played. All right, you know what? Let's give it up for Tim Frito Wilson, throwing it down, as always. A regular here at Club Loose, a regular at the Gambler. We love him. All right, so we don't have to let you guys know that Tim is coming out in the third place. He will be at the bottom of the box. Obviously, that was a big W for him. So we're going to ask Tim Frito Wilson to join us down here at the podium. Our other two drivers are also locked in. And then everyone join us in the stands because we're about to run the high roller unlimited tire class right now. Tim, he's taking both his runs right now. Oh my gosh. All right, we got some more news as well. Colin Crissette had an issue with the boot on his intake. Him and his crew tried their best to get it fixed within the 5 minute. The 5 minute timeout was completed. He was not able to fix that car. So unfortunately, he did have to exit the track and allow Frito the win here, which he is taking full advantage of. All right, guys, give it up for Tim Frito Wilson. And let's give it up for Colin Crissette. He did amazing today. Unfortunately, a mechanical failure taking him out in that third place battle, but an excellent showing by Colin. Yeah, in fourth place today, so that's nothing to shake a stick at. Let's go ahead and take a quick second, let our drivers warm up their tires, and we will get right into the unlimited high roller class battles. All right, we've got our drivers on the line. The first battle of our high roller unlimited tire class. We have Becker, we have Brian Hopp. Brian Hopp, your #1 qualifier in the lead. Becker chasing him down. Let's go. Brian Hopp, a huge entry, super early, coming up the hill to outer zone #1, doing a great job getting into that outer zone. He's absolutely pouring smoke and pulling away from Becker in the chase position. That's got to be a tough lead car to chase. Brian Hopp coming down, taking out a cone at outer zone #3, doing a great job through the center section. This man is on fire as he comes around into outer zone #4, throwing it into the people's corner, outer zone #5. Becker trying to get within proximity of him, but Brian Hopp is running away with it as he transitions across that center section, up into the wall. Brian Hopp, unreal. He came here to fight tonight. That is going to be a really, really hard lead to replicate. Becker trying to stick close to him, but Hopp was on one today. Let's go ahead and flip these drivers around, let Becker lead and Hopp chase him down. All right, here we go. The second half of this battle. Becker and Brian Hopp. Becker in the lead. Brian chasing him down. Becker tossing it in there, getting nice and wide, getting into outer zone number 1. Brian Hopp is sticking with him as much as he can. Maybe a small error in the chase there by Brian. Coming down to grab outer zone number 2. Becker coming in outer zone 3, looking settled now as he comes through the center section. Brian Hopp trying to stick with him through that smoke. Coming around to outer zone number 4, doing a nice job as he grabs just the beginning of that zone, allowing Brian to get back on Becker's door as they come through the people's corner. Brian's absolutely planting it on the side. I think these are the 2 loudest cars we have here today. Becker getting up into the bank. Brian Hopp trying to put it on his door and across the line. Let's get ourselves a side-by-side so we can check out both of these drivers. All right, we're checking out the side-by-side here. This is our first battle for the unlimited tire class, our high rollers. Unfortunately, I believe we are looking at least 1-0 in the chase by Becker. That is definitely going to be held against him. Brian Hopp also had just a small error. I don't believe it was a 0 coming into that first outer zone. As far as the leads, Hopp was absolutely on fire. So we'll wait a second and let our judges let us know who is going to take it and move on to the final 4. And our results are in. Brian Hopp gets the win. Brian Hopp gets the win, moves on to the top 8. And let's go to our next battle up here on the line, Connor O'Sullivan and Chelsea DeNofa. All right, the lights are out. Away they go. Connor O'Sullivan in the lead. Chelsea DeNofa chasing him down. Connor floating it in there on the entry. Getting nice and wide, looking settled, coming up that hill. Pouring smoke as he exits outer zone number 1. Chelsea sticking with him through the smoke. Coming in to put it as close as he can through the center section. Connor O'Sullivan is absolutely moving through outer zones 2 and 3. Coming up to outer zone number 4. Connor with a little bit of an adjustment getting into that zone. Getting into outer zone number 5. The people's corner. Connor O'Sullivan staying nice and wide. Chelsea DeNofa sticking with him as much as he can as they come into the final outer zone number 6 of the bank turn and across the line. All right, we're watching the replay of this run right now. The judges are making sure they have a full scope of how it went down through the center section. As they do that, our drivers are taking the scenic route around the track. Chelsea's taking advantage of that cooling down section of the track before they get back to the line. This time, Chelsea DeNofa will lead. Connor O'Sullivan will chase him down. All right, the lights are out. Away we go. Chelsea DeNofa in the lead. Connor O'Sullivan chasing him down. Chelsea DeNofa in that EcoBoost Fox Body Mustang. Connor O'Sullivan in that V8 powered S14 coming around the first outer zone. Chelsea DeNofa looking settled, getting all the way to the edge of that zone, allowing Connor O'Sullivan to really get up close to his door. Connor O'Sullivan surges down in outer zone number 2. Chelsea again looking absolutely settled, grabbing the edge of outer zone number 3. Across that inner clip, Connor O'Sullivan getting a little bit too far inside perhaps as Chelsea comes around outer zone number 4. Chelsea setting himself up for outer zone number 5, and Connor O'Sullivan is putting it on his door as they come around the exit of the People's Corner, transitioning across that reference point and up into that bank turn of outer zone number 6. An excellent lead, excellent chase. The crowd is loving it. Let's take a look at that side by side so our judges can deliberate. All right, we can see the side-by-side here. We can check out both of these drivers coming down past outer zone number 2 and 3 into the center section. Here's where we can see that little hiccup from Connor O'Sullivan, just getting a little bit too far inside, maybe gripping up there. But he does manage to save it, doesn't impede on the lead driver at all. Chelsea getting into outer zone number 5, just one tire into that zone, allowing Connor to really suck up to his side. But he picks up speed as he comes up into outer zone number 6 of the bank, and Connor O'Sullivan really gets close to him there in the chase position. Looks like just a few small errors here by both of these drivers in the chase and lead positions. So our judges are just taking a look at those errors just to dial in and figure out exactly what's going on and to see if any driver needs to be dinged for certain things. So we have the side-by-side up while our judges are deliberating. And you guys can let us know in the chat who you think is going to take this. Chelsea DeNofa, Connor O'Sullivan. Chelsea joining us here, staying from FD. Connor O'Sullivan joining us from the podium of FD last weekend. Two excellent drivers here. Unfortunately, I think they could have just cleaned up these runs just slightly if we're being picky in order to determine a winner there. But we will allow our judges to do that. All right, our judges are deliberating, and we do have a decision. We're going to send these guys one more time here for both of these drivers. Again, we need them to clean it up a little bit. O'Sully had that dive in coming out of that center section there. Just a little bit cleaner of a chase, I would say. And again, Denove had just a few errors as well. We want to see these guys, really don't leave it in the hands of the judges. But we are going to get to see the Connor O'Sullivan, Chelsea DeNova battle one more time. In the meantime, we're going to head over to the other side of the bracket where we have Dirk Stratton and my co-host, which is why I'm talking so much, Mike Perez in the Supra. Now, Mike Perez, although we are rooting for you, he did have a few errors in qualifying. So if he does manage to take out Dirk, this will be a huge upset. All right, the lights are out. Away we go. Dirk Stratton in the lead. Mike Perez in the chase. Dirk tossing it in there super early. Coming around to the entrance of outer zone number 1. Absolutely sideways. Little left foot brake to settle the car. Mike Perez, to his credit, is managing to keep up through all that smoke. And I think I just jinxed him, guys. I'm sorry. That is a lot of smoke that Stratton's machine is putting off there as they come through the center section. Mike Perez sticking with him, though. Dirk Stratton getting to the edge of outer zone number 4. Mike Perez popping through the smoke one more time. Don't slow down in the people's corner in front of Mike Perez. He is going to send it. They come through the smoke yet another time as Dirk transitions up to the bank turn, outer zone number 6, and Mike Perez manages to stick with him. Now, keep in mind, Mike did have that error there coming from 2 to 3. The judges are going to keep that in consideration as we're watching the replay here. But we're going to flip him around and let Mike Perez lead and Dirk Stratton chase him down. All right, Mike taking the scenic route, as he says on the microphone. Just making sure that car is cooled down, ready to run his lead. Dirk Stratton starting pretty far back. Oh, he's creeping up to the line now. The lights are out. Away we go. Mike Perez in the lead. Dirk Stratton chasing him down. This is your high roller unlimited tire class. Mike floating it in there on entry, trying to get all the way out to outer zone number 1. He is a little bit late to get in that zone. He's just kissing the edge of it as he comes around to outer zone number 2. Dirk Stratton, not phased, manages to stick with him down the hill into outer zone number 3 as they transition across that inner clip and out to outer zone number 4. No mistakes here, guys. As they come around, Mike's taking out that cone, leaving outer zone number 4 early. That's jail time. As they come around outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, Mike Perez nice and wide. Dirk Stratton sticking with him as Perez transitions across that reference point up into the bank turn. Dirk Stratton chasing him down and across the line. And we are going to make it official, just putting the replay up here just for funsies. Mike Perez, unfortunately, with that big error. And Dirk Stratton is going to get the win. Dirk Stratton gets the win, moves on to our final 4. You know what that means, Mike. Get your sea legs ready. Get back up in the booth with me. We're going to need you to keep announcing. All right, the lights are out. Away we go. This time we have Christian Nelson, Reese Marin. Christian Nelson in the lead. Reese Marin chasing him down. Christian Nelson getting nice and wide through outer zone number 1. Z on Z violence here as we transition to outer zone number 2. Reese surging up to the door of Christian Nelson's machine. Nelson grabbing outer zone number 3, transitioning across that inner clip and into outer zone number 4. I'm watching you guys. I'm standing now. Nelson not quite as deep in 4 as we would like, but he does a nice job getting all the way around outer zone 5 of the People's Corner. Reese Marin chasing him down. 2 V8Zs transitioning across the reference point up into the bank turn. Christian Nelson riding the wall. Reese Marin on his door. Dang, we got some evenly matched battles here, guys. Give it up for these drivers. Let's flip these guys around and let Reese lead and Christian Nelson chase him down. All right, our judges are taking a look at this run while we wait for our drivers to come back to the line. It looks like Reese Marin is taking the scenic route. Earlier in the day, we saw Jake Pepperoni Parrish taking his rig away, maybe taking it for a 5-minute, and it turns out he did go to get some consolation beverages. You want to tell us a little bit about the SR20 super quick?
SR20, good, me, bad.
All right, thanks for summing it up like that, buddy. The lights are out. Away we go this time. Reese Marin in the lead. Christian Nelson chasing him down. Reese tossing it in there. The judge has become the student as he comes up to outer zone number 1. Not quite as deep as we want to see you, Reese. He might need some detention to think about that zone, but he does a great job with outer zone number 2, picking up speed to come down the hill, grabbing outer zone number 3. Christian Nelson sticking with him through that center section as Reese comes around to outer zone number 4. Getting nice and deep all the way in the zone. That's what I'm talking about. Christian Nelson on Reese's door as they come through the people's corner. Reese leaves that zone just a little bit early as they transition across the reference point, up into the bank turn. Christian Nelson falling back. Reese getting into the wall. This is insanity. All right, I'm going to need to see the second half of that battle again. I saw some tomfoolery that I did not have a good vantage point of up in the bank. Let's run it back with our side-by-side. We have our side-by-side up here on the chat between Reese Marin and Christian Nelson. We're seeing these guys pretty evenly matched here in 2 V8Zs. Definitely Reese was deeper in outer zone number 4, but Christian in the lead, deeper in outer zone number 5. Both of these guys with just a few small errors. Christian, however, falling back significantly, not really getting into outer zone number 5 in an active chase in that chase position. I hope that does not cost him the battle here, but the judges are going to deliberate. I will stop talking for a second, and I'll let you guys know when we have a winner. Okay, and after much deliberation, we do have a decision for this battle. Christian Nelson is going to get the win. Christian Nelson is going to get the win and move on. A great battle by both these drivers. Unfortunately, the judges felt Reese had a few too many errors in the lead position. If we recall, he did not get into outer zone 1 completely, also missing outer zone number 5 of the hairpin. And the judges believe that that error sort of caused the checkup in the chase position as well. Plus, he did also drop a tire. So those errors combined, the judges felt that Christian Nelson did a better job in the lead, and he will move on to the final 4. All right, we have our one more time battle coming to the line, warming up their tires. Connor O'Sullivan, Chelsea DeNofa, the final piece of the puzzle for our final four here in the high roller class, the unlimited tire class. They're going to the line. Connor O'Sullivan qualifying fourth is going to lead, and Chelsea DeNofa qualifying fifth is going to chase him down. Now, if we remember correctly, we had a few errors here from their first battle. We really want these guys to clean it up. Don't leave it in the hands of the judges. Make sure we have an easy decision up here in the booth, and we will let you know how they do. All right, the lights are out. Away we go. Connor O'Sullivan in the lead. Chelsea DeNofa chasing him down. Connor tossing it in there. Super wide to grab outer zone number one. He's got his tire on the edge of the track. Leaves outer zone one just a little bit early. Allows Chelsea DeNofa to really put it on his door as they come down here into the center section through 2 and 3. Connor nice and wide in 3. Chelsea right with him there, putting the pressure on as they come into outer zone number 4. This is a chase driving that we wanted to see out of Chelsea DeNofa as they transition in through the people's corner. Connor O'Sullivan nice and deep. Chelsea DeNofa putting it on his door as they transition across the center section up into the bank turn. Connor O'Sullivan nice and high. Chelsea DeNofa reeling him in. Hey, that looks cleaned up to me, guys. That looks cleaned up to me. All right, let's check out this replay here. Again, nicely done here on entry by Connor. Going that wide allows Chelsea to really put it on his door. I would have liked Connor to hang out in outer one just a hair longer if I'm being picky, but really nicely done in 2 and 3. Chelsea doing amazing in the chase through the center section. Connor grabbing that inner clip. Not a ton of angle through the center section, but it does set himself up nicely for outer zone number 4. He's grabbing about a midline through there. Chelsea DeNofa putting the pressure on in outer zone number 5 of the people's corner. Connor giving him a good line to do it on. Both these drivers transitioning across that reference point and up into the wall of the bank turn. Excellent driving. Let's flip these guys around. Let Chelsea DeNofa lead and Connor O'Sullivan chase him down. All right, the lights are out. Away we go. Chelsea DeNofa leading. Connor O'Sullivan chasing him down. Chelsea tossing it in there. Ton of aggression. He's all the way out on the line in outer zone number 1. Does a nice job. Again, leaving that just a hair early. Connor O'Sullivan sticking with them as they come down from 2 to 3. Chelsea getting a tire into outer zone number 3. Connor O'Sullivan knocking on the door as they come around to outer zone number 4. Get in those zones, boys. Coming around to outer zone number 5 of the people's corner. Connor O'Sullivan on the door of Chelsea DeNofa as they exit that zone. Transition across the center section and up into the bank. Guys, did we just have a 0-0 there? Oh, no. Oh, boy. All right, we're going to take a look at that potential contact and let you guys know what we see. All right, so we're watching the replay back. There's a little bit of contact exiting outer zone number 5 of the hairpin, the people's corner. Looks like Connor just gets into the back of Chelsea slightly. We're just taking a look to see if that contact caused any straightening or any errors after that point. So bear with us here. We're going to take a look at this replay, let you guys know what the judges say in just a second. All right, we did get enough replays here. The judges were just taking a look at the contact just to ensure that they saw everything that was going on in that situation. I believe that we had a mechanical failure on the part of Chelsea DeNofa, which caused that straighten there. So based on that, the judges are going to give it to Connor O'Sullivan. Connor O'Sullivan gets the win. Moving on to the Final Four, he will see Brian Hopp in competition. Again, great driving on both of these drivers. And let's go ahead and move on to our Final Four. All right, we're getting our drivers back to the line. We have our Final Four set. Brian Hopp, Connor O'Sullivan, Dirk Stratton, Christian Nelson. We're going to do our left side of the battle as soon as Connor is ready. We will send our drivers into the burnout box. We are moments, a few battles away from the finals. Stick with us here, guys, as we get through this drifting to our podium ceremony for both our Unlimited and Gambler classes. All right, our next drivers are warming up their tires. We are going to move on to the Dirk Stratton, Christian Nelson battle, so we can let Connor O'Sullivan change tires there. Dirk Stratton is going to lead qualifying second, and Christian Nelson is going to chase him down. All right, our drivers are on the line. The lights are out. Away we go. Dirk Stratton in the lead. Christian Nelson chasing him down. Dirk Stratton tossing it in there, staying nice and wide there through outer zone number 1. Christian Nelson trying to reel him in as they come up the hill here, transitioning to outer zone number 2. Christian Nelson on the door of Dirk Stratton as they come down to outer 3 and transition through the center section of the track. Dirk Stratton grabbing that inner clip as they come around to outer zone number 4, getting just to the edge of outer 4, allowing Christian Nelson on his door. Both these drivers coming through the people's corner. Dirk Stratton nice and wide. Christian Nelson on his door as they transition through that center section. Oh, we do have contact and up into the wall. Goodness gracious. All right, the lights are out. Away we go for the second half of this battle. Christian Nelson in the lead. Dirk Stratton chasing him down. Coming around to that first outer zone. Christian Nelson staying nice and wide there through outer zone number 1. Dirk Stratton trying to reel him in. as they come through that center section. Coming through outer zone 2 and 3. Dirk Stratton popping some flames there as we come through the inner clip. Christian Nelson getting it with his bumper. Dirk Stratton going nice and wide, but manages to keep it tight in tandem as they come around through the hairpin of outer zone number 5. Christian Nelson leaving that zone just a little bit early as they transition down through that reference point and up into the wall. Christian Nelson on the high line, Dirk Stratton on his door. Oh boy. All right, here we go. Let's get a side-by-side going and we can check out both of these runs as our judges deliberate. Both of these drivers pretty evenly matched here through the center section, through 2 and 3. I believe Christian Nelson was a little bit deeper in 4, but here's where we can check out what's going on. Christian Nelson doing a nice job filling outer zone number 5. Dirk the same in his lead. Again, pretty evenly matched as they transition up here. And again, it looks like Dirk Stratton had a nice big swing through the reference point up into the bank. And Christian Nelson gets into the back of him a little bit. Our judges are definitely going to take a look at that on the first run. We can see the replay here again as the judges deliberate. All right, we do have a decision. Dirk Stratton is going to get the win. Dirk Stratton gets the win. He's moving on to the finals. Christian Nelson is not done yet. We need him up to the line to do his third place battle as soon as he is able. But until then, we're going to get the other side of the bracket ready. Brian Hopp, Connor O'Sullivan to do their final 4 battle. So this guy, the chat wants me to say, here's your microphone, King. But you're going to come strolling up like 5 battles later with a beverage and nothing for your main homie? That's me. I'm pointing to me, by the way.
Okay, this cup's full, and we can share. I'm an adult.
What kind of
But I'm gonna chug it.
Soviet Russia hour drink is going on right now? Just kidding. Good job, Mike. We love seeing you out there. You threw down. You did your best behind that smoke machine. Can you tell us a little bit while these guys are warming up their tires?
Yeah, so the Stratton camp, they're dialed off. They're on those big boy Valinos. That is a monster of a weapon of a Corvette. They got Nicholas Swan up here telling how bad I did the entire time. So, like, Dirk's on cloud 9, and he's always dialed here at the Gamblers. He's having a great time. He's out here having fun. He doesn't do that many competitions now. So when he does get his feet wet, they're soaked. And so...
Yeah, duck in water, we know. And
I did as best I could. You know what I'm saying?
You did good. We're proud of you. You made the Gambler proud. And I like that you use Nicholas Swan's full name, just his government out here in public, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'd blow out the middle name, but like I don't need all that bad juju out here, so... But kudos to the Stratton camp. Looks like they just took another win. He's going to be sitting in the finals. If I got to lose, I better lose to the guy that's taking home the win. So, yay, Stratton. I'm not judging, so I can say that. Yay, Stratton.
It's a good mentality to have. Good competition, Mike. We love to see it. We have 2 drivers
Next time I'm hitting them.
No, Mike, bad.
No, I can do whatever I want. You're not my dad. All right.
I'm not.
Here we go. Brian Hopp. Green light illuminated. Connor O'Sully, take the chase. Connor lights him up in that chase. He's got to take through that red rocket of Brian Hopp. Both drivers initiate down. Hopp real tight. Burns back out to outside zone 2, giving all the real estate to O'Sully to really lock himself in. Brian Hopp swings down to outside 2 to outside 3, and Hopp exits stage left, and O'Sullivan does not follow the error, stays on the track. And Brian Hopp, unfortunately, getting out of harm's way, the O'Sully camp, stoked in the stands, Unfortunate turn of events for that Hop. The Mulch Daddy's down.
We hate to see it. We hate to see it. We want to see these guys run straight up. Brian has been on an absolute heater all day, near perfect, if not perfect runs. Unfortunately, I don't want to speculate as to what happened. Could have been a mechanical failure, could have been a driver error, but either way, that is a 0 on his lead run, and that's, almost impossible to come back from. So
I'm going to go off of car behavior there, and it looks like Hop, it shut off on it. It looked like he was ready to go and just got a full lap of disappointment.
yeah, so it is worth noting all of these guys out here are pushing their cars to the absolute limit. Yes, they are purpose-built race cars, but when you're having a car at this level of competition, stuff happens. Like we saw Chelsea DeNofa earlier, he was telling our grid workers his car was breaking up. So that's the error that we saw earlier out of Chelsea, and unfortunately was not able to drive out of that. And now we see Brian Hopp, potentially another mechanical failure here. The guys are doing their best.
You hear that supercharger in the distance?
The guys are doing their best Hellcat impression. Thank you, guys.
And the green lights are back illuminated. Let's see if Hop can make up for himself. If we go with Connor O'Sullivan taking that lead. Here we go, rotating down to outside zone number 1. O'Sully locking himself in that zone. Outside zone number 1 is Brian Hopp starting to put the sauce on him. The Mulch Daddy's not going down without a fight. Getting the rest of his lap here, curls in, trying to clean up that proximity, get back to the side of that S14 of Connor O'Sully. Both drivers dump themselves in the Sarah's box, but Brian Hopp, another issue. It looks like he's plagued with the gremlins, but he's not done. He's still back to party. Make some noise for him. Doing everything he can. As Sarah said, a big shout to all of these guys out here. Not only are they out here licking these things off the limiter, they are all over the country beating the crap out of these things all the time. Brian Hopp, an amazing drive today, amazing
Absolutely.
car.
So,
unfortunate turn of events.
We did get some insight from one of Hopp's team members. Unfortunately, the transmission popped out of gear. That's why Hop stopped drifting. Mischief Misco, one of our judges up here, would like to pass the nickname down. I'm not sure if that's going to work out in his favor. But still, unfortunately, the transmission popped out of gear. You can't keep drifting under those circumstances. He does lose. I'm hoping that his machine is capable to continue in competition because he does technically have a third-place battle against Christian Nelson. So again, I hope one of his crew members can let me know if he's able to continue here for third place or if he's going to forfeit that third-place battle to Christian, in which case, that would be our stage set for the finals between O'Sully and Stratton.
A dominant set of men sitting here in the finals. Connor O'Sullivan and Dirk Stratton both out here with some absolute weapons. I got my ass spanked by Stratton and his camp. So now it's O'Sully's turn to finish the fight off. Let's see who's going to end up on the top of the box to take home the entire unlimited high roller payout.
Don't go anywhere. We still have 2 more battles before the podium. You guys want to know who ends up on top? Stick with us. We have O'Sully, Dirk Stratton. Those guys are just changing tires before they head back to the line.
We got the thumbs up from the Hops. All right, Brian Hopp taking his congratulations, communicating with his spotters and friends. He's going to go put some new tires underneath of that car and get back out for that third place battle.
All right, if you're watching at home or in the stands, we're just waiting on our drivers to change tires, get back to the line. We have our final battle between O'Sully and Stratton and our third place battle between Brian Hopp and Christian Nelson. Unfortunately, Brian Hopp having a mechanical failure, his transmission popping out of gear, an impossible circumstance to drive through, so he does lose on that.
Spit on that thing.
Mike,
hold her in there.
sometimes I wonder about you.
It's not a problem for me. But if you're coming up short in the gear, just hold her in there, you know what I'm saying?
Maybe he didn't know. He doesn't have a crystal ball in the car. Did he?
Well, now he
forget to hold
knows.
his crystal ball?
Now he knows. And going into his
he
third
better
place
hold
battle,
it.
he better hold on to that thing. Know what I'm saying? All right, all internet aside, thank you guys for joining us here on the live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube. If you guys are here live and in person at Raceway Park, make sure you tip your bartenders. It looks like the bar is already chopped up for the shop. But regardless, I hope you've tipped all your bartenders. I hope you've had a great time here. We're in the finals, looking for our places on the podium of our high roller, unlimited tire, run what you brung class here at Raceway Park, the Gambler. Thank you guys for joining us. We'll get right back to the action here as soon as Brian Hopp hurries up and puts some tires on. What's up, chat? I'm back up in here. If you haven't already signed into the live stream, you guys can see the drone footage. You guys can see all our event sponsors, even the guys in the chat. You don't have to like the judges, but make sure you like all those event sponsors. They help us put on this event. They help all these drivers get out here. They help put the mechanicals, all the consumables underneath of the car. Big shout to all you guys for helping support. Also a big shout to our track support, as well as everybody out there in their high-vis vest. Big shout out to each and every one of you. And of course, I love you all that showed up live and in person.
Absolutely.
But least, but definitely not last, is the guys in the chat that should be out here driving.
Absolutely. Hey, all you have to do is get a car out here that passes TAC. So instead of talking about it, you can be about it. You can join us out here at the Gambler for the 235 or the Unlimited class.
Bring them out. I got body panels left.
Mike will gladly run you in the Unlimited class.
They call it the People's Corner because I give the people what they want.
I think I called it the People's Corner.
You did. You dubbed it.
You were the first one to give the people what they wanted in that corner, Mike.
I mean, I've hit a judge before. I'll do it again.
Mike, yeah, hey, Chad, did you know Mike Perez hit a judge indiscriminately in the hairpin?
I used my feet, too. It was very intense.
It was the original. The original.
No. I think someone else went up, but like...
So when Mike says don't slow down going into outer five or he'll hit you, he means it. And we can bring up the footage.
Of which time?
Oh, girl, okay.
All right, big stoke for everybody that did show out. If you guys are in the chat and you didn't make it out, make sure you guys, please. It is a great round of competition, a great group of dudes, a great group of drivers. Everybody out here is throwing down as best they can with anything they brought. Definitely a big shout to all the drivers and teams as we got that green light illuminated. Brian Hopp and Christian Nelson here for that third place battle.
Let's go. Brian Hopp in the lead. Christian Nelson chasing him down. Brian Hopp, let's hope he can keep that transmission in gear as he comes up a little late to get into outer zone number one. He's excited. He wants to prove his point. He wants to end up on the podium there. Brian! Unfortunately, an error in the same spot. Christian Nelson seems unfazed by that in the chase position, getting close to Brian Hopp. This is a battle for the bottom of the podium, guys, as they transition around through the People's Corner. Brian Hopp with a little clutch action, coming through outer zone number 5, across the reference point and up into the bank turn. Christian Nelson on his door as they cross the line.
A big shout to Brian Hopp, driving through those mechanical hiccups. It looks like he's
Absolutely.
going to make it work here as he initiates well before that last initiation point. Gets down to the outside zone number 1, a little bit late into the box, but nonetheless, Christian Nelson giving him the patience behind him, knowing that there's a mechanical failure behind, or maybe not, I don't know. But it looks like Brian Hopp goes a little deep there. Christian Nelson doing a great job showing some patience as Brian Hopp cleans it up in his lead position. Nelson starts to bark back now as he gets back into that outside zone number 4. Brian Hopp, once again, kudos for keeping that thing on the asphalt and spinning. Big shout, Christian Nelson. It's your turn to put down the lead. Let's see how Hopp can hold it into gear.
It is worth noting that 2 tires off is only a deduction, not a 0, so the judges are probably going to dock points for that, but Brian will not get a 0 in his lead, which is always nice. We have our drivers flipped around. This time, Christian Nelson leading, Brian Hopp chasing him down. The lights are out, and away we go. Let's see what these guys have for us. Christian tossing it in there super early. Brian Hopp following suit, coming around nice and wide. Christian Nelson getting right into outer zone number 1. Brian Hopp knocking on the door as they transition out into outer zone number 2. Through the danger zone, coming down the hill. Christian Nelson grabbing outer zone number 3. Brian Hopp surging up to his door as they come across that inner clip and around to outer zone number 4. I'm watching you guys as they come around to transition into the people's corner. Give it up for the 3rd place battle. Christian Nelson in the lead. Brian Hopp chasing him down, putting it on his door as they transition across that reference point up into that 6th and final outer zone of the bank turn. Christian on the high line, catching the wall a little bit. Brian Hopp right behind him. These guys are on a mission, dude.
You see Brian Hopp, he gave him a little smooch right there.
He do.
A little smooch right there on the door.
So we are going to announce 3rd place, but we're not announcing the top 2. We do have a decision, and your 3rd place winner is Christian Nelson. Give it up for Christian Nelson, standing on the bottom of the box. Awesome job by Brian Hopp. Unfortunately, that mechanical failure taking him out, but we now have our final 2 drivers on the line. The lights are out, and away we go.
All right, here it is, the finals here of the high roller class at the E-Town Gambler, Dirk Stratton. In that locked and loaded Corvette. A rocket ship up of a machine is out there in outside zone 1, but Connor O'Sully is also barking at the backside of that vet going through outside 2. Both these drivers drive down the hill here and into outside 3. Stratton keeping the backside of that Corvette in the box. A big rotate to that inside clip, but O'Sully's right there in the backside of the bumper. Dirk Stratton doing a good job in the lead going through outside 4. O'Sully a little bit of a sacrifice to give the room for the transition. They work their way in the people's corner. Stratton on the outside. O'Sully with some patience right on the backside. Headlights to taillights up into the bank wall here at Raceway Park. Make some noise for Dirk Stratton and Connor O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan trying to bark at the door handles of Stratton's Corvette the entire lap. Stratton giving him everything he possibly can. I'm looking forward to watching Stratton flip this over and chasing down that O'Sully car.
Absolutely. Dirk Stratton looking super aggressive. Connor O'Sullivan absolutely glued to his door through the center section, as we can see here, transitioning on the bumper. I love these insanely tight transitions. Absolutely my favorite part of drifting, these full throttle, just sticking with the guy in front of you. It just shows how much you trust the lead driver. I would have liked Connor O'Sullivan a little bit closer in the chase there, going into outer zone 5 of the people's corner, but still he puts it right back on Stratton's door as they come into the bank turn. And Stratton gets a little bit of the wall, too, in the process.
All right, here we go. Second half of the finals here of the high roller. Here at the E-Town Gambler, Connor O'Sullivan going in to initiate well before that last initiation point. Getting super dangerous on the tire wall, but Dirk Stratton follows them down the hole and up the hill. Connor O'Sullivan doing a fantastic job through outside 1 as he transitioned outside 2, but Dirk Stratton's barking down the hill right at him. O'Sullivan trying to curl back in, maybe missing outside zone 3, but Stratton showing the patience through that inside clip and fixes his proximity right back to the door of O'Sullivan at the outside 4. Connor doing a good job. Stratton falling a little bit behind, but barks right back into the people's corner here at outside 5. O'Sullivan doing a great job. Stratton, both of these boys blazing past the judges' tower, up into the bank here. O'Sullivan nice and high. Dirk Stratton falling into position. Make some noise for your finalists here in the high roller E-Town Gambler, Dirk Stratton and Connor O'Sullivan.
I love drifting, guys. This is so sick. This is awesome. I can't wait for the side-by-side. Let's get it up on the screen. Let's see what these drivers have for us. Honestly, I think they were pretty evenly matched as far as entry goes. Connor just getting a little bit far inside Dirk on his chase as opposed to where Dirk was in his chase position. As far as the lead runs, they're looking identical as they come down. O'Sully maybe a little bit closer in the chase than Stratton was through that section, but through the center section, again, they're mirroring it. O'Sully a little bit closer as they go into outer zone number 4, but has just a small hiccup getting into 5 where Dirk Stratton is closer. Transitioning across the track and up into the bank turn, we can see this side-by-side here. Honestly, this is so well evenly matched. I cannot pick a winner. I'm not jealous of the judges here. Let us know what you guys think in the chat. Should we ask the fans in the stands, Mike?
I mean, you better do it now because these boys are stepping over to the podium. They're pretty confident. They have a reason to wander back. If you guys are not aware, here live and in person at the Gambler, we do our podium celebrations right behind the grandstands, right after we get the big checks labeled out, and our high roller guys back down. We hand out all the thousands of dollars in prize money here. A big shout once again to every driver and team that has battled their way to either logistics of getting here throughout the entire day, mechanical issues, and then driver skill set, and in my case, running out of talent. But either way, we're having a great time here at the E-Town Gambler. A big shout to everybody that shows up.
And we always do. And do not put yourself down. You're coming out here, showing up, announcing and driving, showing the support for the Gambler, showing the support for drifting. So.
Got to keep the standards low. Keep them guessing. Keep them guessing.
Absolutely, Mike. But yeah, make sure you come out. You can come out as a spectator. You can come out as a driver. Watch, support. Put some comments down. Like us on social media. There's a ton of ways to support drifting. And I believe we do have a winner, Mike.
If we have a winner, that means we're going to migrate over to our podium. Look at these boys out there. All of them. Oh, the cops are here. Boys, run. It's 12. All right, if you have everybody here live and in person at Raceway Park, if you want to join me over for the podium ceremony, don't worry. If you are joining us on the live stream, our drone boys will be right there with us. You get to see me chew on this stick for the last couple times and Sarah hand out some money.
Absolutely. We can see the drivers high-fiving each other, loving up on each other. We really are all fans of drifting at the end of the day. So thank you guys so much for watching. Let's get down to the podium. Let's get down to business.
All right, boys and girls, let's get down to the business here, handing out the big checks. I'm going to pass it over to my co-host, Sarah. This is the 235 class. These guys were restricted to a 235 millimeter tire. A big shout to each driver and team throwing it down here. Almost a full field of drivers out at the Gambler for the road course. Take it away, Sarah.
All right, guys, we got our 235 drivers out here, our Gambler class drivers in third place. Let's give it up to Tim Frito Wilson.
A Valino-equipped driver in the 235 class. A big shout to Frito, driving super hard all day, as always.
All right, so in first and second place, are you guys ready for your champion tonight? At the top of the box, these guys are both Gambler regulars. Give it up in first place for Trevor Root. And in second place, Nate Chen. Give it up, guys.
Make some noise for your 235 driver class, taking home the big checks here.
Come on, hold up those checks, hold up those trophies. Give it up for your drivers. This is your Gambler 235 class podium.
All right, I hope you guys got your pictures. Go ahead, fellas. Oh, you're gonna put the money away? God, responsibility, you know?
Hold on.
Responsibility.
We also have another treat. We got a little more money to award to our last man standing, Trevor Root.
Another quick payday for the Root camp. All right, boys, go
Put
ahead.
that in your pocket. Spray him with some beer. Go.
Go ahead and celebrate. He had to get that eye protection on. Big celebration here for our 235 driver class. A big shout to our winner, Trevor Root. All right, another big shout for our 235 drivers as they retreat from the podium. But that means that we need to make some space for our high rollers here today. A big shout to all the teams, all the drivers in the unlimited class. As they battled it out all day today, hard fought. But let's see who's going to be on the bottom of the box here. We got to get the trophies out. Hold on. More importantly, the beer. Please hold. All right, now that the scene is set. All right, let's see who's on the bottom half of the box here. Make some noise for the number 3 position, Christian Nelson. Give me some strut, brother. Give me some strut. Yeah, boy. Congratulations. Got it, taking that bottom spot on the podium. But that means there can only be one winner here today. Taking home the big check in the high roller. This is Run What You Brung. Unlimited. Make some noise for Connor O'Sullivan taking out Dirk Stratton. Connor O'Sullivan sitting on top of the box, but don't negate the fact that Dirk Stratton ran that machine today, sitting at number 2, taking home that last big check. Make some noise for all your high roller boys. Those Valino-equipped drivers getting new lids. The big checks, sitting down with a couple commas. A big shout for you boys. Not bad for only a field of 8. Definitely had to work for it. I know, I was out there. All right, fellas, take your pictures. Enjoy your moments. Congratulations on taking home the podium spots here at the High Roller at the E-Town Gambler. We'll let the media take some pictures, you know. You guys get it in before they get all moist.
It already smells like a frat house down here.
Well, that's what
There's
happens
beer
when you
everywhere.
party twice.
Someone get a shot of that.
You don't know what to do with your hands. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. All right, fellas.
Give it up for him one more time, guys. Come on, your high roller, unlimited tire class winners on the podium today.
Everybody's so concerned and keeping those checks nice and dry. Nice and dry.
Do they know that they can't take him down to the bank, Mike?
I think it's more of like a,
They're going to get a real one.
yeah.
All
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Please.
I didn't even have to scumbag them into it this time. This is the weirdest club I've ever hung out at. Thank you guys for joining us here in New Jersey for the E-Town Gambler on the road course. We're going to be set up back over there in the stadium. Make sure you get to racewaypark.com and get signed up. Yeah, you, sign up.